Bonjour et bienvenue à Révolution. Episode 9.1, New Spain. Okay, so I'll never do that again, but the big move to Paris is complete. The Duncan family is mostly settled, and I have finally gone back to work full-time. Now, if you're interested, it appears that I will be splitting most of my time between the Bibliothèque historique de la ville de Paris and the Bibliothèque publique d'information. The former resides in a converted palace from the 1500s, the latter resides in the Centre Pompidou, a building so modern that it makes your head hurt, so it's wonderful contrasting work environments. It's all been great so far, hard, but great, and let me tell you, it feels really good to be back to work. So from here on out, I will be working on Citizen Lafayette half the time, and the other half of the time producing this here weekly podcast. The only noticeable difference on your end should be that maybe the ambient audio sounds a little bit different now, which is because I'm in an apartment in Paris, not a basement in Wisconsin. So if there is a difference, well, this is what the show sounds like now. So without further jibber-jabber, we embark now on our 9th series together. This one will be about the Mexican Revolution, which lasted roughly from 1910 to 1920. Today, we are going to go back in time to roughly the same place I began our 5th series, the one on Spanish-American independence, to reacquaint ourselves with the backstory of New Spain, the viceroyalty that covered North America and which would eventually, mostly, transform into the country we call Mexico. Next week, we will cover Mexican independence, which I intentionally did not cover during Series 5, but which unfolded from 1810 to 1821, alongside the many adventures and misadventures of Bolivar and San Martin and the rest of the guys down in South America. Then the week after that, we will cover the first 50 years of independent Mexico, their economic developments, the struggles between liberals and conservatives, the struggles with the United States, through about 1876. And then episode 9.4 will be an in-depth look at the Porfiriato, which is the regime, the ancien regime if you will, against which our Mexican Revolution will be staged. After that, it gets a little nuts, and we'll just see how long it takes us to wade through it all. And before we get going, as usual, I would like to apologize for any mispronunciations I make along the way. I cannot wait to see what trying to affect a French accent all the time is going to do to my pronunciation of Spanish. One thing that never changes here on the Revolutions podcast is my ability to find new and interesting ways to mispronounce things. Okay, so climbing into the Wayback Machine. In episode 5.1, we talked about how the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494 between the Crown of Castile and Portugal gave the Spanish control of everything on the other side of a line drawn 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde Islands, which turned out to be all of the Americas except for Brazil. Spanish explorers and conquistadors then moved into the Caribbean, and then Cortez led an expedition to the mainland that saw him make contact with and conquer the Aztec Empire of the central Mexican plateau. These first decades after the arrival of the Spanish were, as you will recall, a humanitarian disaster for the indigenous population and resulted in their near-complete annihilation by the 1540s as a combination of disease, war, famine, forced labor, and everything else took the pre-Columbian population of New Spain of 25 million down to a post-Columbian population of just over 1 million. While this mass death was unfolding, the first run of conquistadors and their heirs were setting themselves up as the new top of the political, economic, and social pyramid, replacing the power structures that had been built by the Aztecs and the Maya, often literally and directly. Most, though not all, of the principal cities of New Spain were built up and out of the urban centers of pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. So Mexico City, for example, the capital of New Spain, was just the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan by another name. You will also remember from episode 5.1 that the early economic structure of Spanish America was built around the encomienda system, which was awarding the tribute and labor of particular indigenous peoples, though not their land per se, to members of these conquistador expeditions. So, for example, in the Central Plateau of Mexico, whatever those people had owed the Aztecs, they now owed to some random Spaniard. These encomienda became the basis of most of the wealth that was claimed by the heirs of the conquistadors, far more than the transient spoils from the conquest. But after a few decades' experience with conquistadors on the far side of the Atlantic setting up these vast quasi-empires for themselves and claiming de facto personal sovereignty over huge populations, the Habsburg monarchy back in Spain became worried that these guys might go rogue. So they created a new political structure to cement the Spanish crown, not the conquistadors, as the basis of power and sovereignty in the Americas. In 1535, they created the Viceroyalty of New Spain, to cover roughly all of North and Central America, and then followed this up in 1542 by establishing the Viceroyalty of Peru, which would administer all of South America. Now, just by way of refresher, because I know you all took copious notes during Series 5, the vice-regal power structure looked like this. At the top, there was a viceroy, appointed by the king. He would come and serve as the representative of royal sovereignty. These guys were always trusted agents of the royal family, and during the Habsburg era at least, they were often also high-ranking officials in the Catholic Church. Just below and adjacent to the viceroy were the audiencias. You remember those? Those were committees of rich and powerful men who acted as the supreme judicial body, but also who had some legislative and advisory functions to complement the powers of the viceroy. And while there was only ever one viceroy, the number of audiencias proliferated to help deal with the vast size of New Spain. The main audiencia was, of course, in Mexico City, but there were also audiencias in Santo Domingo, in Panama, Guatemala, Guadalajara, and far off in Manila in the Philippines, which was technically a part of New Spain. Below the audiencias were an even larger number of regional governors, and below the governors were about 200 recognized municipalities who would be governed by appointed mayors aided by town councils composed of the local elite families. But despite this top-down political structure that traced its authority directly to the king himself back in Spain, in the early days of Habsburg New Spain, it was really a pretty decentralized ruling structure, almost by default. Given the state of the transportation and communication lines in the 15 and 1600s, local leaders exercised a lot of autonomy and were given a great deal of latitude to make their own decisions. Now, arriving alongside these early secular conquistadors and fortune hunters and then later viceregal administrators was the Catholic Church. During the viceregal era, the church was effectively a branch of government, and especially during the Habsburg era, a lot of church officials were just employed as viceregal officials. But though the church often worked in tandem with the government, the church naturally had its own independent agenda. Catholic missionaries went forth to convert the indigenous population, lay down new spiritual roots, and along the way, build up their own set of vast holdings to enrich the Catholic Church, both in terms of souls and pesos. Over the centuries, nearly all of New Spain was converted to Catholicism, though it was never a strictly European Catholicism, and it always blended in with ancient beliefs and customs, no matter how hard some in the clergy tried to stamp all that out. Along the way, the church quickly became the largest and richest single entity in the Americas outside of the crown itself. But that said, with their priests and missionaries often living in and among the indigenous tribes of New Spain, learning their customs and their languages along the way, these priests and missionaries became something of advocates for the tribes against the encroachment of more cynical landowners and rapacious government officials. Now, there's always tension between the church and the indigenous populations, but the centrality of the church to daily life became established enough that Catholic images like the Virgin of Guadalupe would become powerful unifying national symbols in the years of revolutionary tumult to come. The creation of the Viceroyalty of New Spain in North America in 1535 neatly coincided with a shift in the source of economic wealth and power in the Americas, because this is when the Spanish discovered all those massive veins of silver. And we discussed in episode 5.1 how the discovery of silver massively transformed not just the economy of Spanish America, but the economy of the whole world, as silver started getting pumped out of major veins in Peru and New Spain. And in New Spain, those mines were discovered in Zacatecas, Guanajuato, and then later in San Luis Potosi, which was named after the San Luis Potosi mine down in Peru. The entire orientation of Spanish civilization in the Americas now focused on extracting American silver. The viceregal administrators tightly controlled every aspect of extraction, minting, transportation, and trade. The silver from New Spain would be boxed up and either shipped directly back to Spain via the one port allowed to engage in quote-unquote international trade in the Atlantic, that was Veracruz, or it would be boxed up and shipped west to Asia via the one port allowed to engage in quote-unquote international trade in the Pacific, Acapulco. The twice-yearly Manila galleons that would go in and out of Acapulco would move American silver to Asia and Asian commodities back to America, where they would eventually be moved overland to Veracruz and forwarded on to Europe, creating a trade belt that wrapped around the entire world. And all of this silver did indeed massively enrich Spain, for a little while, until they went and spent it all on candy and video games. Aside from the silver, the Spanish took very little interest in any other economic development in New Spain. Extracting other natural resources just didn't seem to make much sense, because even internal trade was restricted by geography. There isn't much in the way of navigable rivers in central Mexico, so all trade had to be done overland, which automatically makes everything 10 times slower and 10 times more expensive to ship. But even on top of that, the terrain of Mexico is full of peaks and valleys, mountains and swamps. The trip from Mexico City to Veracruz is only about 250 miles, but it covers an 8,000-foot drop in elevation. The roads of New Spain were always garbage, everything had to be moved by mule train, and the Habsburgs, at least, never thought those roads worth investing in. So that meant that all the land and estates and agricultural produce of New Spain was there to service the cities and mining centers of New Spain, and that was it. Habsburg New Spain was a very grow local and buy local economy. And the Spanish weren't really interested in international trade anyway. I mean, you could only go in and out through Veracruz on the Atlantic or Acapulco on the Pacific. And remember, prior to the reforms of the late Bourbon era, the ports and regions of Spanish America couldn't even trade with each other. Caracas could not trade with Veracruz directly. They both had to send everything back to Spain first. But though silver was the source of wealth in New Spain, that did not mean that the rich elites in Mexico City did not get rich owning and operating vast agricultural estates. Owning land was still the standard by which a family measured its wealth. The encomienda system of the first generation of Spaniards, which was based on tribute and labor, gave way to the creation of vast haciendas, built on the outright ownership of huge tracts of land. These haciendas would be owned by absentee landlords in Mexico City, run by on-site managers, who would then attract or coerce members of the local indigenous population to either live permanently on the hacienda or be available as on-call seasonal wage workers. As these haciendas grew, though, they also developed systems of debt peonage, which was basically a system of indentured servitude where the landlord would loan a worker a bunch of stuff up front and then keep that worker bound and in debt for the rest of their lives. Wherever Spanish civilization extended, the haciendas followed, bringing with them claims to private ownership of land and resources, particularly water, that had never been made before, or which local tribes held claim to dating back to the original conquest, claims that were now being ignored. Tension, conflict, and bloodshed between the free villages and the encroaching haciendas became a permanent feature of life in New Spain and would remain a permanent feature of life in independent Mexico. So the establishment of major new mining communities and vast haciendas that grew up to support them obviously had a major social impact to go along with their economic impact, particularly in the areas of north-central Mexico where the silver was discovered, because those areas were not very densely populated. So unlike Peru, where the Spaniards more or less enslaved the local population to work in the mines, the administrators in New Spain had to figure out how to get workers to the mines and workers to the haciendas that were supporting those mines. They lacked the men or resources necessary to just coerce the mass migration of an unwilling population, so instead they offered wages to indigenous workers who would come and be miners or field hands. Attracted by these wages, indigenous migrants would move up to the mining centers. They would settle, interact, and intermarry both with each other and immigrant Spaniards. And this wound up forming the core of what would become the official mestizo Mexican ethnic identity, which we're going to talk about more here in a second. But expansion north did lead to conflict with the indigenous populations that did live in the regions and who were not thrilled about Spanish encroachment. So there was a continuous run of wars and revolts for the whole rest of the 1500s and well into the 1600s. But by about 1600, the Spanish viceroyalty of New Spain was well established in central Mexico, though, despite their grandiose claims, they had very little effective control over anything north of about Zacatecas, in what is now the northern states of Mexico and the southwestern United States. After 1600, those areas would be dotted by occasional Catholic missions and army forts, but not much else. It really wasn't until the advent of railroads that those areas were even remotely integrated into the central administration run out of Mexico City. So moving on from the economic side of things, as we discussed at length in our series on the Haitian Revolution and on Spanish-American independence, as Europeans from the Old World migrated to the New World, there started to be a mingling of the gene pool. And over the course of the whole viceregal era in New Spain, about 700,000 Spaniards permanently settled, almost all of them men. So over the decades and then over the centuries, new ethnic combinations emerged that would then be codified in what was called the casta, the absurdly detailed ethnic classification system that doled out privileges and responsibilities based on a convoluted analysis of your ancestry, with the rule of thumb always being, you guessed it, the whiter the better. So just by way of refresher, at the top of the casta hierarchy in New Spain were peninsulars, that is, those actually born in Spain who only later migrated across the Atlantic. They were the elite of the elite. Below them were the criollo. Criollo were the elite Spanish families who settled permanently in New Spain and mostly in Mexico City. These elite families did their best only to marry with each other to keep all their ancestry traceable directly to Spain. Now, in reality, this was impossible, and so a little indigenous blood was always allowed into these families, though they did their best to pretend like those impure parts of the family tree did not exist. In New Spain, as in the rest of Spanish America, peninsulars and criollo owned all the largest haciendas, all the best land, and controlled all government and church offices. These peninsular immigrants then ran into the indigenous Amerindian tribes. Central Mexico was one of the most densely populated areas of the Western Hemisphere when the Spaniards arrived. The population, I said, was annihilated, though, by the 1540s, but by the 1630s it had stabilized and then started to regrow. So myriad tribes and languages and cultures proliferated throughout New Spain, from Yucatan to California. The place and role of the indigenous tribes in the casta system, though, goes back to the initial reforms that the crown made to its new viceroyalty back in the first decades after the conquest. Priests like Bartolomé de las Casas went back to Spain and complained about the way the encomiendos were treating the indigenous people. So the crown declared all the indigenous peoples to be legally minors and under the direct supervision and protection of the crown. Now, on the one hand, this is obviously incredibly degrading, but it did have the effect of establishing legal claims to land and rights by Indian villages that could be enforced against the encroachment of, for example, large criollo haciendos, that is, the owners of the haciendas. The indigenous tribes lived in their own villages and towns under their own hierarchies and often were exempt from various viceregal taxes. Their principal point of contact with and integration into the Spanish system was through the Catholic Church, who sent out floods of priests to convert everyone. Now, at first, these priests tried to convert the indigenous tribes without messing too much with local custom, but when that didn't work, they focused on erasing indigenous religion and replacing it. But they only ever succeeded in creating a blend of the two, with Catholic iconography and ritual mixing with ancient iconography and ritual. And while there was friction and conflict that existed between the priests and the indigenous tribes, those priests often turned around and defended the tribes from encroachment. The Jesuits, in particular, developed their own working relationships with the indigenous peoples that was completely independent of crown authority. It's one of the reasons the crown eventually expelled the Jesuits, and why the indigenous populations went into revolt when the Jesuits were expelled. But though all the indigenous tribes faced the same initial devastation and were now ruled by a minority of Spaniards, there was never any pan-indigenous solidarity or resistance, as old local rivalries tended to preempt any large-scale continental unification to expel the invaders. Now, the other way the indigenous peoples were integrated into the Spanish system was by turning them from free villagers into wage workers, either in mines or on haciendas. And as I said earlier, this transformation led to an intermixing of separate tribes that broke down old tribal identities, and it also led to a mixing with Spaniards, almost always a Spanish man and an indigenous woman, to create a new mestizo population, which filled out the middle ranks of the casta system. These couplings would lead to later combinations of their descendants, who combined to create a wider mestizo population that could look, phenotypically speaking, either more indigenous or more European, depending on the specifics of your family tree. So by the early 1600s, there was a large and stable mestizo population who filled out the ranks of the artisan classes, the unskilled laborers, rural laborers, miners, and peasants, and then eventually more prosperous merchants and small-time bourgeois types in the towns. Now, the last part of the casta system in New Spain was by far the smallest, and that was Africans. Because though the southern United States and the Caribbean and coastal South America were sites of heavy slavery, New Spain, the parts that are today Mexico, mostly were not. It's estimated that through the whole viceregal period, only about 200,000 enslaved Africans arrived, and most of those came during one particular stretch between 1580 and 1640, when the indigenous population had been leveled and the Spanish and Portuguese crowns were temporarily united, which facilitated Spanish use of Portuguese slave traders. Now, just to skip ahead in time a bit, a 1793 census of New Spain says that Europeans, that is, peninsular or Criollo, were about 18 to 22% of the population. Indigenous Amerindians were about 51 to 61%, and Mestizo about 21 to 25%. Africans were estimated at between 6 and 10,000. Not 6 and 10%, but 6 and 10,000. There are a couple of reasons for the relative lack of slavery in New Spain. And the most important, I think, is the practical and physical difficulties of transportation. When slave ships arrived in Caracas, Venezuela, or Cap Francais, Saint-Domingue, or Charleston in South Carolina, they deposited enslaved people who were within easy reach of the areas they were destined to live and work. But in New Spain, the populated areas were all inland and on the central plateau, up and away, a long ways away from Veracruz, where they had come in. It was 1,000 miles over terrible roads to get from Veracruz to Zacatecas. So though enslaved Africans did make it to the mines, their numbers were dwarfed by the indigenous Amerindians and mestizo wage workers. On the large agricultural estates, owners had developed a pretty good system of debt peonage as their version of forced labor. And then after 1640, the divorce of Spain and Portugal led to Spain losing easy access to the Portuguese slavers. So, when enslaved Africans did arrive in New Spain, they were usually confined to the coastal areas, particularly around Veracruz, where they were used on some sugar plantations and producing textiles. So the enslaved population in New Spain was small, it was confined to the coast, and then it was usually, demographically, worked out of the casta system within a generation or two because the slaves who did arrive were predominantly male. And if they had a child with an indigenous woman, that child took the free status of the mother. And then the future recognition of Afro-Mexicans, who were a part of the casta system, was then and is still today a very contestable and controversial issue, because the descendants of Africans usually pass themselves off as mestizo for social and economic reasons, and then after the Mexican Revolution, there was a concerted effort to embrace the combined Spanish indigenous ethnicity as the official ethnic identity of Mexico, and just sort of leave the African part of the story out completely. Now, the last thing I'll say about the casta system before we move on is, though it was rigidly codified on paper, there were all these famous posters that would be commissioned to show each potential combination of white, indigenous, and black, and then tell you what privileges, responsibilities, and stereotypical behavior were expected of each. Around the edges, the casta was very fluid, and 100% a socially constructed reality, not a biologically constructed reality. So a very white mestizo could pass as Criollo. Those with African blood, as I just said, routinely presented themselves as mestizo. A mestizo who lived with and spoke the language of an indigenous tribe was considered a part of that indigenous tribe. So the language you spoke, the clothes you wore, the job you had, the education you displayed, all of that said much more about where you fit in the casta system as whatever some later DNA test might say, which they didn't have anyway. But the general rule of thumb, as I said at the beginning of this, was pretty much everywhere. The whiter you were, the higher you were. So as you will further remember from Series 5, the Habsburg era in Spain skidded to an ignominious halt at the end of the 1600s, and they were replaced by the arrival of the Bourbon dynasty, who took up permanent residence in Madrid at the close of the War of the Spanish Succession in 1715. From the perspective of the Viceroyalty of New Spain, the principal impact of this was all those reforms that the next few Bourbon monarchs, especially Charles III in the second half of the century, pushed onto their American holdings to increase economic productivity and tax revenue. The Bourbon economic reforms had two principal goals. First, increase the amount of silver coming out of the Viceroyalty, and second, diversify the economy so that it produced more profitable goods, both for internal trade and external trade. The wealthy peninsular and Criollo landowners were given every encouragement to plow their wealth back into the Viceroyalty and make large capital investments, cultivate more land with more cash crops, and improve mining extraction and efficiency. And the elites responded. With the church acting as a mortgage bank and with the government providing financial incentives, the annual silver output of New Spain increased from about 1.5 million pesos in 1700 to 25 million pesos by 1800. The increase in the size and scope of mining operations also increased the size and scope of adjacent economic activities that supported those mines, so manufacturing and agricultural produce on the large haciendas. And unlike during the Habsburg era, where the titles to land held by indigenous tribes were often upheld in court, Bourbon policy, whether on purpose or just because that's the way it went, almost always sided with the private landowner who was encroaching on the communal claims of a village. So in some places, haciendas grew to absurd size. There was one down between Mexico City and Acapulco that grew to fully 500,000 acres. These sprawling haciendas were encouraged to grow more profitable produce, and soon, instead of just basic foodstuff, they were producing coffee, sugar, hemp, cotton, and cacao, especially down in the tropical south. Up in the north, you started seeing these large-scale ranching and timber operations. To give all of this new produce new markets, the Bourbon administrators also did their best to actually start investing in roads and infrastructure. But more importantly, in 1778, they introduced the Comercio Libre, which we actually talked about in episode 5.2. This is what gave the principal ports of the Spanish Empire the right to trade not just with Spain, as had been the case for 300 years, but to trade directly with each other. Now, this wasn't free trade in the sense that the British or the Dutch or the French could get in on the action, but these ports could now at least trade with each other. And in the main, I think the Bourbon economic reforms worked. At least they did what they were supposed to do. The economy expanded, the value of land increased, more goods and services were being produced, there was more profit, more silver. But there would be a price to pay. Now, on the political side, the thrust of the Bourbon reforms was to increase the power of the central authorities over local elites. Habsburg-era New Spain had given a lot of autonomy to leading Criollo families out on the periphery of New Spain, and a measure of preserved respect for the land claims of indigenous villages. The Bourbons, fueled by new theories of enlightened absolutism, wanted stricter hierarchies of central command that would reduce inefficiency and corruption and graft, and allow for swifter and more rational decision-making. And then especially after the successful revolt of the British colonies further up north, they also wanted to ensure that all power remained in the hands of the Spaniards. So one of the most controversial of the political reforms was to give all government positions only to peninsular appointees. Local Criollo, no matter how rich or well-educated, were barred from office. On top of that, by the end of the 1700s, the original vice-regal political structure was slowly replaced by a new system of intendants, peninsular agents of the crown operating in newly defined geographic zones who basically held supreme authority on all matters political, economic, and judicial. They certainly superseded all the local elites. And these new intendancies were actually what became the basis of most of the Mexican states today. These intendants were principally tasked with encouraging and stimulating economic growth, and it is undeniable that during the Bourbon era, economic productivity in New Spain did increase and expand and widen, but it also created new cycles of resentment, unrest, and ultimately revolt that would wind up helping to trigger not the triumph of Spanish crown authority, but its complete abolition. Now, for most of the Habsburg era, and most of the early Bourbon period, through the middle 1700s at least, rebellions and revolts in New Spain usually took one of two forms: either indigenous tribes and villages resisting political encroachment by the Spaniards into some new territory, or resisting economic encroachment of the haciendas. So cycles of revolt followed this dynamic for hundreds of years. But by the end of the Bourbon period, you started to see for the first time revolts that brought together all classes and castes. So Criollo merchants and landowners, mestizo workers, indigenous villagers and their wage workers, peasants and townsmen joining forces. In episode 5.4, I briefly touched on one of the major revolts in Guanajuato, which was triggered in part by new taxes and then exacerbated by the very unpopular expulsion of the Jesuits in 1767. That is what pushed these regional riots into a full-blown revolt. Now, that revolt in 1766 and 1767 was successfully quelled, but in 1780, another cross-class revolt erupted down in Puebla, southeast of Mexico City. Down there, Criollo, Mestizo, and indigenous Amerindian forces joined together in a huge revolt that specifically referenced the recent Tupac Amaru revolt down in Peru. The rebels were openly speaking of creating a new independent, quote, Indian nation that would replace the viceroyalty of New Spain. The different classes and castes had their problems with each other, but their shared hatred of intrusive peninsular authorities, especially during this late Bourbon era, was driving them into each other's arms, and you started seeing rebellious networks that connected the most elite Criollo families down to the poorest indigenous peasants. Although, as we will see, they were not always aiming at the same thing. In the inner circles of the Criollo in Mexico City, they whispered seditiously of independence to have what the United States had: self-government and commercial riches. Meanwhile, out on the periphery, poorer peasants started responding to a form of revolutionary Catholicism that was spreading to spiritually and physically confront continued economic exploitation. Radical priests were now spreading a form of Catholicism that infused the religion with ideals of equalitarian justice, that men were equal before God, that private property was a sin. And so their goal became to restore communal land rights and expel the intruders. What intruders? All the intruders. Meanwhile, out in the big world, Spain's place in the concert of great European powers was steadily eroding. After its peak as the first empire upon which the sun never set in the mid-1500s, the Spanish crown had had all of its European possessions either given away or chopped off by the beginning of the Bourbon era. Now, they still have their vast claims in the Americas, but the rise of British and French colonialism started putting practical limits on those vast theoretical claims to controlling everything in the Western Hemisphere. So, for example, in the 1720s, a little skirmish in what is today Nebraska between Spanish soldiers and a combined force of French and Pawnee Native Americans effectively drew a line for how far the Spanish would be able to reach north. Then, in the midst of the 7 Years' War, the British captured both Manila and Havana, which was an embarrassing reminder that where once the British had been merely pesky pirates, they were now the dominant sea power in the world. Now, after that 7 Years' War, though, they did benefit from France's catastrophic losses, and they got legal possession of what became the Louisiana Territory. And then after joining with the French to help the American colonists, they got control of Florida. Now, on the other side of the continent, the Spanish tried to keep running up the Pacific coast, but they bumped into British and Russians who were making their own claims and explorations in the region, and the Nootka Sound crisis, for example, almost led to a full-blown war between Spain and Britain in 1789. But we all know what happened in 1789, the French Revolution. Now, as we have amply documented here on the Revolutions podcast, the French Revolution came along and upended everything in the Atlantic world, and it certainly threw Spain into a crisis period that would see them defeated by the French in 1795, and then stripped of the Louisiana Territory in a forced treaty with First Consul Bonaparte in 1800. Then they were, of course, broken completely when Emperor Napoleon forced the abdications of Bayonne in 1808. And as we know from our series on the revolutions down in South America, it was the abdications of Bayonne that really triggered the massive wave of independence movements on the far side of the Atlantic. And next week, we will pick up that thread in New Spain, where, after a couple years of political uncertainty, there was a growing expectation among the Criollo that independence in the Americas would be the logical result of all this, an expectation that was finally given voice by Father Hidalgo when he issued his famous Cry of Dolores in September of 1810, triggering the War of Mexican Independence. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.2, The Cry of Dolores. Last week, we did a broad survey of the Viceroyalty of New Spain, and as we approached the end of the episode and approached the abdications of Bayonne, we noted that there was a lot of discontentment, resentment, and anger among all classes and castes about the state of the Viceroyalty of New Spain. Well, today we are going to take all that discontentment, resentment, and anger and use it to blow up the Viceroyalty of New Spain and turn it into independent Mexico. Now, this is going to be a necessarily truncated version of events. We are going to do in one single episode what it took more than 20 episodes for me to do down in South America, but we have places to go and things to see in the 20th century. So, let's just go ahead and knock this sucker out. Now, fortunately for us, I spent a lot of time in episode 5.6 describing the crucial events back in Spain that led to the abdications of Bayonne and the collapse of the Bourbon monarchy in 1808. And in episode 5.6, I also talked about the impact of the forced abdications in the Americas. And I touched actually on what happened in New Spain. I think that was the last time I spent more than a line or two on events in what became Mexico, knowing full well that eventually I would be able to come back to it. But just to briefly review, as in other major cities in both Spain and the Americas, the capture of the Bourbon monarchy led to a movement to create provisional ruling juntas made up of local notables until the crisis passed. So the Criollo leaders in New Spain pressured the viceroy to go along with a plan to convene an assembly of the best families in New Spain and, for the first time in a century, allow Criollo voices into government. Now, surprisingly, the viceroy was prepared to go along with this plan, which freaked out the conservative Peninsulare leaders in the city, who, not implausibly, saw such a junta as the first step towards independence. So in September of 1808, the conservative leaders staged a coup. They arrested the viceroy and his principal Criollo allies and installed an 80-year-old general as the new viceroy. As chaos reigned back in Europe and rebellions exploded all over South America, the conservatives in Mexico City were mostly successful at holding revolution at bay in New Spain for the next 2 years. The 80-year-old general was replaced by the Archbishop of Mexico City, who had been in on the coup the previous year. The Archbishop would then stay in office until he was replaced in September of 1810 by a career army officer named Francisco Javier Vargas, who had spent the previous 2 years distinguishing himself in the Peninsular War, and he was now being sent across the Atlantic to make sure Spain held on to its American possessions. Vargas had the good fortune to arrive in Mexico City after a very long journey on September the 14th, 1810, literally the day before the long-forestalled revolution exploded. Now, that revolution exploded in one particular part of New Spain, the Bajío. The Bajío is that wider region north of Mexico City that was rich in silver. It had become the heart of the Bourbon push to revitalize the economy of New Spain. And as we discussed last week, wealthy Peninsulares and Criollo were encouraged to make major investments to increase the amount of silver that was being mined, as well as enlarge and diversify the haciendas that supported them. What followed in the Bajío was a century-long economic boom that lasted from about 1700 to about 1800. This mining boom caused a massive influx of migrants into the region, men who were looking for work, either in the mines or on the haciendas. But unfortunately, there was a reason that this area had never been heavily settled before this. The land wasn't that great, and it was susceptible to repeated droughts. Near the end of the 1700s, there were simply too many mouths to feed, and famine became a recurrent problem, especially during major droughts in 1777, 1792, and 1799. Tenant and small farmers were hit particularly hard during these times, and they were just squeezed out by the larger haciendas. So by 1800, nearly every independent operator had been turned into a mere wage laborer. The region would also find itself in trouble every time a mine would shut down, or there would be a flood that wrecked equipment, or a vein was tapped dry. This would lead to slashed wages, reduced hours, and mass layoffs. In those times, you would wind up with a lot of young men just sort of hanging around, which, as we know, going back to the very first episodes of the Revolutions podcast, is never a good thing. These recurrent problems could be absorbed as long as the mining boom went on and workers could eventually find new jobs. But after 1800, the mining economy went into a decade-long slump that actually saw silver output not just slow down, but actually decline year over year. Now, this slump was partly the result of simply running into the limits of expansion, but it was also impacted by events back in Europe, where the French Revolutionary Wars are now moving on into the Napoleonic Wars. The global economic uncertainty combined with natural declines in output to create cycles of layoff and famine and displacement among the population of the Bajío that now had nowhere else to go. This is the place they called home. And it wasn't just the wage workers who were being hit hard. Manufacturers, local suppliers, traders, shopkeepers, they were all pummeled by this prolonged recession. And all of them started to rally around the idea that sinister Peninsulare agents and absentee landlords in Mexico City were at least partly to blame for this economic crisis. But even the absentee landlords in Mexico City were getting pretty furious thanks to the very provocative Act of Consolidation that had been decreed by the Spanish government in 1804. The idea here was to more fully control the national wealth by ordering the Catholic Church to deposit all of their riches with the crown, who would then pay the church an annual dividend on their deposit. The problem was that in New Spain, the church had acted as the principal mortgage lender for all of these huge investments that the Bourbons had been encouraging. The Act of Consolidation meant that the church was now going to call in all these loans, and some of them were on 20 or 30-year terms. This would cause nothing less than financial ruin for major mine owners, hacendados, and large merchants. So by the beginning of 1808, you had a pyramid of anger building from the peasant farmers and wage workers and indigenous villagers all the way up to the richest Criollo landlords. And all of them were coming around on the idea that there was something deeply rotten about the viceregal government. After news arrived in the Bajío of the abdications of Bayonne, grumbling turned into active planning to break away from Spain and declare independence. The center of this brewing conspiracy in the Bajío was the city of Querétaro, where the mayor, Miguel Dominguez, and his wife, Josefa Ortiz de Dominguez, were both active sympathizers. Meeting under the cover of liberal society gatherings, they brought together lawyers, priests, businessmen, and army officers, and these disaffected men and women would share their grievances, and then they would start to share their plans. Among this group was Ignacio Allende, a captain in the cavalry who came from a prominent local family currently being hit hard by the economic recession. He was joined by Juan Aldama, who was also the scion of a prominent local family suffering economic distress. Both of them represented the bitterness of the Criollo for not having any kind of voice in government. And these guys looked to the example of the United States for inspiration. They wanted political and economic independence from Europe, and they wanted the commercial wealth and power that would surely come with that independence. They supported equality insofar as they were angry that Criollo like themselves were barred from serving in government, but they also admired the fact that the founding fathers of the United States were able to prosecute a political revolution while holding the forces of social revolution at bay. But there were, among these conspirators, those who had more expansive and ambitious plans, and who drew their inspiration not from the American Revolution, but from the French Revolution. They wanted to overturn the caste system. They wanted to dump the aristocracy. They wanted to usher in social justice. They wanted to break up the haciendas and the church land and distribute them equitably to the people. They wanted to abolish slavery and any vestiges of indigenous tribal tribute. Which brings us to the man in the room who wanted all of that and more, Father Hidalgo. Miguel Hidalgo y Castilla was born in 1753. He was the Criollo son of a prominent and well-respected family, though his father was a hacienda manager rather than a major landlord, so the family wasn't at the very top of the caste system. which actually influenced Hidalgo's outlook on life. He grew up on the periphery of New Spain. He interacted with mestizo and indigenous workers. He learned native languages and customs and knew how these people lived and worked. The family was rich enough, though, that Miguel got a top-flight education, and after entering seminary, he graduated in 1773 with a degree in both philosophy and theology. By this point, Hidalgo had displayed a brightness and intelligence that was both promising and concerning when he was spoken of in the higher ranks of the church. Ordained a priest in 1778 at the age of 25, Hidalgo stayed in academia. He joined the faculty of the Colegio de San Nicolas Obispo, eventually rising to be appointed dean of the college in 1790. Now, the Inquisition was still alive and well and on patrol for seditious and heretical ideas, but as a priest specializing in theology and philosophy, Hidalgo was one of the select few who was legally allowed to read the latest Enlightenment tracts everyone else was forbidden to even possess. Now, ostensibly, this is so the ideas could be refuted, but it's pretty clear Hidalgo was doing more spreading of these ideas than he was refuting them. This led to problems with the higher-ups, and in 1792, Hidalgo lost his position at the college, partly for altering the curriculum, and partly after being accused of financial improprieties. He was shuffled around from post to post until his brother, who was also a priest, died in 1802. Hidalgo took over his brother's responsibilities in the city of Dolores. Hidalgo was never much interested in the tending to souls part of his job, so he handed most of those responsibilities off to a subordinate, and he focused his attention on business pursuits, on intellectual investigations, and philanthropic activities. As a secular priest, Hidalgo had never taken the vow of poverty, so he owned 3 haciendas himself and was quite adept at turning a profit. But as a member of the clergy, he had taken a vow of chastity, though that did not stop him from maintaining several long-term relationships and fathering at least 7 children. Now, by now, he had developed strongly heretical beliefs, both political and religious. Hidalgo opposed the absolute monarchy, and he despised ignorant superstition. But most acutely, he developed a real sense of egalitarian goodwill. Though he had no interest in tending to his flock by delivering a weekly mass or hearing confession, he did tend to his flock by actively encouraging economic prosperity and social equality for the people of Dolores. He introduced new crops and techniques to the area with the ultimate intention of making the land more profitable and the villagers earning a measure of independent self-respect. Now, this was mostly tolerated by the authorities until Hidalgo started showing them how to grow grapes and olives, crops that were specifically prohibited so as not to compete with monopoly imports from Spain. So on top of these economic and social reforms, Hidalgo also became a big advocate for political reform. Radical political reform. He was an active participant in the revolutionary conspiracies of the Bajío, attending, hosting, and guiding many of their discussions. Though until the moment that he kick-started the revolution, he was really just one conspirator among many. He was not yet the leader that he would be seen as later. So by the fall of 1810, these revolutionary discussions have created a political alliance composed of minor political officials, army officers, lawyers, factory owners, shopkeepers, and, like Hidalgo, priests, who believed that they could probably mobilize the displaced peasants and unemployed mine workers and villagers angry about land usurpation into a force that could collectively seize control of New Spain. They were far enough along in their planning that they even set a date for their revolution. That date would be in December of 1810, and they had sent agents up to the United States to secure munitions and financial support for this coming revolution. But this plan was upended in September of 1810, when Josefa Dominguez learned that they had been discovered. Government agents came and alerted her husband that they were onto a major cabal of revolutionaries, not realizing that she herself, Josefa, the wife of the mayor, was in particular deeply involved in this conspiracy. So Josefa managed to get a messenger up to Dolores to warn Hidalgo and the other leaders who were with him. Not bothering to think things through too much, Hidalgo ordered the church bells rung to gather his congregation. Those who did gather after midnight in the wee hours of September the 16th, 1810, were treated to an impassioned speech by Hidalgo calling for them to join in a mass popular revolt. This is easily the most famous speech in Mexican history. It's called the Grito de Dolores, or the Cry of Dolores. Unfortunately, however, the speech was not recorded word for word, so we just know the gist of what Hidalgo said. But basically, he called on them to overthrow 300 years of oppression, to reclaim the land that had been stolen from them, to destroy the evil politicians and bad government who ruled over them. God and history were now calling on the people to play their part, and they must play their part. The Cry of Dolores landed with an electric bang, and the next morning, Hidalgo gave a repeat performance near the market with similar energetic results. Men and women who had been holding long simmering resentments were finally being told it's okay to go crazy. Soon, 600 to 800 volunteers joined what had once been a very small conspiracy. With Hidalgo now clearly the face of the rebellion, they all marched together out of Dolores in the direction of the regional capital of Guanajuato. Once sparked, revolutionary fire in the Bajío spread rapidly. Whatever village or town Hidalgo's army passed through, and it was becoming Hidalgo's army, even though Hidalgo had no military experience whatsoever, they picked up new recruits and attacked Peninsulares and their property. When they captured the city of Celaya on September the 21st, they were 5,000 strong. A week later, as they approached Guanajuato, they were reportedly 30,000 strong. But they were not trained at all, and they had no real weapons. We're talking sticks and rocks and machetes. What they had, though, was a belief that they were engaged in some kind of messianic uprising that would expel sacrilegious Peninsulares. A lot of them believed that they were fighting for the king against his bad counselors. They had no idea, actually, that they were engaged in a movement for independence. So the rebels carried hastily made banners that spoke to this message that Hidalgo and the other leaders were focused on. It was long live religion, long live America, death to bad government. They adopted as their symbol our most holy mother of Guadalupe. And yes, I know I botched it last week. I said Guadalupe, not Guadalupe. Blame that on the 3.5 years I lived in Austin. Anyway, when they all got to Guanajuato, the small circle of Peninsulare administrators and the Criollo allies that they still had barricaded themselves inside a granary, and they held out for 2 days. But eventually, the crush of the rebels was simply too great. The granary was stormed, and over 500 people were killed, including women and children. Now, this massacre caused problems in the rebel leadership, because this is not what the more elite Criollo rebels had signed up for. Peasants massacring their social superiors? That is not what we are supposed to be doing. But after so bloodily taking Guanajuato, the army kept marching and it kept growing. They were now widely seen as totally out of control. They were feeding themselves by forced requisitioning or stripping fields clean for food. By now, most other Criollo in New Spain were siding with the viceregal authorities. Yes, they had their resentments, and yes, they wanted independence, but this seemed like just a mob of barbaric peasants. And in the midst of all this, Hidalgo issued his first Emancipation Proclamation forbidding slavery in independent Mexico. And though, as I said, slavery wasn't a huge thing in New Spain, slaves were used as household staff in prominent families, mostly as status symbols. So the threat to the social order represented by Hidalgo's army was very real and very frightening. Meanwhile, in Mexico City, the new viceroy, Javier Vargas, who had been on the job for exactly 1 day before the revolution broke out, was now trying to scramble a defense of the city. The viceregal forces had not been very well run these past few 100 years. They were not very well organized, and they were dispersed way away from the capital anyway. So Vargas could only muster a couple of thousand men to go out and try to do anything about this flood of humanity, now 60, maybe 80,000 people strong. The largest force that could be mustered on the viceregal side was just a couple of thousand men. I've seen numbers as low as 1,200 and as high as 7,000. But they rode out to meet Hidalgo's army, and at Monte de las Cruces, on October the 30th, 1810, the rebels and the viceregal forces met in battle. The rebels took heavy casualties. They were, as I said, not well trained or armed, but the numbers alone made their defeat practically impossible. So they were not defeated. The viceregal forces retreated back to Mexico City, and the road to the capital was now wide open. So that brings us to the most consequential and controversial moment of the whole struggle for Mexican independence. Father Hidalgo appears to have flinched. Rather than pushing on to Mexico City, Hidalgo ordered the army to halt and retreat west towards Guadalajara. Now, there has never, to my knowledge, been a definitive explanation for why he decided to do this. Allende, for example, was pulling his hair out trying to get Hidalgo to listen to reason. He was saying, we have to go take the capital now before the viceregal forces can regroup. But Hidalgo stubbornly refused. So, the army halted and retreated. And the most common speculation is that, having witnessed the behavior of the rebel army for the past few weeks, that Hidalgo believed storming into Mexico City would simply be the beginning of mass slaughter and destruction. But whatever the reason, the army did retreat. Mexico City was spared, and the war for independence, which might have been won right there and then, would go on for another 11 tortuous years. The retreat had an immediate impact on the revolution. Peasant rebellions run on momentum, and Hidalgo had just killed the momentum. Soon the numbers in the army were down to 40,000, possibly half of what they had claimed just maybe a week earlier. Then the leadership started to splinter, with different leaders leading different groups in different directions. Hidalgo himself wound up in Guadalajara with only about 7,000 men. Upon arrival, though, he attempted to start up a provisional revolutionary government with himself as the self-proclaimed autocrat. He set up a little ministry with his personal secretary, a guy named Ignacio López Rayón, he's going to be important here in a second, as Secretary of State. But as Allende predicted, the pause in the action allowed the viceregal forces to regroup. Certainly, it allowed the best and most vigorous general in the viceregal army, a guy named Felix Maria Calleja, to organize a 6,000-man army and march them south from where they had been stationed up in San Luis Potosí. But Hidalgo himself was busy trying to recapture the momentum. The area around Guadalajara had faced many of the same difficulties as the Bajío, and so though the initial rush of volunteers had mostly been killed or deserted, Hidalgo found many new recruits to the cause, and soon he was leading a force tens of thousands strong again. But this rebellion came to an abrupt end just after New Year's in 1811. In early January, Calleja came with his 6,000 men, and he approached Hidalgo's position at the bridge on the Caladrón River. On January the 17th, 1811, the two sides met in battle, and though the rebels still had a massive numerical advantage, this time they were broken to pieces. Calleja's men were way better armed and way more disciplined, and an explosion of a grenade inside the ranks of Hidalgo's army caused so much fear and confusion that the battle quickly turned into a rout. In the wake of this debacle, the leadership of the rebellion gathered and decided to strip Hidalgo of his military responsibilities. He would be kept on as a figurehead and a political leader, but he would have nothing more to do with the tactics and strategy involved in actually running a war, which were all transferred over to Allende. Now, had he had the time, Allende had a plan to pursue a campaign built around a more compact but better trained army rather than these huge mobs of reckless peasants that Hidalgo had gathered. But Allende never really got the chance to do anything. The core group of original leaders, among them Father Hidalgo, Allende, and Aldama, decided to abandon their position in central Mexico and make their way to the far north. If they could make it to the United States, they might find allies and guns and money. I mean, that's what they had been after before the cry of Dolores had prematurely set the revolution in motion. So they headed north. But they never got to the United States. A disgruntled rebel, I believe annoyed that he had been passed over for a promotion, decided to betray his former comrades. When the party reached the wells of Bajan in the state of Coahuila, the traitor alerted the viceregal authorities and all the rebel leaders were arrested. They were not even transported back to Mexico City for their trial. Instead, right there in Coahuila, they were tried and found guilty of treason. Allende and Aldama and most of the rest of the party were executed on June the 26th, 1811, and they were shot in the back to purposefully dishonor them. Father Hidalgo, meanwhile, was defrocked, found guilty, and executed separately on July the 30th, 1811. The heads of the rebel leaders were then cut off and posted on the walls of Guanajuato as a warning to anybody contemplating anything like this ever again. down in Mexico City, everyone could breathe a little bit easier. The war for Mexican independence was now over. Except, no, it's not. That Secretary of State, Ignacio López Rayón, had not been with the party heading north. He had instead stayed behind in the south with a force of about 3,500 men. When he heard that Hidalgo and the others had been captured, he pointed this small army south, and between March and July 1811 he fought a series of skirmishes and battles and defeated the viceregal forces almost every time he faced them. And then, down in south-central Mexico, Rayón opened a whole new front in the war. The original rebellion had erupted from the Bajío. The war would now be carried on in the south, in what is today the Mexican states of Morelos and Guerrero, which of course weren't called that yet because the men who gave them those names are only just now emerging onto the scene. Like right now. So, let's meet Jose Maria Morelos and Vicente Guerrero. Jose Maria Morelos was born in 1765 in the Bajío, specifically in a city that was then called Valladolid, but which is today called Morelia, because, well, Jose Maria Morelos was born there in 1765. Though he was classified as Criollo on his birth records, Morelos was probably a mestizo, and his family was of pretty modest means. His father was a carpenter, and Morelos himself started working as a muleteer before transitioning into being a tenant farmer. But he was pretty smart, and apparently wanted to better himself, so in 1789 he went off to the local college, which just so happened to be the Colegio de San Nicolas Obispo, where Father Hidalgo taught, and was about to become dean. Morelos graduated and was ordained as a priest, though, like Hidalgo, he was a secular priest and not bound by any law of poverty. But also, like Hidalgo, he was bound by a vow of chastity, which he ignored, engaging in several long-term relationships that produced a couple of children. Morelos then spent the next decade and a half in mostly prosperous obscurity, but when he learned in October of 1810 that his old schoolmaster had launched a rebellion, Morelos was inspired to join. Now, it's clear he was steeped in the same Enlightenment ideas as Hidalgo. Morelos was a straight-up Republican. He hated the racial caste system. He was an abolitionist. He advocated justice for the peasants and for the redistribution of land from rich to poor, especially believing in breaking up and parceling out church lands. After joining the rebellion in October of 1810, Morelos displayed an intuitive knack for soldiering, and he was a natural and charismatic leader. When all the original leaders of the revolution were executed in the summer of 1811, Morelos moved south and gathered up a small army of loyal rebels. This small army, never more than 5,000 or 6,000 men at any given time, would spend the next 4 years driving the viceregal forces out of south-central Mexico. Joining Morelos' force is the other guy we need to bring into this, and that's 31-year-old Vicente Guerrero. Born in 1782, about 100 miles inland from Acapulco, Guerrero was the son of a mestizo father and a mulatto mother. So Guerrero was a dark-skinned mix of all the ethnic groups of New Spain. His father was a muleteer, and Guerrero spent his youth working his father's mule trains, traveling all over the viceroyalty and picking up new ideas and contacts wherever he went. For obvious reasons, he too wound up hating the caste system and believed that the entire vice-regal apparatus was simply one giant exercise in tyranny. Now, Guerrero did not join Hidalgo's army, but when Morelos moved south and started recruiting, Guerrero was one of the first to join up, and he would soon prove to be one of the most reliable officers in Morelos' army. And as we will see in a moment, it will ultimately be Guerrero, not Morelos, who will be the one marching triumphantly into Mexico City at the end of the war. With scattered armies of rebels now operating successfully in the south, Ignacio López Rayón did his best to bring some kind of central coordination to the very uncoordinated campaigns being waged. So in August of 1811, Rayón invited Morelos and a few other prominent leaders to join what would be called the Junta de Zitácuaro, named after the city where they first met and which I almost certainly just mispronounced. Morelos agreed that a central rebel committee was a good idea, but he never actually met with the junta himself. He only ever sent a subordinate to represent him. This junta was pretty ineffective anyway, and during the duration of their existence, most commanders in the field, most of the time, just sort of did whatever they wanted. Morelos certainly did, but it was hard to argue with his success because over the next few years, he was uniformly successful. Morelos fought an endless series of skirmishes and battles and sieges and counter-sieges that allowed the rebels to claim de facto political control over much of south-central Mexico. In November of 1812, Morelos captured Oaxaca City, which is a very big deal, and then in April of 1813, he delivered the even more dramatic blow. He captured the port of Acapulco. By the summer of 1813, there was a justifiable belief among the rebels that they were on their way to slowly but surely squeezing the viceroyalty of New Spain right off the map. Morelos' success led to the second big attempt to unify the rebellion. Under Morelos' auspices, delegates from various revolutionary factions gathered in Chilpancingo in September of 1813 for a congress that was called, you guessed it, the Congress of Chilpancingo. This Congress was tasked with a dual mandate to declare independence and to draft a new constitution. To help guide their deliberations, Morelos presented them with what he dubbed the Sentiments of the Nation, a document that listed the sentiments of the nation, at least according to Morelos. It called for full and complete American independence, the supremacy of the Catholic Church in all things religious, popular sovereignty rather than the divine right of kings, the division of political power, regular democratic elections, the rule of law, and the end to all distinctions, privileges, and burdens wrapped up in the caste system. Having delivered these sentiments, Morelos went back to war, and the Congress deliberated, finally producing in November of 1813 both the Solemn Declaration of Independence of Northern America and a new constitution for that independent North America that was now, not necessarily for the first time, but certainly for the first official time, being called Mexico. But the Solemn Declaration and the new Constitution were dead on arrival, because almost as soon as they were promulgated at the end of 1813, the tide started to turn against the rebellion and against Morelos. General Calleja was promoted to viceroy, and the point man for the counterinsurgency in the south became a Criollo career army officer named Agustin de Iturbide. Now, at this point, Iturbide was already known as the Iron Dragon, and he had a reputation for being totally committed to the ruthless extermination of this rebellion, and also having the skill to exterminate it. Morelos, meanwhile, was trying to wage his own offensive campaigns, defend territories that he had already liberated, and protect this new civilian Congress. Morelos started to lose ground on all fronts through 1814 and 1815, and the Congress was bounced from city to city, never able to stay in one place for long. Then, in November of 1814, Morelos was leading his men in a minor skirmish to buy the civilian Congress time to get away once again, when he was captured. The now imprisoned Morelos was convicted of every civil and religious crime known to man, and he was executed on December the 22nd, 1815. Up in Mexico City, Viceroy Calleja could breathe a deep sigh of relief. With this great and stubborn thorn Morelos now dead, surely the war for Mexican independence was finally over. But of course it's not. Morelos' most capable subordinate, Vicente Guerrero, took over as commander-in-chief of the rebel forces. But these forces dwindled by the day. The victories of the viceregal armies and the death of Morelos were major blows to rebel morale. The civilian Congress attempted to exert its central authority, but they were simply ignored by the remaining commanders in the field, and the Congress wound up simply disbanding, taking their solemn Declaration of Independence and their enlightened Constitution with them into the dustbin of history. The line between rebel army and bandit gang was now getting blurred into irrelevance, and the difference between a guerrilla campaign and just robbing and pillaging ceased to have any real functional meaning. Meanwhile, events back in Europe had taken what you might call a major turn. In 1815, remember, Napoleon has finally been defeated, and the Bourbon king Ferdinand VII, the desired one, was finally returned to the Spanish throne. This watershed of peace and restoration in Old Spain, coupled with the death of Morelos and the near disbanding of the rebellion in New Spain, really made it feel like the Spanish Empire was going to continue intact in perpetuity. To change with these new times, the restored monarchy appointed a new viceroy, this time a career naval officer named Juan Ruiz de Apodaca. He arrived in Mexico City in September of 1816, and he represented a real change in strategy. Plenty of complaints had filtered back across the Atlantic that the harsh tactics, the scorched earth campaigning, the summary execution of prisoners, had prolonged the rebellion rather than hastened its demise. So Apodaca came in with a lighter touch. He offered amnesty to all rebels who laid down their arms. Those who remained under arms but were captured were not to just be summarily executed. Something resembling the rule of law was going to be restored. And after more than 5 years of fighting, and the monarchy and vice-regal structure now seemingly stronger than ever, almost everyone took the viceroy up on his clemency. By the end of 1817, only Vicente Guerrero and a small army of hardcore patriots refused to come in from the cold, maintaining a small force of loyal rebels up in the mountains of what is called today, for reasons you could probably guess, the Mexican state of Guerrero. For 3 years, Guerrero and his men looked like the deadest part of a dead end. They were hopelessly isolated and fighting for a lost cause that had been lost years ago. I imagine them invoking more pity than fear. I mean, just like, it's over, you guys, go home. But they refused. And they kept refusing right through 1820, when news came over from Spain that changed everything overnight. News that turned Guerrero from pathetic dead-ender into a prophetic legend, the last man brave enough and committed enough to have maintained the flame of liberty through a long and dark night. And what was this magically transformative event? Why, the Mutiny of Cadiz, of course. You will recall the Mutiny of Cadiz from episode 5.17. This is when the restored Bourbon monarchy was going to make a fresh play to restore complete control over the American part of the Spanish Empire, and they mustered tens of thousands of soldiers in the port of Cadiz for a major expedition across the Atlantic. But instead of sailing for America, this expedition mutinied under the direction of liberal officers, who then ran a rebellion all the way back to Madrid that forced King Ferdinand to adopt the liberal constitution of 1812. As you'll recall from our episodes on South America, this mutiny meant no more reinforcements for the royalist forces in the Americas, and from that point on, Bolívar and his gang were able to run the table. Well, up in New Spain, there's an additional twist. Namely, that conservative Criollo, and even a lot of Peninsulare, who had been steadfastly opposed to independence, now abruptly changed their minds. They were afraid that the new liberal leadership in Spain would undermine the authority of the church, undermine their traditional systems of power, and break up the largest states. So almost overnight, the conservative leadership of New Spain, army officers, high church officials, and major landowners, switched sides. Now, the man who embodied this switch more than anyone else is, of course, Agustín de Iturbide. Iturbide had spent 10 years of his life relentlessly fighting the rebellion. He had joined the army as a teenager and had actually fought in the very first battle at Monte de las Cruces. That's how long he has been fighting rebels. And Iturbide was also the kind of conservative criollo that high vice-regal officials loved. He was devoutly religious. He believed in the caste system and the role of social hierarchy, and he was dedicated in his defense of private property rights. He had risen steadily through the ranks and, as I said, was the principal opponent of Morelos from about 1813 to 1815. But though the vice-regal officials tended to love him, he was still barred from rising too high in the ranks because Iturbide was a criollo, and resentment over this blocked ambition, combined with resentment over getting temporarily booted from the army amidst charges of embezzlement and extortion after 1815, led Iturbide to develop a more independent spirit. But he still had plenty of friends in high places who got him his old job back in the army, and in 1820, with the very last remnants of Vicente Guerrero's guerrillas on the verge of a long overdue extinction, Viceroy Apodaca put Iturbide in charge of what was meant to be the very last campaign of this now decade-long war. And Iturbide's campaign in 1820 would in fact be the final campaign, just not the way the viceroy thought. So as I just said, after news that the king had been forced to accept the liberal constitution of 1812, murmurs raced through conservative household and through the officers' quarters of New Spain, and Iturbide realized he had a chance to have it all. He believed in nearly every part of the viceregal social and economic apparatus, and now that apparatus was threatened because a bunch of damn liberals had gotten a hold of the king back in Spain. But the only bit Iturbide did not agree with was the unjust treatment of Criollo like himself. So, if he became the leader of a new independence movement, he could possibly maintain most of the existing social order by actually breaking with Spain. He found plenty of support inside the officer corps, and when he went out on campaign to quote-unquote confront Guerrero, Iturbide was almost certainly already in contact with the rebel leader about forming an alliance with the simple shared goal of independence from Spain. Now what followed is one of those war and politics makes extremely strange bedfellows. You've got the dark-skinned, lower-class die-hard rebel Guerrero accepting an alliance with the white royalist who had ordered the execution of many of Guerrero's friends and comrades. But Iturbide offered Guerrero the army and political support necessary to carry out the project of independence, and Guerrero gave Iturbide the credibility he needed to tap the power of the people, not just a narrow slice of Criollo elite. So, after secret correspondence that basically acted as feeling each other out, Iturbide and Guerrero met at the town of Iguala, where they fashioned the very simple basis of their alliance. First, the Catholic Church would be supreme and inviolable. Second, the country would accept nothing less than absolute independence. And third, there would be social equality. The formal caste system would be abolished. These became known as the Three Guarantees of the Plan de Iguala, which was then promulgated on February the 24th, 1821. The Three Guarantees offered something for everyone, and it was broad enough and light enough on details that everyone could see in it what they wanted. Then, on a more concrete level, the two leaders merged their armies, and Guerrero agreed to recognize Iturbide as Supreme Commander-in-Chief. There was now, for the first time, a real cross-class, cross-caste revolutionary alliance. With the so-called Army of the Three Guarantees now united against the Viceroyalty, the endgame of Mexican independence had arrived. Now, coincidentally enough, in July of 1821, a new supreme political representative from Spain arrived to replace Viceroy Apodaca. Now, I'm not going to bother telling you this guy's name, but just know that because he was sent by a liberal government, they were dropping the rank of Viceroy, and instead he was simply dubbed the Jefe Politico of New Spain. He was there to make sure that New Spain stayed loyal to Old Spain. But as soon as he showed up, it was obvious to him that the whole nation, every peasant and landlord, black, white, indigenous, mestizo, all of them supported the Army of the Three Guarantees, and all of them seemed to think that independence would be coming any day now. So this Jefe Politico concluded that whatever his orders were, that it would be fruitless, possibly even personally suicidal, to try to hold the country for Old Spain. So he immediately opened up negotiations with Iturbide to secure a peaceful settlement. And on August the 24th, 1821, not 6 weeks after this guy's arrival, the two leaders signed the Treaty of Cordoba that recognized the basic framework of the Plan Iguala and promised no resistance when the Army of the Three Guarantees approached Mexico City. And so it was that on September the 27th, 1821, 11 years and 11 days since the Cry of Dolores, a victorious patriot army entered Mexico City. And the next day, the leaders of that army issued a new, and this time really enforceable, Declaration of Independence of the Empire of Mexico. Next week, we will pick up with the legacy of independence. It should come as no surprise that the Revolutionary Alliance was very quickly broken, and Vicente Guerrero went into revolt against Iturbide, who was by then styling himself Emperor Augustine I. Then we're going to barrel through the next 50 years of Mexican history, which was defined by a running struggle between conservative and liberal leaders, with constant rebellions and civil wars and secession movements cropping up everywhere, like the one, for example, in Texas. We will also deal with Mexico's increasingly subordinate dealings with major foreign powers who were looking to dominate and divide the country. And throughout the 19th century, that meant France, of course, but also principally the United States. And we will end next week with the domestic triumph of a patriotic liberal general named Porfirio Diaz. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.3, Mexico. Last time, we raced through an account of the War of Mexican Independence, which started with Father Hidalgo's Cry of Dolores in September of 1810, and ended with the Army of the Three Guarantees entering Mexico City in September of 1821. Today, we are going to blaze through the next 50 years of Mexican history, as the Mexicans tried to deliver on the dreams they had dreamed while fighting for independence. Unfortunately, those dreams would prove to be far more difficult to deliver on than any of them had hoped, especially since no one could really agree what those dreams were. So rather than being the dawning of a new glorious age, the period after Mexican independence was marked by constant internal struggles for power, economic stagnation, and the predatory ambitions of foreign powers. There was a very brief honeymoon period after the victory of the Army of the Three Guarantees in September of 1821. As I said last time, the Plan Iguala was just vague enough in its guarantees that everyone, from indigenous and mestizo peasant guerrillas to straight-laced hacienda-owning criollo aristocrats, could read into it what they wanted. Following the more particular details of the Plan Iguala, in February of 1822, a Congress convened to hammer out a constitution. To keep royalists in the fold during the fight for independence, the plan called for a constitutional monarchy. And there was hope in conservative circles that the monarch might in fact be the beleaguered King Ferdinand VII of Spain, that they could go rescue him from the liberal constraints that bound him in Madrid and set his absolutism free to roam in the Americas. But that plan was flatly rejected by the king himself, who refused to go along with the scheme or recognize Mexican independence. So the Congress went with a more local option. A demonstration in Mexico City in support of the victorious Agustin de Iturbide led the Congress to elect him Emperor Augustine I in May of 1821. Accurately balancing how much of all that had been planned versus how much of it was just improvised will remain an ongoing challenge for historians. But in turning General Iturbide into Emperor Augustine, the Congress did not really go into detail about what the division of power would be in the newly established Empire of Mexico. Was Augustine to be an all-powerful emperor, or was he to be merely a figurehead? It was not at all clear. Tensions between the new emperor and the Congress came to a head in October of 1821 when a fed-up Augustine dissolved the Congress. This is the end of the honeymoon period. In response to the emperor's power grab, regional rebellions broke out on multiple fronts. The first guy to declare himself in revolt was a man who would be at the center of Mexican politics for the next 30 years. That's Antonio López de Santa Anna. Santa Anna was born in Veracruz in February of 1794. As the criollo son of an army officer, he followed in his father's footsteps and joined the cadets at the age of 16. This was in June of 1810, just in time for the War of Mexican Independence to break out 3 months later. Santa Anna then spent the entirety of the War of Mexican Independence in the viceregal army, rising up the ranks and fighting the rebel insurgents. But when news of the Cadiz mutiny crossed the Atlantic in 1820, Santa Anna was among the officers who followed General Iturbide into the ranks of the pro-independence rebels. Now 26 years old, Santa Anna was put in charge of the forces in his native Veracruz, where he performed well in the short campaign that followed. His reward was a promotion to general and being put in charge of post-independence Veracruz. But complaints about financial irregularities and capricious behavior from the young general reached the now Emperor Augustine, and in the middle of 1822, Santa Anna was relieved of his duties. So, when Augustine dissolved the Congress a few months later, young Santa Anna used it as an excuse for some personal vengeance. He declared himself in rebellion and in support of restoring the Congress. Over that winter of 1822 to 1823, nearly every other hero of the War of Independence, including the legendary Vicente Guerrero, declared themselves also in revolt. Realizing he had dramatically overestimated his support, on March the 19th, 1823, just about 18 months after riding triumphantly into Mexico City, Augustin de Iturbide abdicated the imperial throne and departed for exile in Europe. And that was the end of the very short-lived First Mexican Empire. Now, this conflict, as I said, ended the patriotic honeymoon and showed for the first time a permanent political division in Mexico, a division that was defined by the battles between conservatives and liberals. Now, broadly speaking, the conservatives are going to be looking to mostly replicate the viceregal system. They believed the country needed a strong unitary executive. They believed in supporting, and being supported by, the powerful authority of the Catholic Church. They believed in social hierarchy, even if they accepted the need to pay lip service to the abolition of the caste system. The core of the Mexican conservatives emerged from the old Criollo elite, the types like Iturbide himself, who had only gone over to the independent side after the liberal mutiny of Cadiz. When they went into rebellion, it was to protect the traditional power structures. Meanwhile, the liberals came from the more socially radical rebels who were working out of the Hidalgo tradition. They had followed Jose Maria Morelos and then Vicente Guerrero. They thought the War of Independence was about breaking the tyrannical power of the central government. Like almost all of their revolutionary cousins down in South America, the guys Bolivar had so constantly, and ultimately ruthlessly, clashed with his whole life, they believed that the Declaration of Independence meant an end to centralized rule, that each of the states should be able to govern its own affairs. And frankly, with such a huge and varied nation out there, they thought that it was the only feasible way to go. They also did not find social equality simply a useful talking point. They actually believed it. Whatever place you had been born into, ethnically, geographically, or economically, must not be considered destiny. Look at the heroes of the revolution like Morelos and Guerrero. Where had they come from? Nothing. What had they achieved? Everything. So this very first civil conflict in post-independence Mexico showed these fault lines pretty clearly, with liberally inclined rebels driving more conservative-inclined imperialists out of power. After the emperor had fled, the ousted Congress reconvened and drafted a new constitution, one that was thoroughly liberal and federalist in its outlook. It frankly looked a lot like the Articles of Confederation. The national government was divided into 3 co-equal branches to prevent the consolidation of power, but then it gave the national government no power to consolidate. Almost all power would now be held by each of the several states, which, as I said in episode 9.1, were now formally emerging from the old boundary lines of the intendancies. The power to tax and legislate would be almost entirely in the states' hands. The national government would have to rely on those states forwarding along tax revenue to run itself. The only stable revenue the national government could claim for itself was the customs duties that were paid in Veracruz, but even that money was always going to be at the mercy of whoever happened to be the ascendant political power in Veracruz, like, for example, local caudillo, General Santa Anna. The Constitution of 1824 also pursued social equality by proclaiming that everyone was now an equal citizen and subject to the same laws. Well, not quite everyone. Members of the church and the army were still able to maintain certain judicial privileges, thanks to the fact that at this point both the church and the army were simply too powerful to mess with. But everyone else, you are now equal. But though this was written into the Constitution as an effort to promote social and economic equality, there was a downside, as many indigenous tribes now lost a lot of the collective protections and rights that they had been holding for centuries. Now we should pause here at the dawn of what is called the First Mexican Republic, or the Federal Republic, and establish what exactly it encompassed. When the Cry of Dolores was issued, the Viceroyalty of New Spain stretched from Costa Rica in the south to claims as far north as Alaska. It included the island territories of Cuba, Santo Domingo, and Puerto Rico. Technically, it still included the Philippines, way on the other side of the Pacific. Now, none of those island territories joined the Mexican Republic. All remained under Spanish control. But at least at first, the Central American territories joined the Mexican Empire and only went their own way after the abdication of the emperor. When Iturbide left, the Central American territories dropped their allegiance to Mexico City and briefly formed a united country before going their own separate ways and becoming their own separate countries. Of the Central American regions, only the state of Chiapas decided to remain with Mexico. Meanwhile, up in the north, the border to the interior of North America had never been very well defined. And as I said in episode 9.1, after about 1700, the viceroyalty of New Spain had been getting squeezed by other expanding colonial powers. First the British and the French, but by 1810 that included the fledgling United States, ever hungry for land to its west. After the Louisiana Purchase, the United States became very focused on acquiring more Spanish land, most immediately Florida, but then in the future, lands all the way to California. Negotiations with the Spanish over these territories is one of the big reasons the United States was so loath to support any of the rebellions down in the Spanish Americas. They did not want to upset the Spanish. Finally, in 1810, the United States and Spain signed the Adams-Onis Treaty, where the Spanish ceded Florida and dropped claims to anything north of a line arbitrarily drawn over some rivers and points of latitude and longitude, with its northern extremity being defined at the 42nd parallel, which divided California from the Oregon Territory. Those would be the borders of Mexico until, well, we'll get to that in a minute. We should also pause here for a second and take stock of the new republic's financial situation, which was, to put it mildly, not great. You'll recall from our episodes on South America that after the end of the Napoleonic Wars, investors in Europe, particularly in Britain, were interested in investing in what appeared to be emerging markets and opportunities in the newly independent nations of South America. This was the heyday for guys like Gregor McGregor. Mexico was no different, and after independence, the new Mexican government floated 16 million pesos worth of bonds back on the British market. Investors believed that old New Spain would be the safest of all investments because its silver would always keep the government solvent. Except independence proved to be a disaster for Mexico's silver output. The Spanish had been using a system that relied on mercury to separate out the pure silver, and the Spanish government had always kept a tight monopoly on the mercury supply. It was always imported from their mercury mine in Spain. When the Mexicans threw the Spaniards out, the Spaniards withheld the mercury. This, coupled with the slowdown that had already started in 1800, and then the dilapidation and destruction of mining sites and equipment during the Long War of Independence, meant that after 1820, silver output from Mexico, which had been one of the principal engines of silver production in the history of the world, was now effectively zero. With no other major exports to speak of, the Mexican economy entered a slow contracting depression that saw most of its citizens, most of the time, engaged in subsistence agriculture, and some, like local arts and crafts. Internally, all of the several states raised money by throwing up imports and export tariffs that further hindered the creation of any kind of internal market, and then internationally, though there was always brisk trade down in the Caribbean Southeast, it was never going to be enough to make the nation, nor its new government, particularly rich. Certainly not rich enough for the government to pay back its European investors. By the end of the 1820s, the South American bubble had crashed. Mexico defaulted on interest payments for the bonds, and no one would lend the Mexican government any money, which further inflamed their economic troubles. The issue of those outstanding debt obligations would dog the government for decades, as we are about to see. Now, after the settlement of the Constitution of 1824, things were, politically speaking, mostly calm. But starting with the disputed election of 1828, instability became the defining feature of Mexican national politics. Between 1829 and 1855, the presidency would change hands 48 different times. Now, that's not 48 different presidents, mind you. They just kept bouncing back and forth, as revolts and counter-revolts and abdications and overthrows, being ousted from power and then returning to power, defined the central government.
The broad battle lines were drawn between conservatives and liberals, between centralists and federalists. But as with much of post-independent Spanish America, caudillo networks really formed the basis of political power. Regional leaders, usually high-ranking military officers, would form personal patron-client networks, with clients offering far more loyalty to their caudillo patron than the state, especially since it was usually the caudillo leader who could guarantee money and security, medical supplies, food, and other necessities when the central government could not. These caudillo networks then folded into the broader ideological struggles between liberals and conservatives, between centralists and federalists, creating cycles of unstable chaos, as no one was quite willing to recognize the objective legitimacy of anybody else. Lingering racial factors also tended to inform a lot of this, as the pure white criollo tended to be conservative centralists, and the more mixed-race leaders tended to be liberal federalists. Vicente Guerrero, for example, the Afro-Indigenous leader of the rebellion, fought his way into the presidency in 1829 and then was driven into rebellion and executed 2 years later, with his enemies constantly raising the specter that he would usher in Haitian-style racial revolution if he was allowed to live. And these big struggles masked a million smaller struggles, with individual cities and pueblos taking the Federalist theory still further, and resisting encroachment not just from Mexico City, but from state capitals. All of this was informed by 300 years or more of struggles between indigenous communities and invading outsiders. So Mexican politics was defined by struggles nested inside of larger struggles, most of it personal, some of it ideological, and all of it a matter of life and death. So I do not have time to get into all the details, but the First Republic endured all of these political revolts and counter-revolts, along with worsening economic conditions. Now, the Spanish tried to take advantage, and they had convinced themselves that the people must be crying out now for a return of Spanish rule. But they badly misread the situation, and after a small invasion from Cuba landed in Tampico in July of 1829, there turned out to be no swelling of popular support, and the Mexican army was able to drive them off handily. This was the last time the Spanish would attempt to recapture what had once been the Viceroyalty of New Spain, and in 1835 they gave up and formally recognized independence. But the other big upshot of the Battle of Tampico in July of 1829 is that it made a national hero of the man who had defeated this small Spanish invasion force. That was General Santa Anna. Santa Anna was now popular enough that when the state of Jalisco went into revolt against the centralizing reforms of some conservatives who had taken power in Mexico City, they invited Santa Anna to lead their rebellion. He agreed, the rebellion worked, and in 1833 Santa Anna was elected president of Mexico for the first time. The first of 11 times. That's right, I said 11 different times that he was president of Mexico. Santa Anna was the caudillo par excellence of this period. Operating from a regional base in his native Veracruz, he was usually able to count on access to money from the customs houses to fund his various rises after his various falls in Mexican politics. Now, in the big long-term picture, Santa Anna clearly inclined towards conservative, centralist authoritarianism. But the general consensus is that he never had much of an ideological backbone. He seemed to believe whatever it took to persuade whoever he needed to put him in power. So, for example, in his first term as president, Santa Anna left most of the day-to-day decision-making to his vice president, who happened to be a radical liberal who took the opportunity to start implementing an array of radical liberal reforms. When all of these reforms started making waves that Santa Anna was afraid might swamp him and his presidency, he abruptly switched sides. He switched so hard that with the help of conservative leaders, Santa Anna all but rewrote the Constitution in 1835 by introducing what are called the 7 Laws. The 7 Laws, taken together, consolidated power in the presidency and all but eliminated popular participation in representative government. It swept aside the federalism that the conservatives blamed for all the political instability. States were downgraded from states to mere departments, their legislatures were abolished, and governors would now be appointed by the president. The 7 Laws were the end of the First Republic, and it ushered in a new form of government that has been dubbed by historians the Centralist Republic. The Centralist Republic would last through to the outbreak of the Mexican-American War, and was, surprise, surprise, dominated by regional revolts against the centralist government. The first two of these revolts after the introduction of the Seven Laws in 1835 happened in Zacatecas and, you guessed it, Texas. Okay, so I have been getting bugged to do a series on the Texas Revolution since I started the Revolutions podcast. I will now dispense with it in a 4-minute summary. It goes like this. After independence, Mexico was having trouble securing its recently defined northern borders. In particular, the Apache and Comanche both operated as if they were not living under Mexican rule, because, well, they really weren't. In an effort to create a buffer zone, the Mexican government invited Anglo-American settlers, mostly from the southern and western United States, to come live in the northeastern state of Coahuila y Tejas. But when those Anglo settlers came over, it turns out they had little interest in going out to the dangerous frontiers and acting as like a border guard. Instead, they settled in the more fertile east, and it became very apparent very quickly that these settlers did not have much interest in taking orders from Mexico City, and some of them were very interested in getting the whole territory annexed into the United States. It got bad enough fast enough that the Mexican government then forbade further immigration from the United States. In fact, Mexico's formal abolition of slavery in 1829 was in part aimed at making immigration unattractive to the slave-owning white Anglos coming across the border. The tense relationship between these white Anglos and the official government in Mexico City blew up when Santa Anna enacted the Seven Laws, and Tejas was one of the several regions that declared itself in rebellion. Now, Santa Anna first prioritized the closer and more lucrative region of Zacatecas, and he marched in May of 1835 and put that rebellion down pretty easily. But when Santa Anna moved north, he overconfidently misplayed his hand. After defeating a bunch of rebellious Anglos who had taken some random little mission complex in the middle of nowhere called the Alamo, Santa Anna doesn't seem to have taken seriously the possibility of defeat. He divided his forces and just sort of spread them out across the countryside. I mean, we are, after all, only talking about a few thousand rebels. But on April the 21st, 1836, Sam Houston led about 900 Texian rebels in a surprise attack on Santa Anna at San Jacinto. Not only did the Texians win the battle, but the next day they tracked down and captured Santa Anna himself. Held prisoner, he was forced to sign a treaty recognizing Texas independence. Santa Anna would then be held prisoner for the next few weeks and then return home in disgrace, the rest of the government refusing to recognize the treaty he had signed, and Santa Anna retiring to his hacienda, presumably out of Mexican politics now forever. I mean, how do you come back from a thing like this? The Texians, meanwhile, formed themselves into the independent Republic of Texas, and among other things, re-legalized slavery, which had been outlawed since 1829. The Texas humiliation was only the beginning of a run of humiliations for Mexico at the hands of other foreign powers. As the Centralist Republic was dealing with further regional instability, the French king, Louis Philippe, told his ambassador in Mexico City to communicate to the Mexican government that they owed 600,000 pesos to France. This total was drawn from a collective accounting of lost or destroyed property of French nationals living in Mexico thanks to various wars and riots. This accounting included most prominently a French pastry shop in Mexico City which had been destroyed in the midst of a political riot back in 1829. The Mexican government refused to pay, so Louis Philippe ordered the French Navy to blockade all Mexican ports facing the Atlantic and seize the custom house in Veracruz until reparations were made. The resulting conflict, called the Pastry War, started in November of 1838 and lasted until the Mexican government agreed to pay the bill in March of 1839. The big upshot of the Pastry War, though, was that when the French landed in Veracruz, native son Santa Anna sprang back into action. He personally led a patriotic defense of the city that saw his leg so riddled with shrapnel that it had to be amputated. He lost his leg, but his reputation among his countrymen was now rehabilitated. After the Pastry War, Mexico continued to be plagued by all kinds of rebellions in the north as more states declared themselves either in rebellion or just totally independent from the Centralist Republic. This included the Republic of the Rio Grande and the Republic of the Yucatan. Presidents came and went. The resurgent Santa Anna himself returned to the presidency, but was then driven from power, arrested and sent into exile in 1844. Probably, again, never to return. So going into the mid-1840s, the authority and legitimacy of the centralist republic was hanging by a thread, and it was finally fatally destabilized in 1846 when it was unable to cope with an aggressive foreign invasion in the north. So that must mean that it's time to talk about the Mexican-American War. Now, to put the Mexican-American War into broader historical context, we're now in the 1840s, which was the heyday of manifest destiny, that the United States needed to fulfill its divine mission to stretch from sea to shining sea. The path was already clear through the Oregon Territory, but that wasn't good enough, especially because all of that territory lay north of the latitude defined in the Missouri Compromise of 1820 as being free territory, not slave territory. So there was a strong sentiment to acquire most of northern Mexico, everything stretching from Texas to California. I mean, what's Mexico even doing with it anyway? This process had begun informally with the secession of Texas, but then it came to an acute head in 1845 when the United States Congress voted to annex the Republic of Texas. Now, since the Mexican government did not recognize the legality of Texas secession, this was a provocative act, to put it mildly. The Polk administration then made efforts to secure recognition of the Texas annexation and by the other northern Mexican states, but these efforts were rebuffed. They were considered insulting to Mexico's sovereign dignity. Undeterred, the Polk administration then employed more creative methods. Seizing on the ongoing dispute about whether the southern border of Texas lay on the Nueces River or further south on the Rio Grande, President Polk ordered a small army under General Zachary Taylor to go down, cross the Nueces River, and wander around until they were attacked. Ulysses S. Grant, who was a young officer on this mission, speaks plainly on the record that the U.S. Army was there to provoke an attack. When the Mexican army did in fact attack, Polk was able to go to Congress and say that American blood had been spilled on American soil by a foreign invader, and so war must be declared. And war was declared in May of 1846. And down in Mexico, the declaration of war led first to the collapse of the Centralist Republic. In August of 1846, an alliance of Federalist rebels overthrew the government and re-enshrined the Federalist Constitution of 1824. The American invasion also allowed the ever-wily General Santa Anna to play his way back into the game. In exile in Cuba since 1844, Santa Anna convinced President Polk to let him pass through an American naval blockade to get into Mexico, after promising to sell all the territory in question to the United States at a good price. Then, when Santa Anna got through the blockade, he promised the Mexican government that he had only come to fight for national honor and not retake the presidency. But upon arrival, he reneged on both promises. He took back over the army, he took back the presidency, and then he rode off to fight the invading Americans. Now, the war did not go well for Mexico. The Mexican army, though numerically larger, was full of demoralized conscripts who deserted more often than they fought. They were also equipped with older weapons, still mostly surplus from the Napoleonic Wars, rather than the more advanced modern weaponry of the Americans. And Santa Anna's generalship left a lot to be desired, and though the war was not without hard fighting and setbacks for the American army, Zachary Taylor pushed his troops south into Monterrey. To further press the American offensive, President Polk then sent a second army under General Winfield Scott to land in Veracruz and march up to Mexico City, which they did from March to September 1847. Scott captured Mexico City, and Mexican resistance collapsed, as regional governors believed capitulation inevitable, and they refused to provide more men and money for Santa Anna's now lost cause. In October of 1847, Santa Anna made one last-ditch attempt to cut the Americans off in Mexico City by attacking Puebla, but the attack failed. Mexico surrendered, and in February of 1848, they signed the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. The treaty imposed American manifest destiny on the Mexicans. In addition to securing recognition of the Texas annexation, the victorious United States also took what is today the states of New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, parts of Colorado and Wyoming, and of course the really big prize, California. For this, the Americans agreed to pay the Mexican government $15 million, most of which was immediately passed on to British bondholders. It was a humiliating defeat in all ways on all fronts that saw Mexico reduced from 1.7 million square miles to 800,000 square miles, and the borders to which it is basically contained to this day. After this defeat, the battered Mexico then fell back into the hands of the Conservative Alliance, who concluded, once again, that the only way the country could survive was to resume a central dictatorship. The disunity and infighting that had plagued the Mexicans during the war had been an embarrassing national disaster. So in 1853, Santa Anna and a clique of supporters staged another coup. This time, they did not even bother with the pretense of Republican government. After the authoritarian coup, they arrested and expelled all liberal leaders who might challenge them, and then Santa Anna started styling himself His Serene Highness, ruling as a naked military dictator. But the conservatives were never very popular, both for ideological reasons and because they simply threatened too many other powerful regional interests anytime they tried to concentrate power in Mexico City. So it did not take long for a bunch of rebellions to get going. And these rebellions, unbeknownst to Santa Anna, would finally bring his 30 years at the forefront of Mexican politics to an end. Which brings us to the man who would pick up that mantle, at least for the next 20 years, and that is Benito Juarez. Benito Juarez was born in the mountains of Oaxaca in 1806. Juarez is unique not just because he was the poor son of a peasant family, but because he was fully indigenous. He was Zapotec. He in fact grew up speaking the Zapotec language and did not begin to learn Spanish until he was 12 years old and working as a young household servant. But Juarez was apparently precocious enough that he was spotted by a lay priest who pushed him towards getting an education in the hopes that he would then go off to seminary. Juarez got his education, but instead went to study law, not theology, and he graduated with a degree in 1834 from the secular Institute of Arts and Sciences in Oaxaca City. For a variety of reasons, Oaxaca had become one of the main centers of liberalism and federalism and secularism in Mexico, and the Institute of Arts and Sciences was known as a hotbed for recruitment into the ideological fold. Juarez became first a promising member of, and then the most successful leader of, the Oaxaca liberals. He joined the city council before he even graduated law school. He was later elevated to a judgeship, and then in 1843 made a unique and rare pairing when he married Margarita Massa, a member of a prominent Criollo family, and this kicked him into a higher rung of the social order, a social order which still existed despite the formal abolition of the caste system. Now, almost all mixed-race marriages in the whole history of New Spain were usually a Spanish man marrying an indigenous woman, and it was almost unheard of for an indigenous man to marry a white woman. The marriage was long and happy and successful, and it helped further cement Oaxaca as the center of progressive liberalism in Mexico. Juarez then continued to rise up the ranks. He served as a state prosecutor and then served in the National Congress before returning to Oaxaca and being elected governor in 1847 in the midst of the Mexican-American War. Though he had no love for Santa Anna, Juarez supported the war for patriotic reasons, but when the walls started to close in, he was among those regional governors who refused to send any more men or money out of the state to support a hopeless effort, which marked him down on Santa Anna's enemies list, and when Santa Anna staged his latest authoritarian coup in 1853, Juarez was ousted and driven into exile. This exile did not last long, however. Settling in New Orleans, Juarez and other prominent liberals had the chance to meet and communicate with each other face to face. They drafted a declaration calling for the overthrow of Santa Anna and the convening of a new constitutional assembly to draft a new liberal constitution. This liberal framework drawn up by the exiles then migrated back down to Mexico, where it was taken up by the liberal-leaning governor of the state of Guerrero, Juan Alvarez, who was preparing to go into armed revolt against Santa Anna's regime. Alvarez took Juarez and the exiles' framework, and on March 1, 1854, proclaimed the Plan of Ayutla, named after the town where it was proclaimed. Supported by the exiles, Juan Alvarez waged a guerrilla war in the mountains south of Mexico City. Santa Anna could not ultimately crush this rebellion, and when he returned to Mexico City from a campaign in April of 1855, the capital turned its back on him, and so he abdicated and went into exile. Now, though Santa Anna no doubt expected this to just be one more step back in a career that had always seen him step forward again, when Santa Anna departed Mexico this time, it was for good. He fled to Cuba. All of his estates were confiscated, and he spent the next 20 years bouncing around between Cuba, Colombia, and the United States. He never stopped trying to raise money and men to return to reclaim what he considered to be his country, but Santa Anna's time had passed. A general amnesty issued in 1874 allowed him to return home, but by then he had few friends, no money, and zero political support of any kind. Santa Anna died in poverty and almost totally anonymous in 1876. But to get back to it, the liberals under Juan Alvarez then stormed into Mexico City in 1855, kickstarting a phase of Mexican history called La Reforma. The main thrust of La Reforma was to try to follow the lead of the United States and exalt the individual as the basic building block of society. The liberals had concluded that corporate ownership of property was one of the main things holding Mexican economic development back, particularly property held by the Catholic Church. The church held mass amounts of property that they put to little productive use, and the liberals wanted to break it up and parcel it out to individuals who would have an economic incentive to improve its productivity and profitability. They also passed laws to end once and for all any remaining social privileges for members of the church and the army who still operated outside of regular civil law. In the midst of this, Benito Juarez, now serving as Minister of Justice, drafted what's called the Juarez Law, which stated clearly and without exception that everyone was equal to everyone else. There would be no social or ethnic distinctions in Mexico anymore. All of this was enshrined in the Constitution of 1857, which codified an array of individual and civil rights. It also banned the corporate ownership of land and forced Mexican real estate into being based on individual claims of private property. The Constitution of 1857 also declared freedom of religion, and for the first time, competitors to the Catholic Church were allowed to operate in the open. But though all of this was liberal and modern and progressive, it had severely negative impacts for the indigenous population, who still made up a good 50% of the population of Mexico. The attacks on corporate property were an attack on village communal property, and it forced the indigenous villages to break up what they owned together and dole it out in individual plots, which left them all much weaker in the face of large hacendados, who could now pick plots off one by one instead of running into a single block of communal land. This, coupled with liberal attacks on the Catholic Church, made many of the local indigenous villagers willingly sign up with a conservative rebellion to put things back the way they were. So yes, of course, there was going to be a conservative rebellion against the Constitution of 1857, led by many of the same conservatives who had been ousted from power just a few years earlier. In 1858, these guys stormed into Mexico City and retook the capital. But the liberals refused to just scatter, and instead set up a liberal counter-government down in Veracruz. And for the next 2 years, Mexico was engulfed in a particularly hot civil war called the Reform War. It was in the midst of this war that Benito Juarez first became provisional president of Mexico, at least the territory that they were claiming from Veracruz. He led the liberals through 2 years of successful resistance until support for the conservatives collapsed, and in January of 1861, the liberals returned to the capital. But this war had done further damage to Mexico's economic infrastructure, and as the liberals settled back into power, Juarez recognized the government was basically bankrupt. So, him and his advisors started ditching non-emergency items from the budget, and among those was debt servicing on foreign loans, the most recent of which had been contracted by the conservative government to fight the liberals. Juarez had no interest in paying back those loans. So, President Juarez announced that he was suspending all of these payments. Now, he never did repudiate the debts. He just said, we're not going to pay this for a couple years. But it turned out to be a far more momentous decision than anyone anticipated, because when word of the repudiation reached Paris, it gave Emperor Napoleon III an idea. So I talked about this idea briefly in episode 8.1 on the Second French Empire, but I intentionally skipped over it, knowing that I was going to be talking about it now. Remember, Napoleon III is still riding a bit high from his international successes in the Crimea and in Italy, and he's looking for an even more glorious expansion of French power. When Benito Juarez suspended interest payments on the foreign debt, the governments of Britain, Spain, and France got together and decided that tough action was needed. As France had done once before during the Pastry War, the three governments agreed to a joint naval operation that would blockade Mexican ports and seize the all-important Veracruz customs house. This, they hoped, would be enough to force Juarez to agree to pay off Mexico's creditors. Upon arrival in December of 1861, everything was going fine, until the French Navy and its troops started to go way beyond what felt like the limited mission of forcing debt repayment. It dawned on the governments of Britain and Spain that for Napoleon, this had all been a pretext for a larger invasion and like turning Mexico into a client state. So Britain and Spain broke off their support and recalled their troops in April of 1862, just as the French were launching a full-blown invasion of Mexico. Napoleon III did indeed harbor vast ambitions in the Americas, now made possible both by the pretext of Mexico's financial default and the fact that the United States had just fallen into its own civil war and could do nothing about a French invasion south of its border. But the invasion was not fully Napoleon's invention. The conservatives who had been defeated in the Reform War had been actively lobbying for foreign assistance to oust the liberals and restore good traditional authoritarian order. So the French armies were met by plenty of conservative leaders eager to help. The French tried to capture Mexico City in 1862, but they were temporarily held to the coast when they were defeated in the famous Battle of Puebla on May the 5th, 1862. This being the Cinco de Mayo that drunk American college kids so love to celebrate for some reason. But the Battle of Puebla only held the French at bay temporarily, and in June of 1863 they tried again and captured Mexico City. This sent President Juarez and his government into a fighting exile. France and the conservatives then convinced the Austrian Archduke Maximilian that he should come over and be the new emperor of a second Mexican empire. It took a bit of convincing, but Maximilian finally agreed in October of 1863, and then finally landed in Veracruz in the spring of 1864. But it would appear that no one had much thought out how this was going to work in practice. Much to the conservatives' chagrin, Maximilian turned out to be a fairly enlightened and liberal guy, and he wanted to enact all kinds of liberal and enlightened reforms, which is not what the Mexican conservatives had signed up for. Maximilian then reached out to Juarez and the rebel liberals, but as a matter of national honor, they refused to have anything to do with this foreign usurper. So Maximilian was almost immediately isolated and unpopular with everyone. With the Mexican expedition turning into a costly and slow-moving disaster, Emperor Napoleon III decided to cut bait on the whole project, especially because the United States was now wrapping up its civil war and able to turn its attention south. The Americans, of course, supported Juarez, and when the liberals in exile started stumbling across U.S. Army surplus that the U.S. Army kept carelessly leaving around and then telling Juarez where he could find it, the French knew that it was all over. So Napoleon recalled the French troops and told Maximilian to get out of the country. But Maximilian refused to leave. He refused to leave behind what few supporters he had, knowing that they would probably all be executed as soon as they were captured. Juarez's forces then retook Mexico City and captured Emperor Maximilian. Despite howls of protest and pleas from governments across Europe, Juarez ordered Maximilian executed on June the 19th, 1867. You can't just come into somebody else's country and declare yourself emperor. The expulsion of the French and the death of Maximilian ushered in an era that is called the Restored Republic, where liberals in Mexico were totally ascendant. The conservatives had fatally discredited themselves by inviting the French in, and for the foreseeable future, conservative and traitor were all but synonymous in many political circles. Juarez was re-elected president in 1867, and with fewer direct challenges to his authority, he started consolidating more power and implementing more liberal reforms that had been mere promises since the Constitution of 1857 had been inaugurated. As Mexico approached the 1871 presidential election, though, there was a feeling among many liberals that after 10 years in power, it was time for Juarez to step aside. But instead, Juarez ran for re-election, stoking fears that he was never going to give up power. And that kind of turned out to be true. Juarez won re-election, but then he died in office in 1872. His re-election bid, though, left a legacy of instability in his wake, as the cry of no re-election had now become a rallying cry for rebellion across the country. And we are going to leave it right there for this week, because one of the principal promoters of the no re-election cause was a 41-year-old hero of the war against France, Porfirio Diaz. And there is no more amusing irony in Mexico City than the fact that Porfirio Diaz, of all people, fought a rebellion under the banner of no re-election. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.4, The Porfiriato. Porfirio Diaz was born in Oaxaca on September the 15th, 1830. He was of mestizo descent because, though his father was a white Spaniard, his maternal grandmother was an indigenous woman. Diaz made no secret of his mestizo heritage, and occasionally used it to his political advantage, though later in life there were plenty of rumors that he used various powders to whiten his skin. Because remember, even though the caste system is officially abolished, the unofficial caste system remained. Diaz went off to school at the age of 15 in 1846 with the intention of joining the priesthood, but the arrival of the Mexican-American War led him to join a local militia unit composed of fellow students, and from that point on, he aimed himself towards war and politics, not religion. After the Mexican-American War, Diaz entered law school at the Secular Institute of Arts and Sciences, and he joined the ranks of the Oaxaca Liberals, currently led by Benito Juarez. When Santa Anna staged his latest dictatorial coup in 1853, a coup that, as we saw last week, sent Benito Juarez into exile, the 23-year-old Porfirio Diaz took to the mountains. When the revolutionary plan of Ayutla was declared, Diaz joined the army of Juan Alvarez and fought in the guerrilla campaigns that ultimately ousted Santa Anna from power a few years later. After that liberal victory, Diaz temporarily enjoyed political posts in Oaxaca, before heading back out into the field to help fight in the Reform War, which lasted from 1858 to 1860. And then, of course, right on the heels of that liberal victory comes the French invasion. And it was in the war against the French that Diaz catapulted into the national spotlight. He was the hero of the famous Battle of Puebla on May the 5th, 1863. He personally led the cavalry charge that broke the French and sent them back down to the coast. But of course, that battle did not end the war, and so Diaz spent the next 4 years fighting the French and their conservative allies, and in so doing became something of a folk hero. He won tons of battles and was twice captured in the field, only to twice stage a daring escape. By the end of the war, he was a general leading the Liberal Army of the East, and when the Liberals finally captured Mexico City, Porfirio Diaz was a national hero. Always politically ambitious, Diaz tested the waters of his fame by entering into the subsequent presidential election of 1867. But Benito Juarez was easily elected after having spent the past 5 years as head of the patriotic government in exile. So Diaz retired to Oaxaca to tend to the great big hacienda he had been given as a reward for his service. But the election of 1871 stirred Diaz back to politics. President Juarez announced that he would be seeking re-election, which did not sit well with many of his liberal comrades and allies. After all, Juarez had basically been president since the beginning of the Reform War way back in 1858, and liberal ideology was opposed to men just holding executive power indefinitely, especially now that there was no wartime emergency to keep him in power. But Juarez showed no interest in giving up his power. So Porfirio Diaz rechristened himself the champion of the cause of no re-election, and he stood for the presidency in 1871. But Juarez defeated him again. This time, though, there was a flurry of charges of electoral fraud. Diaz challenged the results, but when Juarez's victory was confirmed by the National Congress in October of 1871, Diaz and his allies declared themselves in rebellion. They declared the Plan of La Noria. The rallying cry was no re-election. But the revolt did not really ever get off the ground. Diaz's forces did not fare well in skirmishes with the army in the spring of 1872, but the whole thing became moot on July the 9th, 1872, when Benito Juarez died in office. With Juarez dead, the president of the Supreme Court, a guy named Sebastián Lerdo de Tejada, succeeded to the presidency and offered amnesty to all the rebels. Juarez was dead. The threat of perpetual tyranny was over. So Diaz took Lerdo up on the amnesty offer and went home again to Oaxaca. This retirement lasted until the election of 1876, when President Lerdo announced that he would now be seeking re-election. So this reactivated the slogan of no re-election and reactivated its most famous standard-bearer, the now 46-year-old Porfirio Diaz. Having learned from the failure of his Norio rebellion, Diaz this time made sure his rebellion was better armed and better financed. So in late 1875, Diaz first went to New Orleans, then New York, then Brownsville, Texas, to line up foreign support for his revolution. Specifically, Diaz presented his case to a clique of American bankers and landowners who had a great deal of interest in expanding their businesses into Mexico. Diaz's pitch was that President Lerdo's economic worldview was far more protectionist and nationalist, especially with regard to the expansionist threat posed by the United States. Lerdo said, for example, that it was wise to keep a desert between the strong and the weak. And he meant that literally. He had recently canceled a bunch of railroad contracts with American businessmen that would have connected Mexico City to Texas through the vast empty desert lands of northern Mexico. So Diaz not only promised to reinstate those railroad contracts, he also made it clear that he believed American investment in Mexico should not just be allowed, but encouraged. With the American financiers sensing a golden opportunity to tap into Mexico, they provided Diaz hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, as well as rifles, bullets, mules, and other supplies. In January of 1876, the rebellious Plan of Tuxtepec was proclaimed. It denounced President Lerdo and affirmed the rebels' commitment to the principle of no re-election. Now, despite this rebellion, the election of 1876 proceeded and Lerdo won, but he was already isolated and unable to obtain any foreign assistance. All of that assistance was now going to Diaz. On November 16, 1876, Diaz's rebel forces won a small but decisive battle when Diaz's trusty comrade, Manuel Gonzalez, arrived with reinforcements in the nick of time. Lerdo was forced to go into exile, and Diaz marched into Mexico City. He briefly assumed the presidency before handing it off to a provisional successor in preparation for new elections that would be held in 1877. When those elections were held, Diaz won in a landslide. Now, the ascension of Porfirio Diaz to the presidency, achieved by way of an armed rebellion, was merely another in a long line of caudillos ascending to the presidency after an armed rebellion. But unbeknownst to anyone at the time, this was going to be the last time that happened for 35 years. Now, there was no real reason to think in 1877 that this guy Diaz is actually going to rule Mexico for an entire generation. Nothing in Mexican history or Diaz's biography so much as hinted at that possibility. But it happened, and his long dictatorship became a special subset of Mexican history, known as the Porfiriato. So, how did he do it? Well, ironically enough, one of the first things he did was insert an amendment into the Constitution of 1877 that forbid re-election to the presidency. And this seemed to confirm that he had in fact been fighting for that liberal abstract principle rather than his own personal aggrandizement. And this bought Diaz some time and some goodwill, as it convinced potentially rebellious rivals that in a couple years Diaz would be gone and they would have their chance to rule. Potential rivals thus lulled into a false sense of security. Diaz then revealed himself to be an incredibly adept politician. Though he had emerged onto the scene as a liberal partisan, President Diaz did not seem to have any real partisan edge at all. Rare among political leaders, he was absolutely eager to bury as many hatchets as he could find. If you had once been his rival or his enemy and were now willing to listen to reason, Diaz could be extremely accommodating. As most caudillo challenges to a central government come from a regional base of power, Diaz went out of his way to confirm and back up those existing regional power structures. So rather than try to supplant your family with somebody more overtly loyal, Diaz would let you be governor and keep control of patronage inside your state. He much preferred compromise to confrontation, and this non-ideological cultivation of former rivals and potential enemies not only blurred the lines between liberal and conservative, but it also ended the long conflict between federalists and centralists that had helped define Mexican politics for the last 50 years. The victory was for the centralists. Now, from this point on, Mexico would always have a strong central government run by a strong executive branch. But this triumph of centralism was secured because Diaz intentionally did not antagonize local leaders. As I just said, he basically arranged a deal that said, I won't challenge you if you don't challenge me. And he did that with many powerful families in many of the several states. So what developed initially here was a hybrid of centralism and federalism, a kind of feudal power structure, where the local powerful families pledged personal loyalty to Diaz, right, fealty to the king, as long as the king did not presume too much. And Diaz never did presume too much. Candidate lists and political appointments for the national legislature or local office or state office were always drawn up in collaboration with state leaders. And of course, it went without saying that Diaz never interfered with a family's economic activity. Your profits were your business. But there was another side to this equation. One of the enduring quips during the Porfiriato was that Don Porfirio offered you pan o palo, which we can roughly translate as bread or stick. Like, he was willing to give you what you wanted. A plum job, control of the state house, fat salary. He'd look the other way when you skimmed money. He would give you lots of latitude in your conduct of your own affairs. He would make sure that your local rivals stayed in their place. You could have all that. That was the bread. But if you refused the bread, you got the stick. And as the years went on and the regime became ever more permanent and entrenched, sedition was dealt with swiftly and harshly. And attempts at rebellion did pop up over the years. Sometimes an ambitious general, more often rebellions of indigenous tribes, particularly up in Sonora. The stick was deployed up to and including arbitrary arrest and summary execution. Now, Diaz was never quite as bloody-minded as other Spanish-American dictators, but when Diaz indicated that he wanted some particular bunch of troublemakers dealt with quote-unquote severely, everybody knew what that meant. So given the choice between the bread or the stick, between getting fat and rich or poor and dead, most chose fat and rich. Fat and rich is what the Porfiriato was all about. So the mix of pan o palo created, mostly, the internal peace Diaz wanted. But this peace was about much more than just securing his own power. It also allowed him to begin an aggressive courtship of American capital. As soon as he took over the presidency in 1877, he went about trying to fulfill the promises he had made in Brownsville, so that his American backers would turn around and report to Washington, D.C. that this new Diaz regime, illegitimate in its birth, ought to be recognized in its infancy. So he prioritized both securing peace on the border of the southern Rio Grande River and paying off a $300,000 debt to the Americans that had been lingering since the post-Mexican-American War settlements. He also promised railroad concessions to American capitalists. After a tense period where the new Hayes administration was making noise about possible intervention south of the border, American business interests prevailed, and in 1878 the Americans formally recognized Diaz's government. Now, the easiest way to sum up Diaz's policy here in the early going is that he is about to sell Mexico out to the Americans. And it's true that when Diaz came to power, foreigners, especially Americans, came flooding into Mexico. But that doesn't really capture the complexity of the situation, nor the delicate balancing act that Diaz was trying to pull off. He really did believe that Mexican prosperity tomorrow could only be achieved through American investment today. He and his inner circle believed that they were about to oversee a necessary transition period, that foreign capital and technology and expertise were going to be required to modernize Mexico. And then, when the time was ripe, Mexico would move out of this transitional phase and start to promote local priorities and national sovereignty. Diaz was also kind of a cynical realist, and he believed that the Americans would be coming no matter what, so may as well welcome them with open arms rather than try to defy them and invite also the American army. So Diaz is not just some American dupe here. He's also the guy who's famous for saying, "Poor Mexico, so far from God, so close to the United States." So with its eyes mostly wide open, the Porfirian government actively promoted Mexico as a land of golden opportunity, natural resources everywhere, and a government that would do anything to protect businesses that chose to invest their money. Indeed, far from some laissez-faire free-for-all, one of the ways Diaz was able to promote foreign investment was often by promising to make the investors into whatever sector of the economy we're talking about de facto monopolists. They would be protected from competition, both international and domestic, with various taxes and tariffs that would be imposed on their rivals. Diaz was also happy to use the army or law enforcement to prioritize the protection of some company. He would appoint judges to man the courts who were almost uniformly pro-business. Diaz made protecting foreign investors and their profits a top priority. They got low taxes, they got all kinds of concessions, they got ready access to cheap labor, police protection for work sites and their headquarters. And there was a line, not entirely undeserved, that Porfirio Diaz was the mother of foreigners, but only the stepmother of Mexicans. This aggressive cultivation of foreign investment during the Porfiriato led to an economic boom. And the most visible symbol of that boom, so much of a visible symbol that it's all but synonymous with the Porfiriato, was railroads. Crummy lines of transportation and communication had been the bane of both the Viceroyalty of New Spain and independent Mexico. Inattention to infrastructure and the perils of Mexican geography meant that when Diaz first took office, most people still traveled long distances on foot or by donkey. But with the railroads taking off in Europe and the United States, Diaz and his inner circle believed that Mexico could vault into the modern world and conquer its own internal infrastructure failings by building railroads to and from everywhere. So President Diaz quickly approved concessions to American companies to start building north-south railroads that would link the United States to central Mexico, and then also hopefully require them to build east-west lines that would link key cities and ports to each other. Soon, railroads were crisscrossing the country. And when he came into office, there was one single line that had recently been completed linking Veracruz to Mexico City. That was it. By 1884, there was 5,700 kilometers of track. By 1898, that number was 12,000. And on the eve of the revolution in 1910, nearly 20,000 kilometers of railroad had been laid. But controversially, these lines were laid by foreign companies who were in this for their own personal profit, not the profit or advancement of Mexico. And as we'll discuss at the end of today's episode, even Diaz was aware of how dangerous that was. The other huge explosion in foreign investment was in the mines. As we discussed last week, silver production had cratered after independence, but it was now going to make a comeback. This was thanks in part to the development of a new extraction process that used cyanide rather than mercury, but it was also because foreign companies were able to make large capital investments that the Mexicans themselves had never been able to make. So silver was once again soon one of Mexico's principal exports. But with the Second Industrial Revolution taking off in Europe and in the United States, it now wasn't just silver that was being mined. There was a variety of industrial metals that were now in demand. Copper topped that list, but also base metals like lead and zinc. The possibility of making a fortune extracting Mexican minerals attracted lots of American and also British investment. And this was helped along by laws passed in the 1880s that for the first time allowed for direct foreign ownership of land, eliminating the trouble of having to start up a front company with Mexican partners. This was followed up a few years later by what became an incredibly controversial and widely despised law. Previously, the ownership of land had never technically extended to subsurface resources, which were always owned by the nation. But in 1892, the Congress passed a law allowing for direct ownership of those subsurface resources, meaning that foreign owners could now technically own outright Mexico's mineral wealth. So yeah, the mines were booming and cranking out more metal than ever, but to whose benefit? Diaz and his advisors hoped that in time the benefits of this flood of foreign investment and modernization would become obvious to everyone. But in both the short and medium term, it caused enormous disruption. Wherever new railroads were built or mines established or land surveyed and parceled out, somebody who was already there was going to get kicked out. And now it wasn't just absentee landlords in Mexico City who were drawing the ire of local communities. It was Anglo financiers in Texas and New York City. They were bringing in Anglo operators, experts, and workers to install foreign technology and machinery to run foreign operations whose profits would primarily accrue in foreign hands. And I'm also just going to kind of shoehorn this in here because it needs to be said, but along with the railroads and crisscrossing between them, these companies also set up 20,000 kilometers of telegraph lines, which made every part of Mexico suddenly and instantly in communication with every other part of Mexico, to say nothing of every other part of the world. So with the arrival of the telegraphs and the railroads, suddenly communities that had been geographically isolated, hell, since before the Aztecs, were now suddenly at the doorstep of the whole world. It integrated rural Mexico into central Mexico and to the rest of the world, but in very disruptive ways. So yes, Mexico underwent rapid industrial modernization over the span of about 30 years, but most of the immediate benefits went to foreigners, while Mexicans seemed to bear all the costs. And in many ways, the coming revolution was a reaction to this process. In terms of politics, though, Diaz continued to play his hand flawlessly through most of the Porfiriato. He conspicuously stuck to his no re-election principles as his first term neared its end. Having staked his entire public persona to being the enemy of re-election, Diaz declined to seek a second term in 1880. But he had no intention of just departing from politics. The mostly stage-managed election of 1880 elevated Diaz's longtime comrade in arms, Manuel Gonzalez, to office. Gonzalez was devoted to his caudillo, Porfirio Diaz, and it's hard to not paint him as a mere cipher, just a puppet, especially since Diaz was named Minister of Development in Gonzalez's first cabinet and then given a larger budget than even the War Department got. But Gonzalez was not merely a puppet. He didn't really have to be. The two men believed in basically the same thing, that Mexico's interests lay in opening up the country to foreign development. Gonzalez was perfectly capable of doing the job as president without Diaz micromanaging him, and indeed his term in office from 1880 to 1884 actually saw most of the quintessential aspects of the Porfiriato brought into being, including a lot of the pro-business legislation and much of the first real construction on the railroads. Now, some of this turned out to be controversial and unpopular, though, especially because Gonzalez and his cronies tended to make a lot of money on these deals, and I'm sure at the time Diaz was happy to let his friend take credit for the work. And speaking of credit, and yes, you can high-five me anytime you want for this segue, it was during Gonzalez's term in office that the Mexican government finally established a national bank. No Mexican government had ever been able to draw low-interest loans or manage its money supply effectively. But in 1884, after nearly a decade of proving that Mexico was now stable and safe for investment, the government oversaw the merger of two financial institutions into a single Banco de Nacional Mexico, better known as Banamex. Since Mexico did not have nearly enough wealth to capitalize a national bank, they had to attract foreign investors. And, like railroad and mining investors, these financial investors were given every concession, tax break, and protection the government could think of to get their money into Mexico. Banamex was practically the monopoly bank in Mexico after its creation. It controlled the national money supply, minted coins, it was the only bank allowed to open branches in multiple states, it was given control over state revenue, the tax collection, and customs duties. The big inducement, though, was that it was also given control of managing the state's national debt, particularly its foreign debts. And this was, for example, how the English debt, unsettled since it had first been floated back in the 1820s, was finally resolved and settled. So, foreign money came in, and 70% of the capital of Banamex was of foreign origin, and oddly enough, almost all of that came from the French. Not seeing much to be gained by competing with the Americans and British in railroads and mining and other large capitalist industries, the French zeroed in on finance as their way to make money in Mexico, and French cash became the means by which the government was now able to finance quote-unquote itself. And for the first time, they were able to draw low-interest loans to provide the subsidies necessary to do business with all of those British and American investors. Fortunes were made. Many of them were made by well-connected members of the Diaz regime, but most of the fortunes wound up in Paris and in London and in New York. When the 1884 elections came around, President Gonzales was just unpopular enough and associated with just enough corruption that there was a great clamoring for the return of Don Porfirio, a clamoring Diaz studiously cultivated by not actively seeking election. So of course he won the 1884 election in a landslide, and after that, Diaz shed like a snake his old form as a radical liberal partisan and the standard-bearer of no re-election. Instead, he transformed himself into a perpetual dictator who would not relinquish the presidency for 26 years. During this second term, the Constitution would be amended to allow for one re-election, and so Diaz was re-elected in 1888. Then, as that term neared its end in 1792, the Constitution was amended again. This time, there would be no limits on re-election. Diaz would be subsequently elected in 1892, 1896, 1900, 1904, and then, as we will discuss in more detail, the fateful election of 1910. That was after the presidential term had been extended to 6 years. This move from no re-election to hell yeah re-election was followed up and down the political line. State governors were now elected and re-elected, sometimes for decades on end. Members of the National Congress were re-elected and re-elected again in perpetuity. By the close of the Porfiriato, they were derided as less a legislature and more a natural history museum. Not that any of these re-elections had any basis in democratic participation, mind you. Elections were deemed far too important to be left to the voters. And so though through the entirety of the Porfiriato, the charade of annual elections was carefully maintained, only candidates approved by the government ever won. Diaz believed Mexicans, at least those in the ruling class, cared more about economic security than abstract concepts like liberty and freedom. And for a long time, he wasn't wrong. Everyone got rich and everyone got fat. But before anyone knew it, they all found themselves living under one of the longest dictatorships in the history of the Americas. As his regime entrenched itself, Diaz went to great lengths to neuter the one institution that had always proven so troublesome to any existing regime, the army. Now you may think that because he was a soldier and a caudillo, that the Porfiriato was a military dictatorship, but it really wasn't. During the first 50 years of Mexican history, the army had eaten up like 75% of the national budget, and Diaz wanted to break that stranglehold, not just because they might threaten his power, but because he needed to free up that money for economic development. So over the long course of the Porfiriato, Diaz did his best to year by year reduce the army's budget, the number of enlisted soldiers, the number of senior officers, and he always made sure that political reliability rather than military skill was the reason for a promotion. This marked the Porfirian dictatorship apart from other contemporaneous dictatorships in Central and South America, and this was mostly because Porfirian Mexico didn't really face the threat of a foreign war. The Central American states to the south were far too small to worry about, and Diaz was managing, hopefully, the American colossus to the north. Mexico's size and real lack of border rivalries made a large standing army a political liability without serving much of a national security purpose. And so over the years, the size of the army was reduced from 30 to 20,000, and even then, a lot of that enlistment was only on paper. The neutralization of the army was a key part of the Porfiriato's longevity. It would also contribute mightily to its downfall when the shit hit the fan in 1910. As he won each successive re-election, Diaz transcended to a higher plane of politics, at least in his own mind. He was looking to become something of a Republican sovereign who was above and beyond factional fighting. So he would reconcile with old conservative elements. He would play regional and ideological rivals off one another. His only goal now was order and progress. Or, as was encapsulated by another quip from the Porfiriato, Díaz's goal was poca política, mucha administración. A little politics, but a lot of administration. The defining clique of this high Porfiriato, the guys who became the most visible and ultimately hated symbol of the regime, were the científicos. The científicos were a small group of Mexico City intellectuals who got really into Herbert Spencer and the philosophy of positivism. They believed that all knowledge could be rooted in empirical, natural, and scientific observation and investigation. This scientific method was meant to apply to all social, political, and economic interactions, and it promised to free humanity from the shackles of mere superstition and sentiment. In terms of politics, it was meant to free humanity from the grubby business of politics, and they prescribed a scientific method for solving all economic and political issues, hence their name, the Científicos. They appealed to Díaz immensely, and he was more than happy to play their patron and support their approach to politics, especially because the niceties of elections and participatory government apparently had no place in the scientific, natural order of things. With the patronage and support of Díaz, the Científicos sought to modernize the economy and solve all manner of social ills. Education, morality, health, drunkenness, you name it, they thought they could solve it. Everyone else came to pretty much hate their guts because the Científicos got awfully rich telling everyone else how dumb and backwards they were. The chief Científico, the leader of the group, was the long-term Minister of Finance, José Limantour. Appointed to this office in 1892, Limantour was both incredibly successful at what he set out to do, but ultimately a failure because instead of ensuring permanent peace and prosperity, he was taken down by a revolution that erupted in part in opposition to his life's work. But Limantour's accomplishments are obvious. He came into the Ministry of Finance in 1892 with a couple of basic goals. First, balance the budget. Second, manage the mostly foreign-owned public debt. And third, abolish all internal barriers to trade to create a unified domestic national market. And he did all that. Through a mix of budget cuts and tax measures, in 1896, Limantour delivered the first balanced budget in Mexican history. And then every year after that, through 1910, he produced budget surpluses. The government was now taking in more than it was spending. This helped him manage the national debt, which, though it exploded from 52 million pesos in 1884 to 441 million pesos in 1910, this was a mark not of profligate irresponsibility, but shrewd responsibility, because the Mexicans were being entrusted with far more money than ever. Now, as late as 1896, fully 36% of the national budget was taken up with interest payments. By 1910, Limantour had gotten that down to just 5%. But the problem with all this budget hawkery and hyper-focus on managing the foreign debt is that there was not much place in it for the vast majority of Mexican citizens, who were becoming increasingly aware that the national government worked for a small group of rich guys in Mexico City, their foreign financial backers, and, well, nobody else. Limantour also represented a shift in the Porfiriato's foreign policy, and who those foreign backers were. Limantour was a Europhile who was skeptical to the point of hostility to the Americans. For the relatively weak Mexico to maintain its sovereignty and independence, other great powers were going to have to be brought in to check the Americans. Now, we saw this already with the presence of French capital that was financing the National Bank. That was good. But there was also a strong push inside the Científico circles to promote British railroad and mining interests so that Mexico's infrastructure and national resources were not monopolized by the Americans. This was especially important towards the end of the 1890s, as the United States was clearly moving towards the big stick phase of hemispheric diplomacy. The Spanish-American War saw the United States seize the last vestiges of the Spanish Empire in the Americas, The United States also clearly planned to control a canal that would link the Atlantic to the Pacific somewhere in Central America. They didn't know where yet, but they planned to control it. Then President Roosevelt came along and announced the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, which said that the United States saw it as its responsibility to intervene in the internal affairs of Latin American countries to, secure the peace, but mostly to ensure the repayment of foreign debt. The increasingly aggressive and ambitious United States led Diaz and Limantour to turn to Europe for help and support. In 1902, they granted a concession to the British Pearson Trust to construct a railroad linking the Gulf of Mexico to the Pacific, which enraged American investors who had assumed that they were going to get the deal. But this was only the beginning. Over the next few years, Limantour initiated a program of slowly but surely buying and controlling stock in various railroads to give the Mexican government a controlling interest. And by 1907, he had succeeded in bringing about 2/3 of Mexico's railroads under voting control of the Mexican government. This Mexicanization project enraged American investors who felt betrayed. But the really big kicker came with the discovery of oil. It goes without saying that when oil was discovered in Mexico, that American companies practically took it as their birthright to go exploit it. And there was a lot of oil in Mexico. At the time, many believed that it was possibly the largest reserves in the world. But just as companies like Standard Oil and Texaco were making their plays to enter Mexico, the Mexican government granted enormous geographic, economic, and political concessions to the British Pearson Trust, all but cutting the Americans out of the oil business entirely. Porfirio Diaz had come to power in 1876 in part because he was seen as the champion of American business in Mexico. And he had been. But by 1910, he was no longer the man that they wanted him to be. So to sum all of this up, the Porfiriato was as autocratic as it was capitalist. Mountains of foreign capital came into the country during these years. Foreign investment increased tenfold between 1880 and 1910. Foreigners now owned huge chunks of the Mexican economy: mining, oil, commerce, public utilities, cattle, railroads. So while the economy boomed and modernized, it was hard for the average American to see what the benefit was. By the end of the Porfiriato, there was a massive new infrastructure and technological upgrades, but the profits of all this were held in the hands of just a few, and the rapid transformation of the country disrupted traditional ways of life. Now, the prevailing liberal economic theory was that a rising tide would lift all boats, and so the government never did much to address the economic or social needs of its citizens. Always the mother to foreigners and the stepmother to Mexicans. Now this, as I've said, is not the whole story, and it does underestimate just how much the government was trying to move in a more nationalist and protectionist direction by the end of the Porfiriato. But by then it was kind of already too late, and when the revolution came, foreign companies and their property would become the principal targets for the local wrath of local revolutionaries. But we'll talk more about the swirling forces of revolutionary opposition at the end of the Porfiriato next week. The rural peasants who had been driven from their land, the mine workers who were treated as shabby slaves by foreign managers, middle-class intellectuals who were no longer satisfied with mere material comfort. They wanted a political voice to go along with it. And at the center of all this swirling revolutionary energy was an aging Porfirio Diaz, who everyone knew was going to die eventually, and that when he did, everything would be up for grabs, and that his death would likely spark nothing less than a war for the future of Mexico. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.5, The Creelman Interview. Before we get going today, I need to launch back into publicity mode, because guess what? The Storm Before the Storm, the beginning of the end of the Roman Republic, did well enough in its hardcover phase that it is now coming out in paperback. Specifically, it is being released on October the 16th, 2018 for the low price of $15.99. It is, right now, available for pre-order, and so if you've been waiting for the paperback, it will be here in about 5 weeks. This is perfect timing heading into the Saturnalia buying season. But wait, there's more. To support the release of the paperback, I get to go back out on a little mini book tour. So I will be flying back across the Atlantic for 4 North American appearances at the following cities: Toronto, New York, Nashville, and Atlanta. The details will be at revolutionspodcast.com and thehistoryofrome.com and thestormbeforethestorm.com, but for the record, it will go like this. On October the 15th, I will be at Ben McNally's in Toronto. Then October the 16th at The Strand in New York City. October the 17th at Parnassus Books in Nashville. And then finally on October the 18th, an event at the Carter Library in Atlanta hosted by Acapella Books. I will be plugging all of this again over the next few weeks, but please remember, the paperback for The Storm Before the Storm comes out on October the 16th, and it will make a perfect gift for someone you love. Then I will be in Toronto, New York, Nashville, and Atlanta. I'm very excited and can't wait to see you all there. Okay, so getting back to the Mexican Revolution, we can sort of divide the 35-odd years of the Porfiriato into 2 big phases. The first lasted from Porfirio Díaz's first ascension to the presidency in 1876 to about 1900. During this phase, Díaz deftly managed both national and state politics to create a stable political order while the country underwent dramatic economic modernization. Order and progress is what he was aiming for, and order and progress is what he delivered. But in the second phase, which got going around 1900, Díaz's political instincts began to desert him, and the economy became more erratic. Order and progress gave way to disorder and recession. By 1908, there were a lot of grievances floating around out there, political, economic, social, and everyone started looking ahead to what life would be like once old Don Porfirio, who was now approaching his 80th birthday, finally passed from the scene. So as we have seen roughly 1,000 times between the History of Rome and Revolutions podcast, succession in an autocratic regime is an event always fraught with danger, especially when there is no clear heir. Civil wars are made in such times, revolutions are made in such times. The issue of succession in the Porfiriato had been simmering since the 1890 amendment to the Constitution that first allowed for unlimited re-election. In fact, the Cientifico clique we talked about last week first coalesced around the idea of creating a vice presidency to ensure that there would be no break in continuity when Díaz either retired or died. Now, this matter almost came to a head in 1900, an election that Díaz won on his 70th birthday, and concerns about him dying in office now started to become very acute. There is, in fact, later commentary from various sources that after winning in 1900, Díaz really did have in mind that it would be his last election, that he would pass power to a successor, with 2 men emerging as the leading candidates. First, Finance Minister José Limantour, who I introduced last week. He was the leader of the Cientifico clique. He was well connected to European financiers and obsessed with delivering balanced budgets. But he was also a civilian, an intellectual, and he didn't really have a popular following, and he had no experience in military affairs. So the other name that kept getting floated around out there is a man who I will now tell you all about, and that is Bernardo Reyes, who had both a popular following and a lot of experience in military affairs. Bernardo Reyes was a young man by the standards of the Porfirian ruling elite. Born in 1850, he was just a kid while Díaz and the Old Guard were waging the Reform War and the war against the French. The Reyeses, though, were a strong liberal family and did very well for themselves after the final victory of the liberals and the expulsion of the French. Reyes himself decided to make a career in the army. But remember, we talked last week about how Díaz curbed the power of the army in part by prizing political loyalty over merit when it came to the promotion of senior officers. Reyes was one of the very few officers to combine both. He was bright, he was talented, he was a good officer, and he was absolutely loyal to Don Porfirio. Díaz came to trust and rely on Reyes, and starting in the early 1880s, wherever trouble started up, Reyes was dispatched to handle it. He fought wars against the Yaqui tribes in Sonora, and then later put down revolts by a couple of would-be caudillo generals up in the north. As a reward for all this good work, Reyes was made governor of the state of Nuevo León in 1885. Upon taking up this office in the growing metropolis of Monterrey, Reyes embraced the Porfirian policy of order and progress. He proactively tried to spur economic investment and development in his state, while also keeping a tight lid on any potential political opposition. But Reyes also had a more expansive view of what progress meant, and he combined economic modernization with progressive social reforms meant to make the lives of his people better, so he started schools and hospitals, all that good stuff. And though a few scattered local enemies resented him, all of this made Reyes broadly popular. His military exploits, administrative abilities, and unfailing loyalty to the regime made Bernardo Reyes an obvious candidate for the presidency if and when old Don Porfirio decided to step down. This expectation grew a bit more when Diaz made Reyes Minister of War in 1900, putting him inside the cabinet, alongside Minister of Finance Limantour, who was fast becoming Reyes' rival. Once in office, new Minister of War Reyes took his job seriously. A little too seriously, as it turned out. As a career army officer, Reyes had seen firsthand that the service had slowly turned towards being an inadequate force to deal with a real emergency. So Reyes undertook a large project to create a National Reserve Corps that was dubbed the Second Reserve. It was slated to be composed of 30,000 men who would enroll, then be trained and drilled, and be ready to be called up in case of some national emergency. Meanwhile, Limantour and the Científicos did not like Reyes at all, and they feared a loss of influence if he came to power. So they looked to undercut him, and it was not hard to convince President Diaz that the Second Reserve was not about professionalism or national security. It was about Reyes plotting to overthrow the regime. Now, by this point, Diaz himself was already getting nervous about how popular Reyes was, and he did not like the looks of this personal army one bit. So he removed Reyes from the post of war minister and dissolved the nascent Second Reserve. Reyes was sent back to be governor of Nuevo León, and scrupulously loyal, Reyes accepted this without a peep, and he returned to Monterrey. But the rivalry and conflict between Reyes and the Científicos was not over by a long shot. Now, this was all occurring in the heart of the Porfirian ruling elite. Outside that elite were other men also looking to the future, who were chafing under the increasing authoritarian style of the regime. As we discussed last week, when Diaz first came to power, he set up a sort of quasi-feudal personalist regime that negotiated with powerful families in the several states to create broad national stability. Some of these families, like in his home state of Oaxaca, were intensely loyal to Diaz, but others wound up reconciling with the president by way of sort of mutual toleration. But though this had been Diaz's pragmatic strategy in the early going, whenever the power of one of those older and more independent families started to fade or die out, Don Porfirio would make sure to replace them with new men more directly loyal to him personally. So as the years passed, the negotiated feudal system gave way to more autocratic centralism, and this did not pass without notice. The most visible and hated symbol of the more centralized, more corrupt, more tyrannical, and more arrogant style of government were the jefe politicos. Jefe politico just means like political boss, and they were sort of the intendants of the Porfiriato. They were appointed directly by the president and represented the central government at the local level. On the eve of the revolution, there were about 300 of these guys scattered throughout various municipalities in Mexico, and their word was local law. Basically, they were judge, jury, and executioner. And to preclude any unnecessary empathy or sympathy with the communities they lorded over, jefe politicos were always imported from another state. As a class, these guys were not exactly the living embodiment of good government. They saw their job as keeping order and getting paid. They protected the hacendados, or commercial enterprises that might be in their area of jurisdiction, usually in exchange for bribes and kickbacks. They also provided intelligence for the central regime, and then they spearheaded crackdowns if and when they were ordered by the president. When the revolution came, the revolution was launched as much against the jefe politicos as old Don Porfirio far away in Mexico City. But the jefe politicos were not just hated by poor workers and peasants. They were also hated by more educated urban professionals who could only gripe helplessly about the total lack of political liberty or any kind of representative government. The petty tyranny of the jefe politicos was a humiliation for these guys. And these types we have seen all over the Revolutions podcast lately. We're talking about lawyers, teachers, doctors, journalists, professors, merchants, engineers, students, junior army officers, guys with education, maybe a bit of material success, and a desire to participate in government. And they had to watch year after year with frustrated annoyance as elections came and went, and were such obviously staged shams. So no less than Reyes or the Científicos, this group was also looking beyond the reign of Don Porfirio. But instead of wanting to inherit the regime, they wanted to reform it, to return it to the principles of the Constitution of 1857, which was technically still in effect. Around 1900, liberal clubs started sprouting up, and in February of 1901, these clubs sent delegates to the First Liberal Congress, which was organized by a guy named Camilo Arriaga, the son of an old rich liberal family. This first Congress was pretty tame in their program. They were focused on rooting out corruption, reestablishing real democratic elections, and most especially ending unlimited re-election. Perpetual re-election of regime favorites had left an entire generation with frustrated ambitions. Now, even though these guys were pretty cautious and conservative, they still posed a threat, and while the first Congress was allowed to convene, when a second one was planned to come along in February of 1902, the jefe politicos and police stepped in. They closed the various clubs and did not allow the second Congress to convene. Leaders either bowed out of politics, were arrested, or fled into exile in the United States. Among those who were present at this first Liberal Congress and who were arrested and who would then ultimately flee to the United States were a trio of brothers who were moving rapidly from liberal to radical and ultimately to full-blown anarcho-communism. And if you know your radical Mexican revolutionary history, you know that I am of course now talking about the fabulous Flores Magón brothers, Ricardo, Enrique, and Jesus. Born into a mostly indigenous family in Oaxaca, the brothers at various points went off to school in Mexico City and became interested in radical student politics. Ricardo, for example, who became the most prominent of the three brothers, had to spend about 3 months on the lam after the staff of a student newspaper he was working for got shut down. He was later expelled from a graduate school program specifically for his political activism. In 1900, the brothers started up a periodical called Regeneración, which means regeneration, and I'm just going to call it Regeneration now so I don't have to keep calling it Regeneración. Mostly, the magazine took liberal shots at the Porfirian regime, but it was still tolerated in these early years. The brothers then participated in the First Liberal Congress and were arrested when the Second Liberal Congress was about to get going. But it was while in jail that Ricardo and Enrique discovered radical socialist and anarchist literature, and they devoured it, and they emerged from their stint in jail ready to go in a much more radical and dangerous direction. They continued their self-education in Proudhon and Bakunin, and especially Kropotkin's The Conquest of Bread, which Ricardo treated as a sort of anarchist Bible, as it clearly enunciated and staked out a theory of left-wing anarcho-communism as opposed to some of the more individualist anarcho-capitalist libertarian branches. Regeneration was finally banned in 1904, and the brothers went into exile in the United States, first joining an exile radical community in St. Louis, where they refounded Regeneration, and then in September of 1905 founded the Mexican Liberal Party in exile, known by its initials PLM. Now more radical and advocating direct revolutionary action, they were eventually not just exiles, but actively hunted men, as the United States authorities tended to agree with the Mexican authorities that the fabulous Flores Magón brothers were very bad news. Ricardo wound up living under an assumed name in Los Angeles, where he worked with migrant laborers and the IWW. The plan was to hopefully stage some kind of anarcho-communist revolution back in Mexico, if he didn't get arrested first. Meanwhile, back down in Mexico, Diaz continued to string everyone along and keep his would-be successors divided. Reyes and some of his allies helped orchestrate a press campaign against Limantour that attacked Limantour's character and highlighted the fact that though the finance minister had been born in Mexico City, his parents were actually French immigrants, and thus he ought to be ineligible for the presidency. Limantour endured these barrages knowing full well that they would not be going on if Diaz chose to put a stop to it and Don Porfirio did not. He was happy to let these factions keep each other in check. Then Reyes gave his enemies more fodder. In the lead-up to the elections of 1904, demonstrators turned out in Monterrey. Benevolent, but not infinitely so, Reyes ordered the demonstration broken up by force, and in the ensuing chaos, dead bodies fell to the ground. In the aftermath of this, Diaz allowed Congress to call Reyes in for a prosecutorial investigation into his conduct. Now, Diaz did not let Reyes get convicted of anything, but it's pretty clear that he's more than happy to let the Golden Boy's name get dragged through the mud a bit. Now, skipping ahead just a little bit, in 1906, Diaz finally allowed for the creation of a vice presidency, and so this all finally came to a head. Who would he choose? Limantour or Reyes? Reyes or Limantour? And Diaz decided to go with neither one. Instead, he picked a guy named Ramon Corral. Why? No joke, because nobody liked Corral, and he had no popular support, which is exactly what Diaz wanted in a vice president. But this is part of Diaz's political instincts deserting him. He was so focused on the narrow threat posed by a too popular vice president that he missed the wider threat that was going to be posed by a very unpopular vice president. So, with these new political frictions heating up both inside the regime and outside the regime, we have to transition now into the slow-moving economic and social crisis that began to grip Mexico after about 1905. All of that is going to give a lot of popular weight to what had heretofore been mostly elite squabbling and middle-class grumbling over succession and democratic rights. The first big shock to the social and economic system came in March of 1905 when Minister of Finance Limantour carried through his plan to put Mexico on the gold standard. Now, I know that this is going to be the snooze-inducing bit of the program, but it is important, and I'll try to make it quick. Given that Mexico was one of the largest silver producers in world history, obviously the peso, the currency of the realm, was backed by silver. And what you may not remember from your history classes is that all through the last half of the 19th century, there was a running battle among global financial and political elites about whether to adopt a single gold standard for all their currencies, that is, fixing the convertibility of the currency to a specific set amount of gold, or allow a freer monetary system that would allow for, like, silver-backed currencies, or crazy, just paper currency that wasn't backed by anything. Now, this was a huge deal in the United States and would thus become a huge deal in Mexico. Thanks to the Sherman Silver Purchase Act of 1890, the United States government had been buying a lot of Mexican silver, and American investors were putting a lot of investment and infrastructure into mining Mexican silver. But after the great financial crash of 1893 and subsequent recession, the battle between those who wanted a single gold standard and those who wanted a bimetal, that is gold and silver standard, locked themselves in a huge political battle. This is where William Jennings Bryan comes from. The Cross of Gold speech, that was a metaphor, sure, but it was also literally about gold. But when gold standard supporting William McKinley won the presidential election of 1896, along comes the Currency Act of 1900, which put the United States on the gold standard. Now, Finance Minister Limantour was watching all this from Mexico City, and he could see the global winds shifting towards a uniform gold standard. And so he devised a plan to peg the value of the peso to gold. On March the 25th, 1905, the Ministry of Finance unveiled a new currency system for Mexico that pegged one silver peso to 75 centigrams of gold, or the equivalent of 50 U.S. cents. Then he ordered his agents in New York to start buying and hoarding as much gold as possible. But the new gold peg currency system had an immediate impact. Without getting too deep into the underlying financial causes, Limantour thought that the gold standard would put some deflationary pressures on the economy, but the opposite in fact turned out to be true, and the value of the peso dropped immediately. And it is sometimes said to have fallen in value 50% overnight. And while that is probably an exaggeration, the value of the peso did drop, and as a result, stronger US dollars could suddenly pick up all kinds of Mexican exports on the cheap. But more importantly, they could pick up Mexican land on the cheap. So the devaluation of the peso in 1905 led to a 2-year prolonged surge of foreign investment and the gobbling up of even more Mexican land. And while this was going to be a problem, what would ultimately be an even bigger problem was that until the revision to the currency system in 1905, Mexico lived under a free coinage system where the silver-backed monetary supply could more or less expand and contract as needed. But after 1905, free coinage was ended, and the Mexican economy became far more tied to the booms and busts of the larger global economy, which is going to become very important here in a second when the global economy goes bust. But as I said, initially the adoption of the gold standard led to another bonanza of U.S. investment in Mexico. Adding to already existing holdings, by the time the revolution came along, Americans owned something like a quarter of the total surface area of Mexico, including huge swaths of its most fertile soil and mineral deposits. Along with well-connected Mexican hacendados, the Americans had been taking massive advantage of the long-standing Porfirian goal of surveying every square inch of land in Mexico and selling it off as private property. Before the Porfiriato, lots of Mexican land was just vacant and did not have any kind of deed or title attached to it whatsoever. So what the government would do is hire a surveying company to go out, mark down what was what, and give 1/3 of the land as profit to the surveying company, and hold the other 2/3 to then sell at auction. But these were not divided into small plots for like mass land reform and land redistribution like the Homestead Act in the United States. Instead, the plots always went to well-connected hacendados and foreign speculators who acquired most of it, and it became these large, huge, sprawling estates. Once they bought the land, the owners went out and claimed what had been since the dawn of time just open country and common land. They started waving around deeds and laying barbed wire. Access to water, access to grazing land. It was enclosed, it was cut off. And once acquired by speculation, the land was then converted to produce the most profitable produce the owner could think of, usually cash crops of one variety or another, meant for foreign markets. And in the north, there was an added problem because water was scarce, and the water was now being directed towards these export cash crop estates and away from the free villages and any area that was gauged in just basic domestic food production. And there was also a racial angle to all of this, as most of the now divided up property had either been inhabited by or claimed by or simply used by indigenous tribes, and they were now suddenly facing these guys waving around pieces of paper and laying barbed wire. The Yaqui Nation in particular, who had long dominated the Yaqui River Valley in Sonora, suddenly found everything that had once been theirs declared legally vacant, therefore open for sale, and just sold right out from under them. When they resisted, the Yaqui wound up fighting a long series of wars that continued right up to the revolution to take back what they claimed God had given them whole. Now, as a partial result of all this, many enclosed and squeezed villagers became migrant workers and wage laborers, either working the nearby cash crop estates or moving to the cities to find factory jobs, or to the mining camps to dig up and export Mexico's mineral wealth. The resulting labor surpluses tended to drive down wages for everyone, especially as the economy became more recessive and erratic after 1900. This led to the very beginnings of working-class organization, and famously, there were two big labor clashes prior to the Mexican Revolution. The first was in June of 1906 and occurred at the American-owned Cananea copper mine, which was located in Sonora right on the Mexican-American border. The main complaint was that American workers were being paid way more than their Mexican counterparts for the same work, and those Mexican counterparts now had socialist, anarchist, and Magonista PLM literature to fuel their demands for labor justice. Eventually, a strike led to a violent confrontation which led 23 dead, 22 injured, and another 50 arrested. It also led a posse of Arizona Rangers to answer a call for help from the owner of the mine. They crossed the border without authorization to help put down the workers. This was a scandalous violation of Mexican sovereignty and gave further fuel to the critics of the Porfirian regime, that foreigners ran the show while Mexicans suffered. The other big incident was the Rio Blanco textile workers' strike of January 1907, which was again partly fueled by literature distributed by PLM activists spreading their version of anarcho-communism. Tensions came to a head around Christmas of 1906, but a lockout by the French owners of the mill forced a settlement. But more militant workers refused to accept this deal, and on January the 7th, 1907, an angry mob attacked company property. It was not until federal troops intervened violently the next day that order was restored. In the end, more than 50 lay dead and hundreds more wounded. The principal leaders of this little uprising were identified and executed. Now, these incidents are a bit isolated, and the Mexican Revolution is never really going to be driven by the industrial workers. But the conflicts at Cananea and Rio Blanco saw authorities use deadly force to support foreign owners over suffering citizens. It was not a great look for the regime. And I should also mention before we move on from this that in the wake of these actions, Ricardo Flores Magón was finally tracked down by a private detective and arrested in Los Angeles in 1907 for allegedly violating U.S. neutrality laws. He would be thrown in prison and then released in 1910, just in time. So that then brings us to the next great shock to the Mexican economy, because the wider North American economy is about to endure a financial panic, a stock market crash, and then a widespread recession that would do major damage to the precarious and oh so heavily dependent on American investment Mexican economy. Now, the sordid details of all this you can Google. Just Google the Panic of 1907, but it hit in mid-October of 1907 when a bunch of rich jerkwads got together and decided to try to corner the market on copper with some aggressive and illegal buying shenanigans backed by the deep pockets of some other rich jerkwads. The attempt failed, however, and when it did, the stock of the company these rich jerkwads had been trying to corner collapsed, which led to the collapse of various banks and trusts that were connected to the scheme. Bank runs then started up, which spread to other banks and trusts because all these guys were in each other's pockets. The upshot of all this, though, was that nobody would lend money to anybody else for fear of being hit with a run and winding up totally insolvent. Stockbrokers, for example, could get no money to make purchases, trading activity plummeted, and the New York Stock Exchange collapsed. In fact, the whole financial system nearly collapsed. Famously, or infamously, depending on your point of view, J.P. Morgan then strides into the scene and all but forces settlements on unwilling participants to get the system going again. He went so far as to lock 100 of the most prominent financiers in New York in his library until they agreed to a solution, which they did, and eventually the system did get going again. But I should add before we move on that the creation of the Federal Reserve was a direct result of the Panic of 1907, and therefore the Panic of 1907 is the subject of many conspiracy theories, or just regular theories, that it had been contrived or concocted to bring the Fed into existence. But hey, we're here to talk about Mexico, and the impact of the Panic of 1907 should be obvious. With everyone now on shaky financial footing, investment in Mexico ground to a halt. No one could get a loan, and the recent decision to go on the gold standard and link Mexico's monetary system to the American system was now starting to look like a very bad idea. With no more money coming into Mexico, operations started shutting down. They started failing outright. Jobs and wages were cut and slashed. It was a mess. So of course you just know that coinciding with the Panic of 1907, Mexico is also going to endure an agricultural disaster. That's right, an agricultural disaster, particularly in the north. Drought conditions combined with root rot and locust infestations do lead to multiple crop failures come harvest time 1907. And the Mexican agrarian economy had become badly out of balance, and it made the failures almost catastrophic. Most of the land that had been acquired by the large hacendados and the Americans and other foreign interests had, as I just talked about, developed their land for export cash crops. This was true Porfirian profit, and the best land was pumping out lucrative rubber and sugar, timber and cotton, while basic food crops were driven to the worst land with worse irrigation. Pretty soon hunger and even famine was beginning to set in, and the government was forced to make emergency purchases of corn from the United States, from Argentina, South America, even as far away as Australia, to try to keep the people fed. All of this combined to double the price of corn. And naturally, this sharp increase in the price of food was arriving just in the midst of labor gluts that were forcing wages down, to say nothing of the fact that everyone's disposable income was now being spent on basic survival, and so you have a collapse of the domestic consumer market, which led to further factory layoffs and wage cuts, just as the wider implications of the Panic of 1907 and resulting recession were also setting in. These are not the best of times. And it hit everyone hard, not just peasants or people who were living their lives on the margins, but also rich and powerful landowners who were locked now in battles with neighboring, often foreign-owned estates for access to water and access to loans. Now, unfortunately, the government's response to the crash, the recession, and the spreading agricultural crisis was inadequate to say the least. They prioritized the fiscal sovereignty of the national government above all other considerations. Now, this is not too hard to understand. Jose Limantour had built his entire career and reputation around delivering a balanced budget and responsibly managing the national debt. He wasn't very well going to abandon that all now. And as for Diaz, well, he was from the bad old days when the government was chronically running huge deficits, could never get a loan without paying crippling interest rates. Diaz considered the end of this chronic bankruptcy one of the greatest gifts he had given Mexico. So as unemployment rose and droughts caused crop failures, there was no effort by the government to intervene. They made emergency purchases of foreign grain, but they did not even use all the money that had been allotted to them by Congress, preferring to save the money as a hedge against deficits and bankruptcy. But, you say, what could they have done? Well, there are two things. The biggest would have been investment in large-scale irrigation for the fields that were producing the food for domestic consumption and for the poor villages that were literally drying up. Now, large private cash crop estates could get properly irrigated because they could get the financing to do it and had the will to make it happen. Had the government stepped in and covered the expenses required to irrigate areas where it was not immediately profitable to irrigate, maybe the resulting social and political crisis could have been avoided. The other thing the government could have done was to lend money and inject some liquid capital into an economy that was grinding to a dry and frictionless halt after the Panic of 1907. After 1907, investment capital disappeared for all but the largest landowners and the most lucrative exporters of crops. Everyone else was left with an empty wallet. With things in Mexico tottering precariously on the brink, Porfirio Diaz's ambassador to Washington, D.C., arranged for the old president to give an interview to James Creelman for publication in Pearson's magazine. The interview was obviously meant to be a sort of puff-piece bit of PR, a way for Diaz to speak to the long-standing friendship and alliance of Mexican and American interests that had been fostered for as long as he had been president, and also to assure everyone that the political and economic situation in Mexico was well in hand and that investment could keep going. But in the midst of all this, Diaz dropped a legendary bombshell. And I will read now from the pull quote in Paul Garner's biography of Porfirio Diaz that I have here. See if you can spot the bombshell. He said, "It is a mistake to believe that the future of democracy in Mexico has been endangered by the permanence in power of one president over a long period of time. Democracy is the only principle of just and true government, although in practice it is only possible for nations with a sufficient degree of development. I have waited patiently for the day when the people of the Mexican Republic are ready to choose and to change their government at every election, without the danger of armed revolution and without doing harm to national credit and progress. I believe that this day has now arrived. Whatever the opinions of my friends and supporters, I shall stand down from power at the end of the current term of office, and I shall not serve again. I would welcome a party of opposition in the Mexican Republic and the happy inauguration of a completely democratic government in my country. I do not have the least desire to continue in the presidency. This nation is, at last, ready for a life of liberty." Now, what on earth Diaz was thinking when he just sort of casually dropped that he wasn't going to run for re-election in 1910 has provoked endless speculation, and I have cobbled together at least 5 different theories to explain what he was thinking. The first is that Diaz was giving this interview in English for an American audience. He wanted to present himself as a friend of freedom and democracy to gain some goodwill without ever thinking that he would hear about it back home. Second, he knew he would hear about it back home, that it would trigger waves, and he was using the interview to flush out potential opponents, because despite the happy words, Mexico was not actually very happy and stable, and this hint at retirement might lure possible enemies into the open. Third, he was looking to gauge who among his possible successors might garner the most popular support, so that Diaz himself could then back the winning horse. Fourth, and lots of people say this one, they say Diaz is 78 years old. He has lost his edge, and when he gave the interview, he made a mistake. It was just some unguarded loose talk that never would have slipped out of his mouth in former days. Finally, the interview was just another data point in a consistent pattern of pre-election behavior going back 35 years, where Diaz says he doesn't want the job so that he can justify another re-election by saying he's just answering a call to duty where everybody says, "Oh no, you can't leave us." Now, personally, I think it's a mix of theories 1 and 5, that he was hoping to be able to present himself as a benevolent Democrat to an American audience while knowing full well that he would once again be called to duty, despite quote-unquote not expecting to run again in 1910. He was going to run in 1910, and he was going to win. But this little snowball that Diaz rolled so harmlessly, so carelessly down the hill in 1908 would wind up growing into a massive avalanche that would see Porfirio Diaz not ultimately dying peacefully in the presidential palace, as I'm sure he always expected, but instead boarding a boat out of the country just 3 years later. Bernardo Reyes and Jose Limantour still had their supporters, and they now started sharpening the long knives in the inner circle of Porfirian power. Meanwhile, Diaz's open invitation for an opposition party to start up meant that those liberal clubs that had gotten going earlier in the decade now felt like they were being given an opportunity to be heard out in the open. This especially set in the middle-class egghead set. And then out in the real world, the citizens of Mexico were being battered economically and getting awfully fed up with autocratic fat cats getting rich, while all of them struggled to put food on the table. They were more than willing to listen to someone preaching reform and change. And we will begin next week with the man who virtually came out of nowhere to become the figurehead of the popular opposition. A man considered by most to be such a ridiculous figure that he was not even worth worrying about. He's one of the most unlikely and accidental revolutionaries in history, Francisco Madero. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.6, The Presidential Succession of 1910. Last time, we discussed the growing disenchantment with the Porfiriato, wrapping things up with the infamous Creelman interview of 1908, when President Porfirio Diaz just sort of casually mentioned that he was not planning to run for re-election in 1910. This was huge news, to say the least. But I think the real kicker of the Creelman interview was not just Diaz saying he wouldn't run again. It was also the bit I quoted at the end of last week's show when he said, "I would welcome a party of opposition in the Mexican Republic and the happy inauguration of a completely democratic government in my country." So he wasn't just saying, "I won't run again, but by the way, here's my hand-picked successor who I expect you to support." Diaz was issuing an open invitation for a genuine political opposition to form. This turned out to be a huge problem for Diaz, because people took him at his word. They accepted the invitation, and so the little snowball started rolling down the hill and turning into a revolutionary avalanche. The Creelman interview was first published in March 1908. It took a few months to get it translated and fully distributed throughout Mexico, but wherever it was read and discussed, the question at the forefront of everyone's mind was, well, what happens now? There were men and women in their 30s who literally had no memory of life without President Diaz. So what happens now? Both would-be opposition leaders and stalwart regime loyalists faced this question. Initially, Diaz inviting dissenting voices into the political discourse seemed genuine, and various authors were allowed to publish books and pamphlets that addressed how the coming election could be made truly representative and democratic, and what direction Mexico should take when Don Porfirio stepped aside. Many called for the creation of some kind of democratic party that would run on a platform of free and fair elections, the protection of civil rights, and the end of the petty tyrannies of the jefes politicos. A few went so far as to address social issues, taking aim at the monopolization of land and the corrosive influence of foreign investors, but the most famous and influential of these books was called The Presidential Succession of 1910. And friends, it is time to meet the man who wrote that book and who would be at the center of the coming storm, Francisco Madero. Francisco Madero was born on a sprawling hacienda in Coahuila in 1873, the eldest of what would eventually be 15 children. But the Maderos were not some random provincial family. They were probably one of the 10 or 15 richest families in Mexico. The old patriarch of the clan, Evaristo, was still alive and kicking, even though he was a couple of years older than Porfirio Diaz. The Maderos had owned extensive properties in the north for generations, and as a youth, Evaristo had watched a huge chunk of their property disappear into the Republic of Texas, never to be seen again. Evaristo had been a patriotic liberal. He had fought in the armies of Benito Juarez against the French, and then, when Porfirio Diaz came to power, Evaristo served as governor of Coahuila from 1880 to 1884. But like many of the old liberal guard, he ran afoul of Diaz's personalist authoritarianism, and Evaristo retired from politics to focus on growing the family estates. And in many ways, the Maderos were the perfect Porfirian family. They made no trouble for Diaz politically, and they stayed focused on economic progress and modernization. The Maderos acquired vast and diversified estates and properties. They owned cotton plantations and mines, mills, distilleries, textile factories, a bit of everything that added up to a lot of wealth. And though they made no political waves, their wealth put them inside the elite of the elite. And they had friendly connections, for example, to Minister of Finance Lehman Tour and the inner circle financiers in Mexico City. So Francisco was born in 1873 with a silver spoon in his mouth. He was the crown prince of the Madero clan. And he was given a proper rich boy education. He was sent to the United States for school, and then on to Europe for 5 years, which he spent mostly in Paris, and then back to the United States where he went to Berkeley to study agricultural science. He returned home in 1893 at the age of 20, bursting with intelligence, energy, and ideas. A restless reformer, Francisco further improved and modernized the family estates and introduced the latest methods and technologies. In addition to the general enhancement of the family, Francisco was also given title to various properties in his own right, and by 1900 he had made a personal fortune for himself. Francisco Madero also, I must mention, cut a very eccentric figure. He was quite small even for his day. He stood at just 5'3". He was also an enthusiastic adherent of every fashionable pseudoscientific fad that was swirling around at the turn of the century. Spiritualism, theosophy, homeopathy. It was an odd combination because Francisco was as fervent a believer in the latest in real science and progress as he was in the crank, new agey style pseudosciences. But he managed to hold them both in his creative and clever little head. He was also not strictly an economic liberal, and he believed that the welfare of the people must go hand in hand with economic growth. So he paid high wages and benefits and provided social services to his workers, employees, and residents of the towns where the Maderos held property. According to Madero's own account, he first turned his attention to politics in 1903 when he read about the brutal treatment of demonstrators in neighboring Nuevo León by General Reyes. We talked about that incident last week. Though, to mention again Madero's eccentricities, he also said that this revelatory call to politics was aided by some helpful advice given to him by the ghost of his dead brother, who urged him to liberate Mexico from tyranny. Now 30 years old, Francisco Madero broke with the family's apolitical turn and he re-embraced their liberal roots. Now this was a bit dangerous, given that the liberal congresses we talked about last week had just been broken up, but Madero went ahead and formed his own liberal political club. He called it the Club Benito Juarez, cloaking it in the memory of the man who would now become something of a patron saint of Mexican liberalism. The Club Benito Juarez endorsed real elections, real democracy, and constantly used the restoration of the Constitution of 1857 as a baseline for what freedom ought to look like. Madero's emerging ideology, such as it was a mix of classical liberalism augmented by the kind of progressive social reforms he had tried to implement on the family estates. The efforts of the Club Benito Juarez were initially aimed at local politics. In 1904, Madero and his friends tried to oust the unpopular and corrupt mayor of San Pedro, but they lost, thanks to a mix of police tactics, voting booth shenanigans, and ultimately the authorities just declaring the incumbent mayor the winner. Undeterred, Madero and his friends moved on to a bigger fish, the very unpopular governor of Coahuila, Miguel Cardenas. Cardenas was deeply unpopular and causing a lot of problems, and when Madero launched his bid to unseat him in 1905, he first tried to negotiate with Diaz's agents and said, "Look, your boy is making you look very bad, so drop your support for him and back us instead." But instead, the regime dug in its heels. Not only was Cardenas re-elected, but Madero's newspaper was shut down and a warrant went out for his arrest. But this is the Maderos we're talking about, and they used their many powerful friends in Mexico City to get the warrant for Francisco quashed. The next few years were particularly difficult for everyone in northern Mexico, from the lowest peasant to the great Madero clan. American landowners continued to proliferate, gobble up more land, and divert precious water to their foreign-owned, for foreign export and foreign profit, estates. Now, the Maderos as a whole stayed out of politics, but they clashed with American agents and investors. They were locked in lawsuits and lobbying and counter-lobbying efforts in Mexico City and Washington, D.C. And then remember from last week, at the end of 1907, Mexico got hit hard with the double whammy of the Panic of 1907 and resulting recession, and the crop failures and drought that were leading to hunger, poverty, and increased dislocation and desperation, particularly in northern Mexico. All of this was just getting started when the Creelman interview dropped in March of 1908, and having cut his teeth in local politics, 34-year-old Francisco Madero decided this was the invitation he had been waiting for to take his program and his ambitions to the national level. The president just said, "I would welcome a party of opposition in the Mexican Republic and the happy inauguration of a completely democratic government in my country." Madero was among those who accepted this invitation. Madero spent a good chunk of 1908 working on what became the short book, The Presidential Succession of 1910, which was published in January of 1909. It was presented as a brief analysis of Mexican history. Madero, of course, lauded Benito Juarez, the Constitution of 1857, and other heroic liberals. He lamented the slip into authoritarianism, the rise of petty tyranny. The book was principally focused on political issues of democracy and liberty, but most importantly, Madero honed in on the necessary return of the principle of no re-election, that we must prevent men from entrenching themselves in power indefinitely. He also made a point of not directly criticizing Diaz too much, and in fact went out of his way to laud the president for presiding over an era of unparalleled economic growth and modernization. But the cost of lost liberty was now outweighing the benefits of material progress. The presidential succession of 1910 would become the most prominent of the opposition literature that sprouted up in 1908 and 1909, and Madero used it as an excuse to start going out on speaking tours. He had come to believe more than anything that as long as opposition groups in the several states remained disunited, that they could be individually crushed by the center. But if they joined together, maybe they could collectively fight back. And so, Madero set out to build a national movement. Now, even though I've spent the last 8 minutes or so talking about Francisco Madero, in early 1909, he hardly looked like he was going to be a major player in the coming election of 1910. I mean, nobody paid much attention to eccentric outsiders like Madero who were looking to challenge the regime, to change it, reform it, transform it. The real action was going to be among those inside the regime looking to inherit the regime. The key point here is that Porfirio Diaz was approaching his 80th birthday, And even if he did what everyone expected him to do and say, oh, wait, yes, I am actually going to run again, it was unlikely he was going to survive his next term. Those on the inside knew the president was slipping. He was getting slower both physically and mentally. He was old and tired and stuck in his ways. He was prone to lapses in memory. He was prone to making ill-judged decisions without thinking through all the consequences. He was not as creative, alert, or flexible as he used to be. And this was all hidden from the public, of course, but with the old man clearly deteriorating, getting named to the vice presidency was now the prize to be won, because that guy was going to become president whenever Diaz died. So the jockeying to become Diaz's heir was where the real action was, and that struggle reopened the rift between the Científicos in Mexico City and an array of outsiders who, while loyal to Diaz and the regime, wanted political changes made. Now, we set this up a bit last week because if you were in this loyal opposition camp, the man whose name was now on the tip of your tongue was a guy we introduced in our last episode, General Bernardo Reyes. In many ways, Reyes was the perfect candidate to succeed Diaz. He had an extensive military background. He held Porfirian beliefs in both order and progress. As governor of Nuevo León, Reyes had displayed a zeal for economic modernization, coupled with some patrician concern for the poor. But he also had no love for popular politics, and was always happy to wield the Porfirian stick when the Porfirian bread was rejected. And above all, Reyes was scrupulously and unconditionally loyal to Diaz. Over the years, Diaz had subjected Reyes to various slights and public humiliations, and Reyes had borne it all without making a peep. So when Diaz said, "I am not going to run again in 1910, a lot of people said, "Ha! It's time for President Reyes." Now, the guys who coalesced around Reyes are a mixed bunch, but they all shared one thing in common. They, like Reyes, were rivals of the Científico clique in Mexico City that had held such an influential hold on Diaz these last few years. Remember, Reyes and the Científicos had clashed over the years, going back even before Reyes' brief stint as Minister of War, which, remember, the Científicos had helped make a brief stint as Minister of War. So even though everyone I'm about to talk about is loyal to Diaz and wants to basically continue the regime, there were subtle ideological and personal differences between them that lined them up into this loyal oppositional camp. So early supporters of Reyes included men who wanted more progressive political and social reform, who wanted to believe what Diaz himself claimed, that Diaz's own run of successive re-elections was meant to be the transition period, and when he stepped down, that would be the end of authoritarian Mexico, which had always been portrayed as a necessary evil. Also among Reyes' early supporters were members of the government who yearned for a turnover in the upper rungs of power. These all tended to be younger men whose ambitions were being stifled by the continued presence of a bunch of old fuddy-duddies monopolizing every office and ministerial post. Also looking to Reyes were provincial elites who had long ago made their personal peace with Diaz, but who did not like the Científicos who surrounded him, or their haughty condescension. These provincial elites saw the old man's departure as a way to get back into power. And then sprinkled into the growing Reyista movement, as there always are in movements like this, were an array of guys prosecuting personal grudges and rivalries. In January of 1909, a core group of the loyal opposition formed an organization called the Partido Democrático, the Democratic Party. And though Reyes made no public move to join them, and they in turn made no declaration of support for any particular candidate, the Democratic Party was assumed to be a stalking horse for Reyes. And when they spread out to get allies in other cities in Mexico, they were among the first to be shocked at how enthusiastic and receptive the people were to their message. They discovered that much of what had driven the formation of the liberal clubs back around the turn of the century was still out there. The frustrated, educated middle classes whose dignity and self-respect were constantly challenged by the farce of democracy and the arbitrary, petty rule of the jefes politicos and the corrupt officials that surrounded them. So when the Democratic Party guys showed up preaching the mildest of liberal reforms and a push for a bit more democracy, and whispering the name Bernardo Reyes, they found lots of enthusiastic support. Reyes himself remained totally silent, and let all of this work be done by surrogates, never so much as hinting that he had any connection to any of it, and that it was all just sort of happening spontaneously. The response from Diaz and the Científicos and other rock-ribbed regime loyalists was as predictable as it was offensive. A re-electionist party also started up, quote-unquote, spontaneously, to call for Diaz to run for president once again. And right on cue, Diaz let it be known that despite his misgivings and honest desire to step away from the presidency, that this was simply not yet the time. And so, by the time the Democratic Party was forming in January of 1909, most everyone was assuming that Diaz would in fact be running for president again. So the object was not necessarily to make Bernardo Reyes president, but to force a political marriage between Diaz and Reyes, to get Diaz to make Reyes vice president. Their campaign was meant to publicly demonstrate Reyes' popularity, to say to the president, look how much support Reyes has throughout Mexico, with the implication, of course, being all of that support can be yours if you name Reyes vice president, and if you don't, you can bet all of this popular support will be against you. But if this was the idea, then it backfired. The sudden rise in popular support for Reyes made Diaz paranoid that if he tapped Reyes for vice president, that a coup would probably be the next step. So Diaz rejected the proposed marriage with Reyes. In April of 1909, the various re-electionist clubs sent delegates to a national convention where they formally nominated Porfirio Diaz for what would be his 7th re-election. For vice president, they went again with Ramon Corral, who, remember, was a personally unpopular member of the Científico clique. His continuation as vice president meant that Diaz thought he was inoculating himself against the possibility of the coup he so obviously feared. But it's not like he was doing anything to groom Corral for the presidency. Corral was kept in the dark. He was not consulted about anything or given any real power or responsibility. When Diaz both accepted the nomination for another re-election and passed over Reyes for the vice presidency, the Reyista clubs only redoubled their efforts. And they started moving now from loyal opposition to disloyal opposition. Because while some of them really did want political reform for its own sake, most of them looked at the continued rule of the Científicos as closing the door not just on reform, but on anyone else ever getting a chance to wield power. And so included among the Reyistas now were not just private citizens, but also mayors and state governors and senior army officers who had clashed with the Científicos and wanted them gone. So through the summer of 1909, the Reyistas continued to send out speakers, organize events, and distribute literature, and the tone of their attacks was getting sharper. They were not just calling for political reform or lambasting the hated Corral, they were also criticizing Diaz himself. And thousands now were turning up to Reyista events throughout Mexico, with particularly strong showings of support around Monterrey in Nuevo León and Guadalajara in Reyes' home state of Jalisco. Now, Reyes himself continued to play no public role in this campaign on his behalf, and only ever publicly supported Diaz and Corral. But despite Reyes' professed loyalty, the insulting tone of the Reyista opposition was getting a bit much for the president, and Diaz's paranoia only grew. To Diaz, this Democratic Party looked like the beginning of a broad, national, popular political movement that was coalescing around one of the most popular men in Mexico, which is to say, a giant threat to his continued rule. To try to counter the popular Reyes movement, the regime tried to beat them at their own game. The re-electionists sent out their own speakers, they organized their own events and distributed their own literature, but the results were a bit embarrassing. Pro-Diaz rallies and speeches were often poorly attended, and often only attended by those scared not to show their faces for fear of getting marked down as a troublemaker by the local jefe politico. Meanwhile, the few pro-regime periodicals couldn't keep up with the increasing torrent of mockery and attacks on old Don Porfirio and his cronies in the opposition presses. When some re-electionist speakers came to Guadalajara, they were greeted by 3,000 jeering demonstrators. It sparked low-key unrest. It took the local jefe politico 4 days to fully restore order. So with this brief foray into popular politics getting them nowhere, the regime supporting re-electionists went back to their more traditional tactics. local bosses and police shut down the opposition political clubs, they seized printing presses, and when they could think of a plausible reason, they would arrest opposition leaders and potential troublemakers. So by the end of the summer in 1909, the Reistas were getting harassed, intimidated, and even arrested. They could feel the hard pinch of repressive authoritarianism returning after the brief, and clearly fake, open invitation for them to form a real opposition in the Mexican Republic. Meanwhile, Diaz was also moving personally against Reyes. In July of 1909, the president appointed an old retired general named Jeronimo Trevino to head the 3rd Military Zone of Mexico. This was a large regional area that included Reyes' base of operations in Nuevo León. The selection of Trevino was Diaz coming back full circle. An old liberal veteran of the Reform War and the war against the French, and thus an old comrade in arms of Diaz, Trevino had clashed with Diaz after Diaz became president, and it was partly to undermine the local power base of General Trevino that Diaz had first sent Bernardo Reyes to Nuevo León back in the mid-1880s, and now here he was being recalled to do the reverse. Trevino was being called in to contain Reyes. And he did. Trevino issued a flurry of orders and transfers to remove known Reyista officers from important commands and replace them with more loyal men. On the civilian side, government officials, politicians, and judges who were known Reyistas were similarly replaced. So in this moment of crisis for the Reyistas, they naturally looked now for Reyes to lead them. They saw these moves and were like, okay, they're coming for us. Let's do this. Let's fight back. Now is the time. They wanted Reyes to speak out, to mount his horse and lead a counterattack. But Reyes was not the man they wanted him to be, and he was never going to be the man they wanted him to be. His supporters were trying to cast Reyes in a role that he refused to play. He was loyal to Diaz. He was opposed to popular politics. He was never going to put himself at the head of a popular uprising. Bernardo Reyes was ambitious. He did want to be president, but not this way. He wanted Diaz to name him vice president, to recognize him as a worthy heir so that he could inherit the regime from the inside, not overthrow it from the outside. To put it bluntly, Reyes was never the threat that Diaz believed him to be. And so Diaz's treatment of Reyes really is one of the old president's biggest mistakes. Reyes was the perfect successor. He was almost the spitting image of Diaz, the same beliefs, the same style. He offered nothing but total loyalty. But rather than seeing all of this as an asset, Diaz decided it was a threat. And so not only did he miss a chance to pass power to a pretty popular, intelligent, and capable heir who would have continued much of Diaz's own policies, he disowned and banished Reyes. In November 1910, Diaz ordered Reyes to go on a fact-finding mission to Europe to study the organization and tactics of the German military. Reyes obliged, and he departed Mexico knowing full well he was being sent into political exile. Not only did this deny Diaz his most worthy successor, when the chaos of the revolution came about a year later, Reyes, the best general and most popular leader on the Porfirian side, was in Europe. Oh, and one more thing before we move on. Old General Trevino? Yeah, he's an old-school liberal, and he's already in regular friendly contact with Francisco Madero. Meanwhile, in the background of all of this played out some state elections that hinted that Diaz's invitation for a democratic opposition to join the Mexican Republic was complete BS. Of particular note for us, though I'm only going to mention it in passing, was the governor's race in Madero's home state of Coahuila, which saw the government-backed candidate challenged by a Reyista liberal named Venustiano Carranza. Carranza ran a strong campaign and it looked like he might win, but when election day finally came, the ballots disappeared into the hands of the local officials who then simply announced that Carranza had lost. Anyway, remember that name, Venustiano Carranza. He's important. The other race I'll mention will actually get far more attention next week, and that's the race for the governor in the state of Morelos. Next week, we're actually going to dedicate an entire episode to Morelos, because Morelos is really important. For now, though, just know that the state and local elections of 1909 revealed the regime had no interest in real democratic challenges. It was the same old story, and many people were now sick to death of that story, and looking for anyone to help them right a news story. But with the local elections of 1909 won handily and Reyes out of the picture, Porfirio Diaz comfortably believed that he was now untouchable, and he even hosted a state visit from President William Howard Taft at the end of 1909 to celebrate the continued alliance between Mexico and the United States and hopefully unruffle some of the feathers Diaz and Jose Limantour had recently been ruffling, particularly among the executives at Standard Oil and Texaco. Diaz believed he could clearly handle his own internal political security, but if the United States decided that they had grown tired of him, he might have a real problem. And so, the state visit with Taft was outwardly a success, but as we will see in the episodes to come, it's not like there were very many American interests in Mexico who were exactly sad to see Diaz coming under furious attack the next year. In fact, they might even give those attackers a helpful nudge or two. Diaz, though, was not expecting any further trouble in 1910. His principal obsession had been with Reyes, and Reyes was now sidelined. But while the departure of Reyes did lead some in the loyal opposition, who were more loyal than opposition, to call it quits, there were those who were more opposition than they were loyal, and they were now adrift and looking for somewhere to channel their energy. Similarly, those frustrated by the regime's conduct during the recent state elections were now angrier than ever that the promise of democratic reform had been dangled, only to be cruelly snatched away. And so it was that they turned to Francisco Madero, the only guy continuing to run a national challenge to Diaz, however quixotic it might be, and however eccentric he might personally be. Madero's relentless energy and refusal to quit turned a lot of these bitter Reyistas into Maderistas. It was another consequence of Diaz sidelining Reyes. Instead of reformist energy being channeled through a leader absolutely loyal to the regime, it was now being channeled through an outsider looking to supplant the existing order. So getting back now to Madero. Madero understood that despite his words in the Creelman interview, that Porfirio Diaz was very likely to run again for president in 1910. And though this was something of an inevitability, Madero used it to his advantage and made his signature issue no re-election. That would in fact be the simple and easy-to-grasp name of the political party Madero was now organizing. They were the party of no re-election. And so it is of course dripping with historical irony that this movement, that will ultimately bring Diaz down, marched out under the same simple slogan that Diaz himself had not once but twice gone into open revolt for back in the 1870s. No re-election. But Madero's call for no re-election was not just a threat to Diaz. It was also a threat to all those national and state and local officials now being re-elected in perpetuity year after year. That natural history museum that was the National Congress, all the old governors, all the old mayors. Madero was proposing to dump all of them en masse and bring in an entirely new cohort of leaders, all hopefully younger, reformist, and liberal. So Madero himself was never a revolutionary, but what he was promising looked a lot like a political revolution to those who stood on the other side. But for most of 1909, if Madero was thought of at all, he was dismissed as a goofy eccentric. He was no real threat to anyone. His own grandfather, who hated that Francisco was getting the Maderos back into politics, said that his grandson stood a microbe's chance against an elephant. Everyone knew that if there was going to be a popular opposition, it was going to be led by Bernardo Reyes. Now this rankled Madero quite a bit because he astutely concluded that Reyes was a false prophet. He was not interested in real reform at all. Madero was in fact very frustrated that so many would-be supporters were tying themselves to Reyes. And so through 1909, Reyes got all the press, all the attention, all the popular rallies, but also, critically, all the reactionary repression. For like a full year, Madero was able to fly completely under the radar. After Diaz formally accepted the nomination to be re-elected, Madero went out on a national speaking tour evangelizing the gospel of no re-election. And wherever he went, he found willing supporters who were going to help him form local clubs to support the idea of no re-election. And these guys benefited from the disdain shown to them by all the respectable political elites who dismissed them as a non-entity. Let the harmless goofballs meet. They are no threat to us. Things started to change in the fall of 1909, when two things coincided. First, the refusal of Reyes to lead an opposition campaign, and second, the clearly rigged state elections. Both drove a lot of bitter and disillusioned souls into the waiting arms of Madero, who was still out there stumping for no re-election. He was still calling for liberal reform, and it was over the winter of 1909-1910 that the Maderista coalition really started to gain momentum. And where once the Reyistas had been presiding over large rallies in the thousands, it was now Madero who was drawing those crowds. His principal base of support was always going to be those dissatisfied, mostly urban, educated professionals who were always a part of these liberal democratic revolutionary mixes, the lawyers and the doctors, the accountants, the engineers, the students, the professors. A lot of them were true believers in democratic reform and the extension of civil rights and participatory government. They had been the types who had gotten in on the liberal clubs around the turn of the century and then been frustrated when the authorities cracked down. The period after the recession of 1907 had been hard on them economically, and now their resentments were more acute than ever. But Madero was also able to increasingly call on working-class supporters who had also been hard hit since 1907. In particular, he got support from the artisan classes, who I have not talked much about, but like their counterparts in Europe, who we talked a lot about in 1848, Mexican artisans had been getting pummeled by industrial competition, much of that produce being brought in by new railroads. These artisans had long been independent, they'd been proud and literate, and they liked the idea of liberty and rights and participatory government, the kind of thing that Madero was preaching. But Madero was also getting support from the growing industrial working classes, from the miners and from the railroad workers. Madero would sprinkle his correspondence and speeches with references to the Cananea and Rio Blanco strikes as proof of the regime's political tyranny. But Madero did not actually have much of substance to offer these working-class supporters. Despite the fact that Madero had long personally been a liberal with a social conscience, his employees and neighbors could attest to that, he was, and his movement was, essentially a political project. And we talked about this particular dynamic a lot in 1848, and now it's just playing out here in Mexico. Madero is out there primarily preaching democratic political reform as the necessary precondition for social and economic advancement, that the establishment of democracy was the goal, and everything else would just work itself out after that. And in fact, far from attacking the Porfiriato's economic program, remember that's an area Madero specifically praised them for, only regretting the sacrifice of political liberty. In fact, one of the things Madero said out there on the trail, partly to allay suspicions that he was a social revolutionary, was that the people did not want bread. They wanted liberty. But for the moment, this political message was more than enough to garner Madero a popular following. And in the spring of 1910, he went out again for another long speaking tour. And ultimately, over the course of about a year, Madero wound up visiting 22 of the 27 Mexican states in an almost unprecedented whirlwind of traveling as he whipped up the first truly national political campaign Mexico had practically ever seen. In April of 1910, the anti-re-electionists held a convention in Mexico City. And though a few of the delegates were arrested before they got there, the convention was allowed to proceed. Madero was nominated to be the presidential candidate, with Dr. Francisco Vasquez Gomez, a prominent doctor and former Reyista, nominated as vice president. Now at this point, Madero was himself a bit ambivalent about running directly against Diaz, and so through intermediaries, he arranged a personal meeting with President Diaz to discuss whether a compromise could be reached. At this meeting, Madero offered to simply be Diaz's vice president if Diaz promised free and open elections. But Diaz refused, and Madero walked away convinced that Diaz was never going to give up power and never allow for real democratic elections in Mexico. Now, when Diaz and his advisor decided to drop all pretenses, I have not yet pinpointed, whether it was before or after this personal meeting. What I do know is that Madero then went off on one more speaking tour, now as an official candidate for president, and he was drawing crowds in the tens of thousands. Everywhere he went, there was enthusiasm, energy, and passion. He was a phenomenon. Local authorities did what they could to hinder him, to deny him access to public meeting spaces and things like that. but Madero kept on trucking right up to the day of the election, which was scheduled for the end of June 1910. But for sure, by the end of June 1910, Diaz had decided he was done playing games. After entering Monterrey on June the 16th, 1910, Francisco Madero and a few members of his entourage were arrested. The charges were insulting the president and fomenting rebellion. As they would later find out, Madero himself was just the tip of the iceberg. In a coordinated roundup across Mexico, the authorities arrested party leaders and club members who were linked to the anti-reelectionist campaign. Conservative estimates put it at about 5,000 total arrests. More generous estimates say 60,000. So, probably somewhere in between those two numbers. In any case, with the election just a few days away, most of the anti-reelectionist party leaders were either in hiding or in jail, including their presidential candidate. So, of course, after this crackdown, Election Day came, replete with further accusations of fraud, intimidation, and corruption. Now, try to contain your shock, but Porfirio Diaz was overwhelmingly re-elected president of Mexico. While sitting in jail, Madero came to the conclusion that maybe he was going to have to take all this to the next level. Diaz had been lying about welcoming an opposition and democracy. This was an authoritarian regime that would never allow itself to be reformed from the inside, so possibly it needed to be toppled from the outside. Madero was released on bail once the authorities believed the coast was clear, now that the election was safely over. But the coast was not clear. Madero was not yet ready to quit the field. 2 months after his release from jail, he slipped out of town and headed north, following the path of so many Mexican revolutionaries before him. But we will leave Madero there, and next week turn our attention to the critical state of Morelos. This heavily populated rural region full of sugar haciendas, dubbed the Planter's Paradise, was not really ever connected to Madero's national movement. They had their own concerns, their own problems, and their own leaders. And when Madero's revolution came, they would launch their own revolution. But before we go, I want to remind you that The Storm Before the Storm, The Beginning of the End of the Roman Republic, comes out in paperback on October the 16th, 2018. And that in support of this, I will be doing my own little whirlwind speaking tour. October the 15th at Ben McNally's in Toronto, October the 16th at the Strand in New York City, October the 17th at Parnassus Books in Nashville, and finally October the 18th at an event at the Carter Library in Atlanta hosted by Acapella Books. I cannot wait to see you there. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.7, Morelos. I will start today by continuing my promotional plugging because I just have to keep at it. The Storm Before the Storm comes out in paperback on October the 16th, 2018. It's a great gift for yourself. It's a great gift for everyone you know. I will be in Toronto on October the 15th at Ben McNally's, on October the 16th in New York City at the Strand, on October the 17th in Nashville at Parnassus Books, and then finally October the 18th in Atlanta at an event at the Carter Center hosted by Acapella Books. I also wanted to mention that a few of you have asked if there are any foreign language versions of the book available, and yes, there are. There's a Korean version, 2 Chinese versions, and 1 in Turkish. Now, foreign publishers are notoriously difficult to keep track of, and I honestly have no idea how to get any of those copies, but there is a Spanish language translation that just hit the shelves on September the 18th, and the good people at that publisher, Ariel, have been great about promoting it and getting in touch with me about how to promote it, and so it's actually out there. I've got a link up for the Spanish language version of The Storm Before the Storm. They are calling it Hacia la Tormenta, or just Into the Storm. It looks really cool, and if you've got any Spanish language friends or you want a Spanish language copy of the book, by all means, go get it. So last time, we got into the effects of the infamous Creelman interview on Mexican national politics. At Porfirio Diaz's explicit invitation, opposition parties started to form to challenge the existing regime. This opposition coalesced first around Bernardo Reyes, and then when Reyes meekly accepted political exile, they moved on to Francisco Madero. But by the end of last week's episode, we saw that Diaz had never meant a word of it. Elections were still too important to be left to the voters, and the presidential election of 1910 skidded into a pile of intimidation, harassment, fraud, and ultimately the mass arrest of opposition leaders, including Francisco Madero himself. Well, today what I want to do is increase our level of magnification and focus on the single state of Morelos, a state which was a microcosm of everything that we've been talking about really since episode 9.4. All the successes, failures, contradictions, and hypocrisies of the Porfiriato existed in concentrated form in the tiny state of Morelos. In fact, as we'll see later in today's episode, the Morelos governor's race of 1909 was in many ways a dress rehearsal for the presidential election of 1910. And the fact that Morelos was a concentrated microcosm of the Porfiriato put that little state on course to be one of the two great centers of the Mexican Revolution. The other was, of course, the northern periphery, which we'll get back to next time when Francisco Madero, native son of the northern periphery, goes into rebellion. Today, though, we are going to talk about Morelos and its most famous native son, Emiliano Zapata. Morelos is located in south-central Mexico, less than 100 kilometers from Mexico City. And the first thing I want to say here is that there were, on the eve of the Mexican Revolution, 27 states in Mexico, and Morelos was the 27th and last of these states to be created. It was carved out of the larger state of Mexico in 1869. Now, we'll get to that here in a second, but I just want to say that I'll be saying Morelos this and Morelos that for the next little bit, but I'm talking about the geographic region. Morelos, the state, doesn't exist until very late in the game. But even though Morelos, the state, was young, the region had deep historical roots. Archaeological signs of habitation date back to 6000 BC, with settled agricultural communities appearing around 1500 BC. Many of the indigenous villages in Morelos thus predated not just the Spanish conquest of the early 1500s, but the Aztec conquest of the early 1400s. But despite the fact that Morelos was located less than 100 kilometers to the south of Mexico City, the infamously difficult terrain of Mexico kept the region isolated. Morelos straddles two major mountain ranges, keeping a steep geological barrier to getting to and from the central plateau upon which Mexico City sits. Rising anywhere from 3,000 to 10,000 feet above sea level, Morelos is an almost even mix of steep mountainous terrain, flat valleys, and rough hill country in between. And while you will get alpine meadows up in the high country, almost 75% of Morelos is warm and humid and wet, mostly subtropical rainforest, which means that when the Spanish arrived, one of the first things they noticed was how great the region would be for growing sugarcane. Now, the arrival of the Spanish was a demographic catastrophe for the indigenous inhabitants of Morelos, as it was for the rest of the Americas, and it took centuries to rebuild the population. But on the eve of the Mexican Revolution, Morelos was one of the most densely populated rural areas in all of Mexico. Most of the agricultural produce of pre-Columbian Morelos was maize and cotton for local consumption, but the Spanish looked around and said, aha, we can grow sugar here. And so sugar became the crop most immediately identified with the region. But though this of course led to the creation of large sugar haciendas, during the colonial period there was a pretty stable equilibrium between those large estates and the free indigenous villages who owned and farmed their own communal lands. This local population provided a flexible workforce for the haciendas while meeting most of their own basic survival needs through their own work on their own lands. By the end of the colonial era, all of them in fact had written promises, titles, and deeds drawn up by various viceregal officials over the years, guaranteeing the villages their collective possession of this orchard or that field, claims which were, get this, even upheld in Spanish courts. But that does not mean that the peasants and villagers of Morelos liked the Spaniards or the hacendados. When Father Hidalgo let forth the cry of Dolores, men and women in Morelos enthusiastically joined the call to arms. So much so, remember, that after Hidalgo and the other original leaders from the Bajío were executed in 1811, the main theater of the Wars of Independence moved to south-central Mexico, and Morelos was at the center of all that, where the terrain and the character of the population led to guerrilla armies operating successfully against the viceregal forces for years, and those armies were now under the direction of the man who would later give his name to this little state, José María Morelos, who we talked all about in episode 9.2. And the fact that this region, again right at Mexico City's doorstep, remained for so long unpacified was a source of great frustration for the viceregal officials. After independence, Morelos was caught up in the larger struggle between Federalists and Centralists, liberals and conservatives that we talked about in episode 9.3. The old viceregal capital of Cuernavaca tended to be conservative and centralist. It was practically a suburb of Mexico City, and plenty of rich families had second homes there. Meanwhile, the more interior city of Cuautla tended to be federalist and liberal. Generally speaking, though, the population was always fertile recruiting grounds for rebel fighters. Rebelling against what? Well, whatever you got. So, for example, Morelos became one of the main bases of rebel support for Juan Alvarez when he launched his great liberal revolt against Santa Anna in 1854. When this temporary triumph of the liberals gave way to the War of Reform, the region was divided between the conservatives who held Cuernavaca and liberals who held Cuautla, and bloody, destructive chaos reigned in between. This dynamic continued as the Reform War gave way to the Patriotic War against the French, with Cuernavaca again being the main base of conservative imperialist support. In fact, after Maximilian arrived, he took a second home in Cuernavaca, which led to great improvements to the roads linking Mexico City to the region, as well as the first telegraph lines being installed. When the French were expelled and Maximilian was executed, the triumphant President Benito Juárez decided to peel off this still mostly isolated chunk of the state of Mexico and create a new state in 1869. So what had once been a large sub-province of Mexico became the second smallest state in Mexico, checking in at just 5,000 square kilometers. Juárez named the new state Morelos, after the great hero of the Wars of Independence. Its first governor was a local liberal war hero named Francisco Leyva. That's Leyva with a V. He had fought all through the War of Reform and the Patriotic War against the French, and in that first governor's race, Leyva actually defeated another young and ambitious hero of the wars, Porfirio Diaz. We'll talk way more about that in a second. The ascendancy of the liberals would have profound consequences for the population of the new state of Morelos. Remember, one of the big things the liberals wanted to do was end the corporate ownership of property, whether it was owned by the church or by a village. They wanted to divide it up into individually owned plots of private property as a way to stimulate economic growth. This also came with reforms in how land titles would be assessed and validated. The move to modernize and rationalize the real estate laws led many ancient village grants, drafted sometimes hundreds of years ago by some random vice-regal official, to be increasingly ignored by the courts. There also began under the liberals a major push to identify all previously unclaimed national or public land and auction all that off too. The villages of Morelos would bear the brunt of these efforts particularly hard. It was a densely packed region with 120 recognized pueblos in the small 5,000 square kilometer area, much of which was uncultivatable mountain land. So, with only so much land to go around, a lot of villages needed everything they owned to be viable, and even the simple loss of access to what had once been unclaimed public land might be the difference between life and death for a village. In spite of this, though, individual villages were able to maintain through persistence their claims to communal property, but because there was a lot of inter-village rivalry, there was never any larger coordinated response to the threat, even if they all faced the same threat. But despite this liberal push beginning in the late 1860s and early 1870s, it was not until the triumphal accession of Porfirio Diaz to the presidency in 1876 that things accelerated. And as I said at the beginning of this episode, Morelos is a concentrated microcosm of what was happening throughout Mexico as order and progress became the law of the land. In Morelos, order and progress meant the mass expansion of sugar cultivation. First, the introduction of rail lines connecting Morelos to Mexico City linked the heretofore isolated region instantly to the urban metropolis. As the railroad spread throughout Mexico, it did two things for the sugar planters. First, it allowed them to import new, efficient, modern machines and steam-driven mills to extract and refine sugar ever more efficiently. And then second, it gave them access to a larger national market, eventually maybe even an international market. So, given every Porfirian encouragement to expand and modernize and profit, the sugar hacendados of Morelos expanded and modernized and profited. Railroads brought in new technology and carried away mountains of newly produced sugar. Sugar production increased fivefold, and the hacendados started looking for ways to expand their operations. Once the unclaimed national land had all been sold off by the Ministry of the Interior, there was only one other place to acquire new land, and that was to take it from the villages. Starting in the 1880s, the villages of Morelos came under sustained assault from expanding haciendas. With the help of friends on the courts and in key interior ministry posts, hacendados started challenging the claims of various villages. They said ancient titles were invalid, or that the land under dispute was actually vacant and up for grabs. Out in the countryside, hacienda managers started throwing up fences and enclosures and simply asserting ownership of orchards and fields and grazing land that had been used by a community for literally centuries. 100 acres here, 1,000 acres over there, was claimed and parceled out until some villages were reduced to merely their own town boundaries, with no land of their own to sustain themselves. Over the next few years, villages began to disappear from the map. In 1876, there were about 120 recognized pueblos in Morelos. By 1910, that number was down to 100. In one infamous case, an hacendado angry at resistance from a local village directed his irrigation into a nearby lake. The lake overran its shores, it flooded the village. Only the church spire was left visible above the waterline. The ancient populations were thus broken into dislocated relocation. Most of them were forced to take jobs as resident wage workers on the very hacienda that had just enveloped their village. Now, the village leaders and councils fought all this in court all the time, but they were rebuffed, they were ignored. Their titles were declared too ancient to be valid and recognized. By 1908, the 36 largest haciendas, owned by just 17 families, covered fully 25% of the total land in Morelos, and by all accounts, had 100% of the good land. An illustrative anecdote of how this process played out concerns a village that bordered one of the haciendas owned by the rich and powerful Escandon family. The Escandon family were old Mexico City conservatives, and it's a wonder they were even still around because the family in fact shows up in the ranks of the imperial administration of Maximilian, rather than the patriotic rebel armies that were trying to expel him. In 1903, Pablo Escandon ordered a manager to enclose about 3,500 acres of disputed land that had been used by the villagers for grazing. The villagers got mad when they ran into these new fences. They tore them down and went back to grazing as they always had. In retaliation, the herds were confiscated and fines were issued for trespassing. So the villagers tapped an educated farmer they trusted to take their case to the magistrates. They had ancient titles and claims to the land that this hacienda was now trying to claim. The farmer agreed. He took the case to the district court, but was rebuffed. He took it to the state court, but was rebuffed. So he appealed to the federal Supreme Court in Mexico City. So now it's 1904, it's like a full year later, and this guy is leading a small delegation to plead their case. He even got a meeting with President Diaz himself, who listened sympathetically and said, "Oh, that's not right. I'm sure this will all work out in your favor." But the farmer never got to plead his case before the Supreme Court. Just before the trial, he was arrested, and all his papers, documents, and evidence were seized. Then he just disappeared. In June of 1904, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the Escandon family. A few months later, the farmer's family finally got a letter. He had smuggled it out of a jail cell in Veracruz, where he was awaiting deportation to the infamous labor camps in Quintana Roo. That was the only letter they ever got. The farmer died in those camps in November 1905. And that is what Porfirian order and progress meant to the peasants of Morelos. So these enclosures were creating a bit of an angry powder keg. So let us turn now to the political side of things, where we will find the spark to light that angry powder keg. We saw last week how a host of socio-economic grievances were unleashed by a political crisis, mostly revolving around the issue of the presidential succession. Well, here in Morelos, again a microcosm of Mexico, the same thing was happening on a smaller scale. A political succession crisis over the winter of 1908 and 1909 was going to open up the first crack of what ultimately became a violent social revolution. The succession crisis was kicked off by the death of the long-serving governor Manuel Alarcón, who had been in office since 1894 and who had just been re-elected for the fourth time. In mid-December 1908, the governor unexpectedly died, and so a new governor had to be found. About a week after the death of the old governor, Diaz met with the prominent hacendado families of Morelos to work out who the next governor should be. And despite a half-dozen names that would have been perfectly fine, the planters decided to insist upon elevating Pablo Escandón, the guy who I just mentioned kickstarting that horrible story about the farmer getting sent off to the labor camps. Escandón was at that point serving as the president's chief of staff. He was one of the heirs of the great Escandón estates. He had been educated at Stonyhurst in England, and when he returned to Mexico in the 1880s, he spent all of his time palling around with his buddies in the elite circles of Mexico City. Pablo joined the army as an officer, but that was mostly just for the social benefits. He wasn't actually like a soldier. Diaz brought Escandón onto his staff, but politics was not really his thing. He was a glorified social secretary, and Escandón excelled at organizing state events and parties. But he was not much interested in the hard work and cut and thrust of real politics. So when the Morelos planters approached him about running for governor, he tried to say no. Though his family was one of the largest landowners in Morelos, he himself had practically never been there, and by his own admission, knew nothing about the state. Being governor not only meant having to do real work, it also meant he would actually have to live there, which kind of turned his stomach. Indeed, it has been observed that even though Escandón and his social circle were all native Mexicans, they had a very colonialist outlook on everything outside of Mexico City. Escandón basically self-identified as a civilized European, while everyone out there was a sandal-wearing, hut-dwelling native savage. Still clinging to the old caste system mentality, Escandón was pretty much a straight-up racist. But the planters insisted on elevating him, because they knew he was one of them, and that he would not get in their way. That was supposed to be the end of it. The powerful hacendado families had spoken. Escandón would be elected in a democratic charade scheduled for February 1909, and that would be that. Except that was not that. As was the case all over Mexico, the triumph of the Porfiriato had only obscured the existence of a political opposition. It had not eliminated it. In Morelos, there were families, some of them quite rich and influential, who had accepted the negotiated détente offered by Diaz as he built up his stable, quasi-feudal authoritarian system back in the 1880s. These were the families who had agreed to mostly stay out of politics, as long as Diaz did not try to micromanage their affairs. In Morelos, we are talking about the Leyva clan. The old patriarch of that clan was Francisco Leyva, whose name I just dropped a couple of minutes ago. Now 73 years old, he was an old liberal veteran of the Reform War and the war against the French. But Leyva had been a partisan of the Benito Juarez and Miguel Lerdo faction of the liberals, against whom Porfirio Diaz had launched his rebellious challenges in the early 1870s. Leyva's brother, in fact, had been killed fighting rebels during Diaz's abortive Noria rebellion in 1872. So there was no love lost between these two. And when Diaz came to power in 1876, Leyva was forced out of power. But though Leyva was kept out of the State House, Diaz looked the other way when families in the state continued to take their cues from the Leyva family. This détente between Leyva and Diaz lasted all the way to the end of 1908, when the old long-dormant opposition in Morelos came to Leyva, then living in Mexico City, and asked him to run for governor. Leyva, in something of a subtle dig at Diaz, said he was too old to run, but he gave his blessing for his son Patricio to challenge Escandón. Just to make sure this was all cool, though, Leyva scheduled a meeting with Diaz about a week after the president met with the planters. Leyva asked Diaz directly what he thought of his son running, and Diaz said, "Oh yes, sounds great. Don't you know, I'm all about democracy now." So, on January the 7th, a little convention got together of village leaders along with some middle-class types, teachers and merchants and storekeepers, and they nominated Patricio Leyva for governor. The primary was scheduled for February the 7th, 1909, and then a second vote of the electors was scheduled for February 21st. Both of these votes were supposed to be mere formalities. There had been other state and local elections in 1908, since the Creelman interview had happened, and those had gone smoothly for the regime. But that was just because it had taken a little while for opposition types to really stick their necks out. By 1909, the coast really did look clear. Diaz kept saying all the right things. So, here we go, let's challenge the election. And one of the things that made the Morelos election different is something we talked about last week, the formation of that Reyista-leaning Democratic Party right now at this very moment in January 1909. Having just come together, the Morelos election was the first opportunity for these guys to go get in on some action, and various agents were sent into the state to work the election. That election turned out to be a preview of the presidential election that would precede the following year. At first, there was a lot of surprising popular support for Leyva. Meetings and rallies had a lot of energy and passion that made the local jefes politicos very nervous. So the supporters of Escandón tried to bolster his popular image by having him parrot some liberal reformist talking points that were actually written by a Reyista member of the Democratic Party. But nobody was really buying it, and Escandón wasn't exactly selling it. Things came to a dramatic head on February the 1st. With about a week left in the election, a trainload of pro-Escandón speakers came through Cuautla. When they got off the train to make their speeches, they were heckled by the crowd. So the speakers got mad and they yelled back at the crowd. Then the crowd threw some rocks, and then in came the police. Now no shots were fired, but arrests were made and the whole place was cleared. After this little quote-unquote riot, the Leybistas intentionally backed off some of their more rabble-rousing rhetoric because they wanted to avoid getting jailed for inciting rebellion. But the local jefes politicos were way over all of this. When Election Day came on February the 7th, they broke out every trick in the book. Police were out intimidating voters and controlling access to the polls. Voting locations and times were changed at the last minute. Ballots, pre-filled out for Escandón, were distributed widely. And then, of course, the cherry on top was right before the election they went out and arrested or drove into hiding any prominent Leyvista they could find. So in this tightly controlled atmosphere, the quote-unquote opposition Diaz had personally welcomed was swamped by fraud and violence. And so Escandón won the governor's race in a rigged blowout. He was sworn in as governor on March the 15th, 1909. By all accounts, Escandón was a terrible governor. For one thing, he never wanted the job, and certainly did not want to actually live in Morelos. He wanted his country club in Mexico City, and he constantly requested permission to leave the state on a variety of pretexts. So the land of absentee landlords now had an absentee governor. This allowed the local jefes politicos to just kind of do whatever they wanted, and what a lot of them wanted to do was go out and get vengeance on those who had defied them during the election. So they targeted families and villages who were strong Leybistas. And then, even when he was in Cuernavaca, Escandón was just a cipher for the Hacendados. He put through legislation in June 1909 aimed at artificially depressing real estate values so that the planters could pay lower taxes. But this shifted the burden mostly to those few middle-class town types, the merchants and the lawyers and the shopkeepers. It engendered a lot of resentment. Then, near the end of 1909, Escandón demanded changes to the state constitution which would allow for even more executive control and authority, basically erasing whatever thin checks the state legislature still had on the governor. The entire administration and bureaucracy of the state was then converted into being a relentlessly and uniformly supportive machine for the Hacendados. They opposed the villagers at every front. Now, Escandón's predecessor had at least occasionally ruled for the villagers or reined in flagrant abuses of power. But that was all over now. And the thing is, had it not been for the aggressive greed of the Hacendados, they might have avoided the revolution, because they were helping provoke it right now. Faced with total envelopment and the complete destruction of the free villages and their ancient way of life, the people of Morelos were well primed for a revolt. What did they have to lose? All they needed was a spark and a leader. And who would that leader be? Why, Emiliano Zapata, of course. Emiliano Zapata was born on August the 8th, 1879, in the village of, I think this is my 12th take, Ananaquilco. Close enough. The village was located a bit southwest of Cuautla, and at the time of his birth, the village was over 700 years old, predating even the Aztec conquest. Now, being born in 1879 meant that Zapata is among that generation of men and women I mentioned last week who could not remember any president but Porfirio Diaz. Zapata also knew of no other life than the post-1880s massive encroachment and enclosure campaigns. And there's an apocryphal story that at the age of 9, he watched his father break down sobbing as they watched an orchard being enclosed, and young Emiliano swore that day to always be the enemy of Rome. Oh wait, that's a different apocryphal story of youthful vengeance swearing. Sorry, I get them mixed up sometimes. Anyway, the Zapatas were well known and a well-respected mestizo family. As a child, his maternal grandfather had helped Jose Maria Morelos in the War of Independence. 2 of his uncles had been liberal partisan fighters in the War of Reform and the French War. And the Zapatas were not dirt-poor peasants. They were in fact at least moderately prosperous by the standards of the village. Emiliano grew up in a house, not a hut. He had decent clothes and shoes. He got a rudimentary education. He was illiterate and he could do math. And though of course he worked for a living, neither he nor his brothers and sisters were ever mere wage laborers. His parents died less than a year apart when Emiliano was still in his late teens. So he inherited a bit of property and took it over with an entrepreneurial spirit. He worked some land as a tenant farmer, growing at one point watermelons at a decent profit. He also bought a team of mules that he ran during the off-season, carting corn from farm to town and bricks from town to hacienda. He got to be well known and trusted even though he was still in his early 20s. But Zapata really made his local reputation with horses. He was a natural rider. He was gifted and fearless. He competed in races and rodeos and bullfights. And his preternatural understanding of horses made him one of the most sought-after trainers in Morelos. He was much in demand on the haciendas in the area. So by the time he was in his mid-20s, Zapata had some money coming in, and his prospects looked pretty good. And he did too. The image that a lot of people have of Zapata is him as this ascetic peasant warrior. He ate bread and drank water, bare feet and a pure heart. But that was not Emiliano Zapata at all. He was actually quite a snappy dresser. It was one of the few things he used his disposable income on. He had spit-polished boots, sharp, creased pants, good quality shirts. He loved silver buckles and spurs and ornamented saddles. And of course he paid particular care and attention to his illustrious mustache, which he took enormous pride in. And Zapata's glorious mustache is definitely one of history's most famous mustaches. But all that said, in his biography of Zapata and the Zapatistas, John Womack makes the point that though Zapata was this fancy pants dandy, he literally had fancy pants, there was never an air of condescension or superiority about him. Nobody ever called him Don Emiliano. The people of Morelos looked at Zapata and said, he is one of us. And despite his fancy clothes, he really was. Part of this affection and trust comes from him taking an early interest in village politics. At the time, village politics meant defending the village's claims against the encroaching haciendas. As early as 1906, he was sitting in on delegations as a junior member to learn the ropes and get used to what being a village leader was like. He spent the next 3 years sitting on these meetings, making the rounds to district, state, and national officials. He conferred with other tribal leaders about their shared grievances. And when the election of 1909 came round and was unexpectedly contested, Zapata naturally threw his lot in with Leyva, and so he spent even more time traveling around, meeting people, and then back home receiving visitors. He got to know allies in the opposition, and they got to know him. But after the election, the village council of, let's see if I can do this, Ananaquilco, could see how much tougher the fight was going to be now that Escandón had been elected. And in September of 1909, they announced that they were going to step down and give way to the next generation. In the brief subsequent discussion and vote, Emiliano Zapata, just a few days past his 30th birthday, was elected president of the village council. He was entrusted most of all with the collection of ancient documents that spelled out the village's claims and rights, which he would keep as his sacred labor for the rest of his life. All through the revolution, Zapata took enormous care to ensure the safety of these precious village documents. For the next few months, he carried on with the standard game of petitions and meetings and demanding legal redress of their grievances, and Zapata proved troublesome enough that he was hit with one of the standard Porfirian tactics used to punish opposition. He was drafted into the army. But Zapata only served a brief stint in the cavalry in early 1910 before somehow managing to secure a discharge, very possibly through some well-placed bribes. By the spring of 1910, he was back home, very frustrated and ready to change tactics. And very possibly the old village elders had anticipated the need for this kind of change of tactics, and that's why they had stepped aside to let a younger man like Zapata take the lead. With the rains approaching and planting needing to start, the villagers had been told by the neighboring hacendado that if they tried to farm on a disputed hillside, that they would be run off, by force if necessary. So the villagers appealed to the state government for permission to farm this hillside, but the bureaucrats dragged their feet. They delayed. They asked for additional information, and they were basically stalling until the rain started and it would be too late. Then the hacendado brazenly brought in workers from other villages to come do the planting, and Zapata had had enough. He led about 80 men, some of them armed, out to the field and demanded the workers leave. He told them, look, we don't want any trouble with you, but you know this is our land, not the haciendas. So get out of here. And so they did. Now, amazingly, the hacendado actually backed down from this confrontation, though Zapata himself had to go into hiding for about 3 months after being denounced as a bandit and an outlaw and a highwayman, which is where he was, laying low in the summer of 1910 when Francisco Madero's campaign ran into the wall of repression that it now, in retrospect, always seemed destined for. Madero's movement had never penetrated much into Morelos. It was mostly centered in the north and in the coastal cities. But the people of Morelos knew it was going on. They were thrilled that somebody was challenging Diaz, and then they muttered with resigned frustration when the repressive regime kicked in and all hope seemed to be snuffed out. But all hope had not been snuffed out. And next time, we will pick back up with Madero, as he decided the time had finally come to give Diaz some of his own, probably very old and expired, medicine. But I say next time because Revolutions will be taking next week off. Until then, please mark your calendars for my tour dates in October, and then we will be back here in 2 weeks when the Mexican Revolution officially begins. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.8, The Plan of San Luis. Last time, we talked about the little state of Morelos, which was destined to play a big part in the Mexican Revolution. Well, today, we are actually going to start that revolution. And to start that revolution, we must pick up where we left off 2 episodes back. The election of 1910 had seen reformist, anti-re-electionist, and all-around goofy liberal idealist Francisco Madero barnstorm around the country speaking to ever larger and more enthusiastic crowds. So rather than risk even the slightest chance that Madero might win, the authorities carried out a mass police sweep in June of 1910. Madero was tossed in prison, as were most of his friends and allies. Today, we will pick back up with Madero, as he makes the decision to not accept being a failed martyr for political reform, and instead become what he always said that he would not become, a revolutionary.
After his arrest, Madero had spent about a week in jail in the city of San Luis Potosí. Once all the ballots had been cast, or stuffed into the ballot box, whichever, Madero was released on bail. But he was forbidden to leave the city. For the next 2 months, he followed the terms of his release. He kept his head down. He did not leave the city. But a conversation began inside Madero's entourage about what to do next. The problem, you see, was not necessarily the re-election of old Porfirio Diaz. Everyone had long taken that as a foregone conclusion. It was instead the election of Ramon Corral as vice president that was the real center of the discussion. Now, I haven't gone into too much detail on Corral because he's not really that important, except for what he represented, which was the promise that the authoritarian politics and scientifico-economics of the Porfiriato were going to continue indefinitely. There was no light at the end of the tunnel. Even when Diaz died, nothing was going to change. That's what Corral represented. Madero himself was concluding that they were going to have to fight fire with fire, and that if they gave up now, Mexico would never be free. So plans were laid to get Madero out of Mexico, and then to attempt to pull off something that had not been pulled off since 1876, revolutionary regime change. Now, to say that staging a revolution was anathema to Madero's character is an understatement. He was a liberal political reformer of the sort we've met over and over again here on the podcast. He had said over and over again in speeches over the course of his speaking tours that he was not a revolutionary, that his presidential campaign was not a revolution, that he was simply accepting the president's invitation to organize a democratic opposition, and this was all true. He was speaking from the heart. His constituency during the campaign had been those educated, professional, urban middle classes. They were not the illiterate peasants out in the field or rough mule drivers traversing the narrow goat paths of the Sierra Madre. These guys wore shoes and suits. They read the latest in European literature and economics and philosophy. Most of them had probably never fired a gun in their lives. Now, a few of them, of course, trended socialist and communist and anarchist, like the followers of the fabulous Flores Magón brothers, but that was the fringe wing that was kept in very loose and uncomfortable alliance with more respectable liberal Maderistas during the campaign of 1910. And if you remember back to our episode on Mexican independence, Francisco Madero would have almost certainly been among those distressed and unnerved by the tsunami of social revolution that was summoned by Father Hidalgo. Madero wanted broader democratic participation and something resembling the rule of law. He did not want to turn the world upside down. Now, speaking of Mexican independence, some of you out there may have already noticed that we are fast approaching September 1910. September of 1910 will mark the 100th anniversary of the Cry of Dolores. And after this unexpectedly rigorous challenge to his presidency, President Porfirio Diaz planned to pull out all the stops to celebrate this most auspicious of occasions, hopefully bathing his regime in patriotic enthusiasm and cementing a symbolic link between Diaz and the glorious founding of Mexico. Now, this was a gimmick Diaz had long played to his advantage, and I haven't mentioned this yet, but decades earlier, Diaz had pulled off a little switcheroo. We know that the Cry of Dolores was on September the 16th, 1810, and it was celebrated on that day each year until Diaz ascended to the presidency. But Don Porfirio's birthday was September the 15th, and so a few years into his reign, the official celebrations for independence were shifted back one day without further explanation. Henceforth, independence would be celebrated each year on September the 15th. This allowed the president and the country to celebrate their birthdays on the same day. And in 1910, that meant that Mexico's 100th birthday coincided with Diaz's 80th birthday. The celebrations were elaborate. There was a huge array of banquets and speeches, parades and ceremonies. Everyone was dressed to the nines with distinguished dignitaries, both foreign and domestic, strutting about in their best tuxedos, or, for Diaz, extravagantly ornamented military uniforms. About 2.5 weeks after these great festivities celebrating Mexican independence and the birthday of Don Porfirio, the National Congress met on October the 5th to formally confirm the elections of Diaz and Corral to the presidency and vice presidency, respectively. This led to more speeches and parties and toasts, and if you had simply been dropped into the middle of Mexico City at this point, it would be hard not to conclude that Mexico was happy, the president adored, and all future prospects bright. But the day after the victory of Diaz and Corral was confirmed, and any last shred of hope that the specter of President Corral might be avoided, the Maderistas decided to take drastic action. On October the 6th, 1910, Francisco Madero slipped out of San Luis Potosi dressed as a laborer. He boarded a train heading north. He crossed the border with the United States at Laredo on October the 7th, and there he was met by a small group of loyal supporters, most of whom had fled to the United States after the police sweeps that had nabbed Madero back in June. It was not a large group, and it looked a lot like a Madero family reunion. Remember, Francisco was the eldest of 15 children, and so this initial clique of rebels, many of them were brothers and cousins or brothers-in-law. For the rest of October, this little group lived in San Antonio, Texas, and spent most of their time drafting a revolutionary call to arms. This would be the basic statement of what their rebellion was about, and, at this early stage anyway, a sort of blueprint for how they wanted their friends, allies, and supporters throughout Mexico to carry out the revolution in their own cities and communities. Though it was not ready for publication until early November, for reasons of revolutionary propaganda, this revolutionary declaration was datelined San Luis Potosi, October the 5th, 1910. This was the last day Madero had been on Mexican soil, and hence it became known to history as the Plan of San Luis. The Plan of San Luis declared that the election of 1910 was not legitimate. The officials elected, including President Diaz and Vice President Corral, were not recognized as legitimate. Madero was to assume the title of provisional president until new elections, free and fair elections, could be held. Rather optimistically, those elections were to be called once the revolutionaries controlled at least half the states in Mexico. As provisional president, Madero also had the authority to appoint provisional governors of the Mexican states, and those provisional governors were in turn empowered to make political appointments and hold real, non-fraudulent elections. They were also empowered to review all laws and statutes and determine which were legitimate and which were unjust. So on a political level, what Madero's revolution was aiming at was the total overturning of all office holders, a complete regeneration of leadership. Police chiefs, jefes politicos, mayors, governors, all the way up to the top, the president and his ministers and all their advisors. The plan was to sweep them all out of power. Expecting resistance to this, of course, Provisional President Madero also claimed the right to declare war on the usurper Diaz, who, at least according to the Plan of San Luis, was now illegally occupying the presidential palace. But the plan also stated forcefully, both to the world and to their own supporters, that in waging this war, they were to maintain strict military discipline and follow all international conventions of warfare. Those who broke the rules of war, on either side, would be tried by military courts. So, of course, given Madero's own preoccupations, the Plan of San Luis focused almost entirely on political matters. But there was one brief section that would be of enormous importance. A section that said that all recent land acquisitions would also be reviewed, and those deemed fraudulent or unjust would be nullified, and the land returned to their original owners. This section was thrown in, of course, to curry favor with the rural villagers, and was never really the focus of Madero's political revolution. But it became very important down the road, and was practically the only part read by some of those who came to support Madero. For example, Emiliano Zapata down in Morelos. Now, the real final point of the Plan of San Luis, though, was to announce to the world that a revolution was about to begin. And Madero wrote, "Fellow citizens, do not hesitate for a moment. Take up arms, throw the usurpers from power, recover your rights as free men, and remember that our ancestors bequeathed us a heritage of glory that we cannot tarnish. Be as they were, invincible in war and magnanimous in victory." And then the time and date was announced for the beginning of the revolution, November the 20th, 1910, at precisely 6 p.m. While the Plan of San Luis was being drafted, more concrete preparations were also being made. Funds at this point were limited, but the Maderistas were not without means. The Maderos were, after all, crazy rich, and Francisco himself controlled considerable wealth. His supporters had managed to arrange for some of that wealth to be made available, but their supply of cash would not be inexhaustible. Now that Madero and company were fugitives,
assets would be seized and access to property in Mexico would be severely curtailed. But they did arrange for the purchase of guns and other weapons. They were able to pay for organizing logistics, and then of course print and distribute the Plan of San Luis. Now, given the nature of the coalition that had propelled Madero's presidential campaign, it should come as no surprise that he planned to focus his revolutionary uprising in the cities of Mexico. That is where Madero's strongest partisans were. So the Maderistas in San Antonio started sending men back to Mexico, to the various Mexican cities, to distribute the plan, discreetly of course, raise volunteers and supporters, and make ready for the November 20th uprising. Madero also went so far as to appoint provisional governors to states expected to fall early in the revolution, most critically naming Abraham Gonzalez provisional governor of Chihuahua, and we'll talk more about Gonzalez here in a second. They also sent men, at first 2 of Madero's brothers, to Washington, D.C. to begin what they hoped would be back-channel talks with the State Department, with an eye on being granted legitimate belligerent status in the coming Civil War. So the plan was to rise up, turn out all the old officials and replace them with Madero men. Then, after capturing, let's say a half dozen at least of the principal regional capitals of Mexico, they would hopefully have devastated the legitimacy of President Diaz and lead other cities to join the revolution. The whole thing should be over by about Christmas. Now, through October, everything looked like it was going pretty well, and revolutionary expectations were high. Those expectations were raised even higher in early November, after a Mexican man was lynched in Rock Springs, Texas. The lynching was a scandal in Mexico, and it set off a wave of ostensibly anti-American protests in the second week of November 1910. American property was targeted, vandalized, and destroyed. Demonstrators paraded through the streets. Some rocks got thrown. There was some mild rioting. All of it, as Madero and his friends noted with satisfaction, was centered in the cities, and it was being led by the students and artisans and middle classes who Madero planned to count on for his revolution. It was also noted with even more satisfaction that though the demonstrations were officially anti-American, a lot of the noise in the street was seamlessly turning into denunciations of President Diaz. So this lulled Madero and his friends into thinking that their strategy was sound and his people were ready. But there was a downside to these street demonstrations erupting just before the real revolution was set to begin. Within a few days, no more than a week or so, the authorities had the situation back in hand, and as they cracked down and restored order, they wound up arresting men and raiding houses that were up to their eyeballs in the Maderista revolutionary conspiracy. The police soon had their hands on copies of the Plan of San Luis, which explicitly pinpointed the date of a planned rebellion. They also uncovered correspondence and interrogated witnesses that led to further suspects being identified and detained. So by the third week of November, the authorities practically knew as much about the state of the revolutionary conspiracy as Madero did up in San Antonio. By November the 16th and 17th and 18th, many of Madero's agents either found themselves arrested and tossed in jail or on the run, their plans in shambles. The first shots of the Mexican Revolution were fired on November the 18th, 1910 in the city of Puebla. A reliably liberal friend and supporter of Madero, named Aquiles Cerdán, had been tasked with organizing the revolution in Puebla, and was actually pretty successful. He had about 400 men signed up and ready to go, with a cache of arms that they would be able to fight with. But just days before the revolution was to begin, the police sweeps began in earnest, and Cerdán was tipped off that on November the 18th, the police would raid his house. And when they did, they would find a whole lot of guns, incriminating documents, and piles of the Plan of San Luis. With very little time to act, Cerdán concluded that there was no good way to move everything out of the house, and he wasn't just going to run away. Instead, he and a small group of hardcore partisans would stand their ground. So when the police showed up in force on November the 18th to raid the house, they were met by a hail of gunfire. A fighting standoff ensued, with the two sides trading sometimes heavy fire over the next couple of hours. Scores of men wound up wounded or dead, including the police chief of Puebla, who by all accounts was one of the most hated men in the city. But the police outnumbered Cerdán and his men,
and they were taken out one by one, and eventually the rebels were forced to surrender. Cerdan was arrested and executed. This shocking outbreak of rebellious violence only intensified a nationwide crackdown, and the few Madero operatives still out there trying to organize were arrested or forced to abandon their plans. When November the 20th came along, the revolution was going to be proclaimed, but it did not appear there were going to be many revolutionaries around to fight it. Madero's own adventures in the lead-up to November the 20th only seemed to cement further the idea that this whole project was about to go down in history as a giant, spectacular failure. On that same November the 18th, Madero departed San Antonio with a small entourage. They were to head south, cross the border back into Mexico, and meet up with a company of armed rebels that were expected to be at least a couple of hundred strong. Once this little army had gotten together, they would all ride for Ciudad Porfirio Diaz, a border city right across the Mexican-American line from Eagle Pass, Texas, what is today, and I should mention was before Diaz came along and renamed it, the city of Piedras Negras. Ciudad Porfirio Diaz was targeted for both strategic and symbolic reasons. Strategically, it was going to be important to control a city on the Mexican-American border to ensure continued access to supplies and weapons purchased in the United States. But symbolically, seizing control of Ciudad Porfirio Diaz and making it the de facto rebel capital, that is some A-plus revolutionary trolling. But instead, Madero's party crossed the border and got lost in the dark. They seriously just wandered around blindly until morning came. But when the sun rose, they finally made contact with the men they were trying to meet up with, led by one of Madero's uncles, and Madero discovered to his gut-wrenching horror that his uncle had with him exactly 10 men. Yes, 10 men. Not only that, it turned out the guns they had paid for had never been delivered. By now, Madero and company were also getting reports that fighting had occurred down in Puebla and that Cerdan had been killed. Reality crashed down hard on Madero as he stood out there in the desert. This revolution was not going to happen, at least not today. So, the party crossed back into the United States, tails tucked firmly between their legs. But we would not be here today if that was the end of it. And there was hope yet. Madero's bacon is about to be saved by a revolutionary uprising in the north of Mexico that he basically had nothing to do with. He was not the mastermind of the uprising, nor were any of its leaders, quote-unquote, Maderistas in any meaningful sense. And it's really quite a funny little historical twist, because if you didn't know all the details, one might infer that what happened over the winter of 1910-1911 had been the plan all along. Because though the urban uprisings were a total bust, out in the hinterlands, the hill country and mountains of northern Mexico, in the states of Chihuahua, Durango, and Coahuila, rebellions did break out on November the 20th, and large rebel bands started growing into small rebel armies, and they started actually taking control of territory. And given the fact that this is all happening in Madero's own backyard, where his family had owned property for decades, it looks like this is the plan, launch a revolution from rural northern Mexico. But it really was not. Madero was as shocked as anyone that his fortunes now rested in the hands of a bunch of ruffians in the High Sierra country. These newly minted rebels were most successful in the state of Chihuahua, under the broad umbrella of the man Madero had appointed provisional governor, Abraham Gonzalez. Gonzalez was about 10 years older than Francisco Madero, and the two men shared a lot in common. Where the Maderos were one of the richest families in Coahuila, the Gonzaleses were one of the richest families in Chihuahua. Like any good rich boy, Gonzalez was educated abroad. He graduated from Notre Dame, and then he returned to join the family business. Gonzalez, however, had more ambitions than simply being the steward of his family's profitable estates. But like the Maderos, the Gonzaleses were outside the political circles of their state. Chihuahua was dominated by the Teresas and Creel families. So Abraham Gonzalez wanted to run for office and be a political player, but all his ambitions were frustrated. So it's natural that when the Creelman interview came out, Gonzalez gravitated to the anti-reelectionist reform program of his fellow northern countryman Francisco Madero. Gonzalez became head of the anti-reelectionist party in Chihuahua and became one of Madero's staunchest supporters. And when Madero went into rebellion, Abraham Gonzalez was amongst those he was counting on, and Madero very astutely appointed Abraham Gonzalez provisional governor of Chihuahua. Now, Gonzalez was, of course, a key player in the early revolution in his own right. He was an inner-circle Maderista. But his greatest contribution to the cause was in the realm of recruitment. Gonzalez was very plugged into his state, and he knew which men he ought to try to bring over to the revolutionary cause, what he needed to say to convince those men to join. Now, his most famous recruit we will talk all about next week when we introduce José Doroteo Arango Arambula, who I promise you've all heard of, even if you don't know it yet. But in these critical early weeks and months, there was an even more important man Gonzalez won over to the rebel cause, and that was Pascual Orozco. Pascual Orozco was not yet 30 years old in the fall of 1910. He was tall, thin, and strong, with a reputation for being serious to the point of taciturn, but he was also known to be honest in all his dealings. He was born and raised in the rural country to the west of Chihuahua City, and though his father was a shopkeeper who had once attempted to run for a local office, Orozco was only semi-literate and spent most of his time on horseback. On the eve of the revolution, he was making a decent living as a muleteer, carrying freight through the rough mountainous country around the Sierra Madre Mountains. Like any self-respecting rural cowboy type, Orozco didn't like the government very much, but that was mostly just a matter of natural disposition. It's not like he was fanatically anti-Diaz. Politics in Mexico City was simply far too remote to get worked up about. But what did get him worked up was the state government, which was controlled by the Terrazas and Creel families. Orozco resented having to compete for business with locally approved bosses who got all the best contracts. So when Abraham Gonzalez came around to talk to Orozco about joining the revolution, Orozco made it pretty plain that he didn't care much about Madero one way or the other, but he would fight to overthrow the local bosses for sure. Which was fine by Gonzalez, who was under no illusions that ideological purity or national ambitions were prerequisites for pointing a gun at the right people. Now, the basic outline of Orozco's story was pretty similar to that of hundreds and then thousands of other men and women in the northern reaches of Mexico who joined the revolution. They cared very little about national politics or high ideals of democratic reform. Most joined for personal and local reasons. Sometimes they wanted a job, sometimes they had a personal vendetta, some saw an opportunity to cloak previous nefarious activities under a more legitimate political banner. Orozco was an honest man, but plenty of the initial recruits into the revolution were transitioning seamlessly from careers in banditry, smuggling, and literal highway robbery. But whoever they were, and why ever they joined, it was a huge surprise to the Maderistas sitting tails tucked between their legs up in the United States that organized rebel bands began to grow and spread. Most especially, these rebel bands spread in the rough terrain of the Sierra Madre and other mountainous, hard-to-reach and hard-to-control areas. A few hundred here, then a couple of thousand over there. The bulk of these rebels were white or mestizo, and they came from the small towns and haciendas. They were ranchers, farmers, shepherds, muleteers, guys with no fixed employment at all. Most of them were young and unmarried, and most importantly, they were not the guys who had driven Madero's presidential campaign. Those were the educated liberal middle classes. They, as it turned out, were not cut out to be revolutionaries. So it was left to the ruffians to take over. So over December, and then into the new year, small, mostly self-organized rebel armies started attacking and taking over territory in northern Mexico. Pascual Orozco proved to be a natural leader, and even though he had no military experience at all, proved to be one of the revolution's most effective tacticians. He certainly knew the country like the back of his hand. And the response to this growing rebel menace by the local federal troops was badly organized, it was sluggish, and it lacked energy. The rank and file of the federal army were all conscripts, and as I mentioned briefly last time, conscription into the army was a form of punishment, so it's not like these guys made the best soldiers. Desertion rates were high, morale was low. Officers also had a hard time coordinating with each other, because thanks to Diaz's military reforms, all field reports had to be sent off to Mexico City, and all orders had to originate from Mexico City. Now, this was done on purpose so that local regional commanders couldn't rise up in rebellion against Diaz,
But now that the federal army had to actually fight a grassroots revolution, they were finding it difficult to respond. With the rebels easily leading federal columns into ambushes and traps up in the mountains, while the cities and rail lines of the valleys and plateaus were exposed, the decision was made by the end of the year to just pull the federal troops out of the mountains altogether and concentrate on garrisoning the main cities and protecting the railroads. When the federal troops pulled out, rebel leaders were able to move in and take over, and when they did, they mostly followed the plan of San Luis. They drove out police chiefs and mayors and jefes politicos and appointed their own men. And they would often also destroy old police records and tax records and throw open the local jails. But this was not total lawlessness. Where a quote-unquote rebel government was established, they usually took pains to keep the peace and punish banditry, looting, and other excesses. This led to plenty of intra-rebel conflicts, but in the main, it was impressed upon those fighting under the plan of San Luis that this was about more than just taking vengeance or stealing some spoils of war. That's not to say vengeance was not taken. Haciendas were attacked and looted, and specific managers were targeted, and many wound up dead as old scores were settled. But there was no widespread, chaotic, indiscriminate rebel terror. In plenty of rebel-held territories, mining, logging, and hacienda operators continued on as if nothing had ever happened. They simply slipped their bribes and kickbacks to the rebel authorities to make sure their operations were not messed with. It's not like the revolution couldn't use the money. While the rebels were enjoying this success, President Diaz and his ministers remained quite confident that this was all going to peter out eventually. They had successfully broken Madero's original conspiratorial rings. The cities were peaceful and under control. The jails were stuffed with prisoners. So the regime believed, not unreasonably, that they had stopped the revolution before it even began. The reports coming in from the north were obviously just about some opportunistic bandits and desperados. Even the fact that the rebels now controlled some territory was much ado about nothing. Diaz himself, who had, after all, made his bones as a rebel general, said in effect, well, of course they're doing well in the mountains, that's just the terrain. Let's see how they do if they ever come down out of the hills. Diaz also had reports from spies in the United States that Madero was broke and bouncing around miserably. Newspapers daily reported that the rebellion was sure to be over any day now, and life would simply return to normal. Now, none of this was really bad analysis. It just turned out to be really super not true. The state of Madero and his entourage, though, did seem to prove that this was going to peter out sooner rather than later. After returning to the United States, Madero had gone over to New Orleans, where he spent most of December attempting to get a plan off the ground where he would return to Mexico by ship and land in one of those coastal cities that had been so supportive of him during the campaign of 1910. But by now, he was very low on money and could logistically not make this plan work, either with the help of friends in the United States or Mexico. Madero was basically broke, and stories were going around that he was reduced to eating just one meal a day. So by the end of December, Madero was back in San Antonio, though only for a few days. Regime spies were onto him, and so he slipped north to Dallas, where he was forced to stay incognito with some friends. But one thing Madero had going for him was that the American authorities were not making any move to arrest him or hinder his activities at all. Diaz, of course, protested and raged for the Americans to do something about Madero, but the American government declined. They couldn't arrest Madero for saying mean things about Diaz. The First Amendment is a thing, you know. They also couldn't arrest him for buying guns. Buying guns was perfectly legal. So, as Madero bounced around from San Antonio to New Orleans to Dallas, he was never arrested. He was never even picked up and brought in for questioning. Now, some have taken this to the further conclusion that the Americans were actually in favor of Madero's revolution, that all the recent anti-American, pro-European policies that were pursued by President Diaz and Finance Minister Limantour, the nationalization of the railroads, favoring British oil companies over Standard Oil and Texaco, meant that business and government officials had grown tired of Diaz and were happy to help Madero put the old man on a boat to France. This all probably goes too far, though. Certainly there were opportunists in the United States happy to try to help Madero win his revolution, but in terms of broad institutional support, there's just not that much there. The Maderista request to get recognized belligerent status went literally unanswered by the State Department. The Maderistas approached banks in New York about getting loans. They received none. But all that said, this sort of, hey, what can we do about it, policy of the Taft administration is a bit of a tell that they weren't totally opposed to the pressure Madero was putting on Diaz. You can contrast the American treatment of the Flores Magón brothers. Those guys were left-wing anarchists who threatened not just Diaz but the American way of life. So they were hounded and followed and eventually arrested and tossed into jail for violating neutrality laws. Sure, they were printing inflammatory revolutionary newspapers and buying weapons to ship to Mexico, but so is Francisco Madero, and everybody knew it. Madero was guilty of violating neutrality laws. He was using the United States as a base to organize a rebellion against a recognized friendly government. But at least initially, the Americans just let him do his thing. So you kind of get the feeling that somebody was whispering to someone that maybe we should just wait to see how this all plays out. But the American ability to keep up this pretense of, what can we do, began to slip away as the rebellion in northern Mexico did not peter out. After the new year, President Diaz bowed a little to this reality by attempting to use one of his oldest tactics, replace unpopular local and state officials with more popular men. This had worked in the past and was simply a continuation of long-standing Porfirian policy to emphasize compromise and negotiation rather than confrontation. But it was too late for that. The changes in the State House were dismissed as mere cosmetic fixes. And so a stalemate settled in the north. Rebels held territory in the mountains, but the regime still controlled the plains and the valleys and all the major cities. This stalemate held into early February 1911, when it became clear that if the revolution was going to continue, that the rebels would have to do more than simply hold what the Federal Army had conceded. They were going to have to go take something by force and then hold it against the will of the regime, to prove what the Plan of San Luis said, that Madero was the legitimate president of Mexico, not Diaz. But as luck would have it for Madero, Pascual Orozco was leading a couple of thousands of men towards Juarez, which was only garrisoned by a few hundred federal troops. If Orozco could take Juarez, then Madero could re-enter Mexico in triumph and really get the revolution moving. 3 months later than originally planned, but still, things would be back on track. But the gods continued to conspire against Francisco Madero. Just before Orozco launched his attack, a regiment of federal troops arrived in Juarez to reinforce the city, just in the nick of time. So despite fierce fighting around Juarez on February the 4th and 5th, 1911, Orozco and his rebels were forced to retreat, mostly in the face of superior artillery. Up in Texas, Madero had been waiting anxiously for news of a victory so he could come home, and was instead told the attack had failed. And now there was a bit of grumbling that the supposed leader of this revolution was sitting on the other side of the border, not participating at all. He wasn't leading anything. If he wasn't careful, Madero was going to find himself abandoned by the revolution he himself had started. So it was agreed that despite the defeat at Juarez, that Madero would still return to Mexico, not to be welcomed with open arms after a great victory, but instead to be the leader who delivered that great victory. So it was decided Madero would return to Mexico. It helped that the American authorities finally decided to issue an arrest warrant for Madero for violating neutrality laws, and on February the 14th, 1911, Francisco Madero crossed the border east of El Paso. And next week, despite all that had happened, we will see Francisco Madero turn from failed revolutionary into successful revolutionary, and old Don Porfirio put on a boat to France. Now, before we go, I do need to remind you that The Storm Before the Storm comes out in paperback on October the 16th, 2018, and I will soon be on tour. Very soon. I will be getting on an airplane back to North America 1 week after this episode publishes. I will be in Toronto on October the 15th at Ben McNally's, October the 16th in New York City at The Strand, October the 17th in Nashville at Parnassus Books, and then finally October the 18th in Atlanta at an event at the Carter Center hosted by Acapella Books.
I also got together with my marketing department, and to help promote the book online and in social media, I have mapped out and written a choose-your-own-adventure game called Can You Save the Roman Republic? The idea is that you will start where the Romans found themselves in the 2nd century BC and see if you can make a series of decisions that will prevent the collapse of the Republic. Do you want to propose land reform, offer citizenship to the Italians, start a war with some foreign power, or just crack down on the whiny plebs? You can choose your own adventure. Now, I promise you that though the game is practically impossible to win, saving the Roman Republic is a tall order, my friends, it is actually possible. It is literally possible to save the Republic, at least in terms of the game. So there are links to Can You Save the Roman Republic up at revolutionspodcast.com, and I'll be sharing it around on Twitter. So please have fun with it. Probably you're going to fail and wind up dead or in exile, so at least on that score, it is a very realistic simulation. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.9, The Tiger. Before we get started this week, I need to issue a pronunciation mea culpa of the highest order. Remember when I wondered at the beginning of this series what adventures in mispronunciation I would get up to trying to wrangle Spanish now that I am saturated in French? Well, even I didn't expect this one. It is the Plan of San Luis. Luis, with an S. I 100% blame the fact that since moving to Paris, I have trained my eyes and my tongue to just ignore the S. It's San Luis, not San Louis. I apologize. I get that sometimes it's like I'm a caricature of myself, but really this was just an honest, totally oblivious, and totally unintentional mistake. Sorry about that. Now, while I am here not getting started on this week's episode, I may as well cram in that when this episode posts, it will be Sunday, October the 14th, and I will be sitting in a hotel room in Toronto, having landed on a plane from Paris just a few hours earlier. Hopefully, I'm eating room service and watching, House Hunters or something. Then I begin a little whirlwind. On October the 15th, I will be at Ben McNally Books at 6 p.m. in Toronto. Then, Tuesday, October the 16th in New York City at the Strand. That one is at 7 p.m. And Wednesday, October the 17th in Nashville at Parnassus Books. That one begins at 6:30. Then finally, October the 18th in Atlanta at an event at the Carter Center at 7 p.m. All the details are at revolutionspodcast.com and thestormbeforethestorm.com. And if you're some kind of sadist, you can follow me on twitter.com. I am at Mike Duncan. So we must turn our attention now to Francisco Madero's revolution. As we discussed last week, Madero had not exactly shot out of the gates. The plan to launch coordinated urban uprisings on November the 20th, 1910, had fizzled into pathetic nothingness. Madero himself had been forced to flee back to the United States. Out of sheer luck more than anything else, rural insurrectionaries in northern Mexico had taken up the banner of the Plan of San Luis. Most importantly, remember, the forces fighting for Pascual Orozco in Chihuahua. Things were going well enough that Madero had planned to return to Mexico in February 1911 in triumph after Orozco captured Juarez. But then Orozco did not capture Juarez. And despite this latest in a long line of setbacks, Madero went ahead and re-entered Mexico on February the 14th, 1911. Now, despite this phenomenally inauspicious beginning, when Madero entered Mexico, he was actually just about 3 months only, from toppling Porfirio Diaz and ending the 35-year-old Porfiriato. How he gets from here to there is the subject of today's episode. When he returned to Mexico, the forces of the Maderista Revolution remained fixed on Juarez, and the former idea to capture Ciudad Porfirio Diaz was abandoned. The plan now was to let Pascual Orozco continue to lead the couple thousand men he had organized around Juarez, while Madero took a smaller force around, capturing smaller towns and tiny isolated garrisons. Hopefully, they would be able to cut off communication and supply lines to Juarez.
Madero and his advisors identified the city of Casas Grandes as a ripe target, and in early March, about 2 weeks after returning to the country, Madero set out to attack the city with 500 men. Now, they were supposed to outnumber the garrison, and they did, but as was happening quite a bit lately, the city was reinforced at the last minute, and Madero's 500 men were unsupported by artillery or newfangled machine guns, and they launched themselves into a hopeless barrage of fire on March the 6th, 1911. Forced to retreat, the little Maderista army suffered 51 killed and probably twice that number wounded, plus the loss of most of their baggage. Now, this was a defeat, and it was bad news, but it was not all bad news. Since the beginning of the revolution, Madero had been developing a reputation for cowardly aloofness from his own revolution, that he let others do his fighting for him. Well, at Casas Grandes, though a failure, Madero was personally wounded in the arm during the fighting. That arm was now in a sling, which was a potent image that earned him credibility for having now covered himself in some blood and some dirt. The Jefe really was a Jefe, and worthy now of respect. Okay, so on that very day, literally that same day, March the 6th, 1911, the Americans gave Madero's insurrection even more credibility. On advice from his ambassador in Mexico, Henry Lane Wilson, President Taft ordered regular army brigades to San Antonio, Galveston, and various points in Southern California. At the same time, he ordered the American Pacific Fleet to sail down and hang out off the coast of Mexico. Now, officially, this was all just maneuvers and training exercises, but the truth was lost on exactly no one. Both sides in Mexico read it exactly the same way. The Americans, longtime supporters of the Porfiriato, now clearly doubted Don Porfirio's ability to contain the situation and protect American lives and property. Diaz and his advisors were enraged. "You are making us look weaker than we actually are." Madero and his advisors were thrilled. "You are making us look even stronger than we probably are." And partly in response to this move by the Americans, Diaz more or less suspended the Constitution on March the 17th. Now, the Constitution had always been a meaningless piece of paper, but even still, henceforth, if you were caught messing with telegraphs, railroads, haciendas, power stations, mines, or oil fields, you could be dealt with summarily. No lawyers, no courtrooms, just lined up against the wall and shot. So at this same time, we start to see the first discussions between the two sides, between the Maderistas and the Porfirians, about how to bring the conflict to a peaceful end. Now, looking back, I have not mentioned this yet, but when the revolution broke out in November of 1910, Finance Minister Limantour was actually back in Europe negotiating a further reduction in the interest rate on government-backed bonds, a reward basically for all the hard work he had done over the past 20 years to balance the budget and prioritize such government debt repayment, even in the face of severe recession in 1907, 1908, and 1909. When Mexico blew up at the end of 1910, Limantour boarded a boat for home that took him first from France to New York City. After arriving in New York, Limantour took the opportunity to meet with some Maderista representatives in the hopes of finding some compromise that would allow the situation to be resolved peacefully. Present for these meetings, representing the Maderistas, were Francisco Madero's father, who everyone called Don Francisco, who was not at all happy about his son's revolution and who wanted it ended, but on terms that would protect both his son and his family. Also present was Gustavo Madero, who was Madero's brother, and of all the members of the family, his closest confidant, and really the one member of the family who would be pushing for revolutionary victory, real victory, not just a compromise. But to make sure that this was not just a Madero family affair, also present was Francisco Vázquez Gómez. Now, Vázquez Gómez was the physician and former Reyista who had joined Madero as the vice presidential nominee of the anti-re-electionist ticket in 1910. Now, Gustavo Madero did not like or trust Vázquez Gómez at all. He believed the doctor far too conservative and far too eager to settle with the regime. Gustavo also suspected the doctor was angling to be the man who emerged as the post-settlement power broker, at Francisco Madero's expense. Limantour and this group of Maderistas met over the course of 2 days in early March 1911. Limantour refused to even discuss the possibility of Diaz resigning, but there was some progress on at least outlining the points that might serve as the basis of some potential future settlement. For one, Ramon Corral was going to have to abdicate the vice presidency. There had to be a general amnesty for all the rebels. A bunch of state governors were going to have to be replaced by men approved by the Maderistas. There needed to be reform of the electoral laws and changes in the presidential cabinet. Now, Limantour said he could work with all this, but nothing concrete or binding came of the talks. And at the conclusion of these meetings, Limantour headed for Mexico City to sound out his boss about what could and what should be done. When Limantour arrived in Mexico City, he was dismayed by the state of affairs. President Diaz was not really grappling with reality, and not really in physical shape to do any such grappling. Now 80 years old, Diaz was very much already in physical and mental decline. But the old president was further hobbled by a horrible tooth infection. He had an abscess of the jaw that often confined him to bed, and even when he wasn't in bed, it ensured that he was physically and mentally distracted. But despite this obvious handicap, Diaz refused to delegate any responsibility, and was in fact personally directing the federal army campaigns in the north. He was trying to micromanage a war from the presidential palace, and that would have been hard enough even with the best of information and intelligence. But stories later came out that Diaz was directing these campaigns, where, remember, terrain is playing an important role, from a postal map that took no notice of geology. When Limantour arrived, he was seen by many in the inner circles of power in Mexico City as the last best hope for the regime, and many straight up implored him to take power. And Limantour would not go that far, but he did lean on Don Porfirio enough to get the president to agree that some concessions were going to have to be made. Limantour engineered, for example, a mass resignation of the cabinet, himself excluded, of course, and the appointment of new faces, including, foreshadow alert, former ambassador to the United States, Francisco León de la Vera. Then, on April the 1st, Diaz delivered a speech where he tried to co-opt a large chunk of Madero's own platform. President Diaz said, "Of course we will investigate abuses of power at the local and state level. There will be electoral reform, and we will re-implement the principle of no re-election." He even said the government would look into complaints about land theft and correct abuses there too. Much of this is what Madero had campaigned for in 1910, and it was clearly a last-ditch effort to take the wind out of Madero's revolutionary sails. But it was too late. Instead of making the regime look strong and benevolent, it made them look desperate and weak. When Madero heard about the speech, he issued a response. President Diaz must resign. Outside of Mexico City, the president's attempt at concessions landed with a pathetic thud, and throughout Mexico, rebel forces only continued to make advances through March and April 1911. Madero himself set up shop in the little town of Bustillos, which is west of Chihuahua City, where he gathered an army and supplies and ammunition. But it was now no longer just northern Mexico that was in revolt. Revolutionary wildfires broke out on the Central Plateau, along the coast, and deep in south-central Mexico. The Flores Magón brothers were coincidentally released from their American prisons on the eve of the revolution, and they organized a little force of about 100 men to raid south into northern Baja, much to the general discomfort of the Maderistas, who wanted no part of anarcho-socialism. And though there was some accompanying riots and demonstrations in the urban centers in the cities of Mexico, the revolt and the revolution remained defined by rural armies operating in the hills and mountains and raiding around, attacking telegraphs and railroads and isolated federal army garrisons. Now, the revolution never consumed all of Mexico, and for the whole length of the conflict, some areas never saw a shot fired in anger. But about half the states could now point to some army somewhere fighting under the banner of the Plan of San Luis. It was a nationwide movement. But critically, thanks to their own communication problems, Madero was not directing any of this from his base in Bustillos. Local leaders were taking their own local initiative. And here, we will seamlessly transition into the most famous local leader who took his own local initiative under the auspices of Madero and the Plan of San Luis. That is Emiliano Zapata in Morelos. So, let us now head back to Morelos. When we left off in Morelos, recently elected governor Pablo Escandon and the planters who supported him were supposedly completely in charge. Emiliano Zapata had gone into hiding after his showdown with the Hacienda in May of 1910, and he was still bouncing around when the Madero presidential campaign got itself, arrested en masse in the summer of 1910. Zapata had no particular love or hate for Madero, but the failure of this opposition campaign was not exactly a harbinger of good things to come. So Zapata got together with some other leaders in neighboring villages, and they formed a little local defense committee centered around the village of Ayala. Usually rivals, the leaders pledged themselves to mutual defense. Then the November 20 revolution came and went without so much as a puff in Morelos. If your plan is to launch a bunch of coordinated urban uprising, Morelos is not exactly the place you spend a lot of time recruiting. But the meetings continued in Ayala, usually at the home of a local leader named Pablo Torres Burgos. Zapata was always there, as were a few others, including this weathered old man, 73-year-old Gabriel Tapapa, who was an old veteran of the French War and who had fought for Diaz in the original rebellion in 1876. He was now manager of an hacienda. Most of the plan of San Luis was not of much interest to this group, but the bit about redressing land claims very much was, and they studied that section of the plan carefully. When the Northern Rebellion started and did not just flame out, these guys started inching towards an uprising of their own. And Torres Burgos went north in mid-December to track down Madero and make contact. It took Torres Burgos forever to come back, though, and by February he had still not returned to Morelos. So, Tapapa unilaterally gathered some men and declared himself in revolt. Zapata, however, chose to wait, and he was rewarded for his patience. Torres Burgos eventually did come back shortly after Madero himself crossed back into Mexico, and he carried with him the news that Madero was sincere about backing up village land claims. Torres Burgos also said that he had been designated as Madero's official representative in Morelos, and he carried with him a handful of blank commissions. Zapata was made a colonel in the Revolutionary Army. So on March the 11th, 1911, a small group led by Torres Burgos and Zapata cleared the town square of Ayala. They disarmed the police, and they read aloud from the plan of San Luis. And in this mix, they also shouted, "Down with the haciendas! Long live the pueblos!" The revolution had come to Morelos. The rebellions spread quickly among the angry population of the state, and soon Governor Escandon, who never wanted the governorship of Morelos in the first place, showed what he was made of. He fled the state completely, and he took with him a party of friends, advisors, and soldiers. He then petitioned for a 6-month leave of absence so he could go to England and celebrate the coronation of King George V, and it was understood that he was never coming back. The complete power vacuum now left in Morelos was deadly. Torres Burgos quote-unquote led a force in the capture of a critical town with the help of General Tapapa, but he was unable to control their passions in the aftermath. And after the victorious rebels ransacked the town, Torres Burgos said, "This is not what I want, and I will not be a part of it." He called his officers together, including Zapata, and announced that he was stepping down. But while he was walking back to Ayala, he was captured by the federal police. He and his 2 sons were identified, and they were executed on the spot. The death of Torres Burgos led to a minor succession crisis, as a bunch of guys had equal commissions in the Maderista Revolutionary Army. But by force of reputation, charisma, and insistence, Emiliano Zapata soon had the pledge of most of the other rebel leaders, and he was elected by acclamation, the supreme jefe of the revolutionary movement of the South. Zapata's reputation was further enhanced by moves from President Diaz himself. Hoping to settle things in Morelos, Diaz offered a senior military post to old General Leyva, who, remember from our episode on Morelos, had been the guy the opposition had asked to run for governor in 1909. When Leyva accepted this offer, he was hoping he would be able to settle down events in Morelos. But unfortunately what he did was undercut his family's prestige with the opposition and enhanced the prestige of Zapata, because it was Zapata who Leyva sought out as the man he needed to dicker with to ensure peace. While he built up his authority and reputation in Morelos, Zapata had to deal with challenges from his fellow revolutionaries. In the neighboring state of Guerrero, the Figueroa brothers had risen to the top of the revolutionary hierarchy, and they claimed to control something like 12,000 men. They had used these forces, though, to first force local hacendados and landowners to cut deals with them to protect their estates, basically making them the subsidized agents of the very landowners who had been gobbling up all the land. So the Figueroa brothers were representing quite a different version of revolution from what Zapata represented. Near the end of April 1911, Zapata cut a deal with the Figueroa brothers, though. He would support their claims to leadership in Guerrero if they supported his claims in Morelos. To consummate the deal, they agreed to jointly attack Jujutla at the end of April. But as the day of the attack approached, Zapata was told that the brothers planned to leave him hanging out to dry to eliminate their one rival for control of all of south-central Mexico. So Zapata listened to the little voice in his head, and he did not advance, and he did not walk into the trap that, so far as I can tell, most historians agree was the point of the operation all along. Now, though this action was unfolding in the south and posing a real threat to Mexico City, the central focus of the Maderista Revolution remained in the north, with the city of Juarez becoming the critical linchpin of everything. Madero had by now gathered a couple thousand men at Bustillos, and though he was the official leader of the army and would be giving the orders, the real leader was Pascual Orozco, who had emerged from obscurity as a small-time, semi-literate muleteer and transformed himself into the most successful rebel general in the Northern Theater. Helping Orozco help Madero, though, was another young officer who was emerging from provincial obscurity to discover that he had a knack for revolutionary leadership. He, too, had been recruited to the cause by Abraham Gonzalez, and now served under Orozco with a commission as a colonel in the Revolutionary Army. His given name at birth was José Doroteo Arango Arambula, but by this point in his life, everybody knew him as Francisco Villa, and, informally, by the name that history remembers him as, Pancho Villa. So, let us now introduce Pancho Villa. José Doroteo Arango Arambula was born in June of 1878. At least that's the general historical consensus. Villa was pretty loose with stories that he told about his childhood and background, and it kind of feels like he never told the same story twice. Villa's paternity was amongst these loosely told tales, and eventually Villa took to claiming that he was the son of a famous local bandit. His parents, however, were sharecroppers on a large hacienda in central Durango, and as a boy, Villa got a basic education, though he dropped out of school to support his mother after the death of the man who was legally, if maybe not actually, his father. As he entered the rough economy of the booming North in the high Porfiriato, he took all manner of jobs. He was at various times a bricklayer, a railroad foreman, a sharecropper, a butcher, and a mule skinner. But despite this basic instability in his life, there was a constant that whatever his odd job was at the moment, Villa always supplemented his income with various forms of thieving and banditry and smuggling. In 1902, he was finally arrested along with other members of a bandit gang he was riding with, and he likely only escaped being executed because a local hacendado intervened on his behalf, likely because said hacendado was a frequent buyer of Villa's ill-gotten goods. This would not be the last time Francisco Villa slipped the noose. Instead of being killed, Villa was conscripted into the army, though he deserted just a few months later. And it was after this desertion that he started styling himself Francisco Villa, and then Pancho Villa, though his close friends called him La Cucaracha, the cockroach. He spent the next few years bouncing around between legitimate work and banditry until he was approached in late 1910 by Abraham Gonzalez. Villa had a well-earned, and often embellished, reputation in Chihuahua, and Gonzalez convinced Villa to put his skills to use in favor of Madero's revolution. Intrigued by this opportunity, Villa signed up, and suddenly discovered his true calling. Pancho Villa had been a lot of things in his life, but he was born to be a revolutionary. He was brash, he was brave, he was charismatic. He was the almost perfectly drawn Platonic ideal of the Mexican revolutionary. Over the winter of 1910-1911, he was among those northern rural rebels saving Madero's revolution. And he was good at it. He took control of towns and haciendas. Once he captured a trainload of federal soldiers. When Madero finally came back into the country, Villa followed Orozco to meet the Jefe at Bustillos to plan a campaign for final victory. With Orozco and Villa now in Bustillos with Madero, they devised a strategy to take Juarez. First, a column of rebel troops was to advance towards Chihuahua City to make it look like that was the planned target. They were supposed to make sure they were seen by the federal forces, who would duly relay that information to Mexico City. President Diaz helpfully took this bait, and he ordered garrisons throughout Chihuahua to concentrate on the state capital, pulling troops out of the already thinly garrisoned border cities, including Juarez. The rebels then charged north, and on April the 19th, they arrived at the outskirts of Juarez, vastly outnumbering the remaining federal garrison. It would have been a relatively simple matter for the rebels to take the city, but Madero held off ordering the final attack. Having placed President Diaz in check, but not yet checkmate, Madero wanted the endgame to play out as peacefully and with as little bloodshed as possible. He hoped that the pressure he now placed on Juarez would be enough to leverage concessions, maybe even end the war and the Diaz regime. Now, partly this was coming from his own character, but Madero had logistical issues to consider. He still faced money and ammunition shortages. The war couldn't be prolonged too much longer, and they couldn't just fire all their bullets taking Juarez. He also worried that if bullets started flying, that some of them might fly into El Paso, and that if Americans were killed or injured, that the American government might be tempted to intervene, and that would upend everything. Just recently, fighting in the border town of Agua Prieta had led to bullets flying into Douglas, Texas, and 2 Americans were killed and another 11 wounded. Another such incident might wake the sleeping Americans. So Madero arranged a ceasefire, and then he got down to what he hoped would be the final negotiations of peace. At the end of April 1911, close to a dozen men converged on El Paso, Texas, to try to work out a settlement. For the regime, a handful of men came bearing the blessing of Finance Minister Lehman Tour, if not truly official credentials. On behalf of the Maderistas was Madero's own father again, Don Francisco, as well as Abraham Gonzalez, who was called in from his service elsewhere in Chihuahua. Francisco Vasquez Gomez was also recalled from his mission in Washington, D.C., and then also showing up as a guy who will play more of a role once the revolution is won. That's Jose Maria Pino Suarez, a Yucatan journalist turned Maderista currently serving the cause in New Orleans. Now, Madero initially insisted on the resignation of Diaz, but after just a couple of days of talking, he suddenly dropped that demand. The departure of Diaz, either by resignation or death, was an inevitability. It was coming sooner rather than later. So, as I said last week, the real point of this was ousting Ramon Corral from the vice presidency, and on that point, Madero would not budge. His agents also insisted on many of the other points that had first been hammered out in New York City a month earlier. The elevation of men approved by Madero to positions in the cabinet and in the state houses, a general amnesty for everyone involved in the fighting, and then, of course, electoral reform and a new, free and fair presidential election. The negotiations proceeded in the last week of April, and they continued into early May, with Madero continuously renewing the ceasefire. First, he agreed to extend it 6 more days, then 5 more days, then 3 more days. All the while, his army just sat outside of Juarez, wondering why in the fork Madero did not give the order to attack. They could take the city easily. I mean, why don't we just do it? And it wasn't just the rank and file. Orozco and Villa were both pacing around the camp like angry bulls. The first week of May was now drawing to a close, and still they just sat there. They had arrived outside of Juarez on April the 19th and were now approaching the end of their 3rd week of idleness. The only thing holding them back was that Madero's father and some of the regime's unofficial negotiators had taken it upon themselves to take out loans that they passed along to Madero so he could keep his army fed and supplied, so as not to risk them all crashing down on Juarez to loot the city for provisions. As the negotiations dragged on, the rebels continued to make gains across Mexico, and Madero went back to insisting that Diaz was an illegal usurper who had to resign. This led negotiations to break down on May the 6th. But the very next day in Mexico City, A marathon cabinet meeting of the new cabinet led Diaz to finally move his foot ever so slightly out the door. He admitted that retirement might be coming, but he would not go until his conscience determined that he would not be leaving Mexico to anarchy, which, for all of his increasingly senile selfishness, Diaz really did have some reason to believe that he personally was the reason Mexico had been stable for so long, and that his departure really would be a national disaster. Back outside Juarez, Madero took the president's statement as enough of a move in the right direction that he not only planned to resume talks, he also now planned to break off the siege of Juarez without ever attacking. Madero told his senior commanders that they were instead to prepare to head south to Chihuahua City. His officers, Orozco and Villa Chief among them, were absolutely incredulous. "What are you talking about? We can't just leave." Now Madero had made up his mind, but he hesitated to actually give the order to depart, afraid that the order would not be followed. And he was right to worry about that. He was right to worry that his men would not follow his orders. On May the 8th, 1911, Madero was meeting with some of the representatives of the regime to work out terms of a further armistice, when the sound of gunshots sort of preempted the armistice. Without Madero's approval, Orozco ordered a full frontal assault on Juarez. Hastily concluding that he needed to hop back on board the boat he was supposedly the captain of, Madero broke off negotiations and sent out a general order for everyone to attack. He needed to keep up the pretense that he was actually in charge, and there was no way to stop the attack anyway. For his part, Orozco later said that no matter what Madero did or said, that he was going to attack Juarez. After another day of sometimes heavy fighting, the rebels captured Juarez on May the 10th. The capture of Juarez was the great victory that ensured Madero's revolution would, after so many setbacks, be successful. And like the initial rebellions back in November and December of 1910, not only did Madero have nothing to do with the capture of Juarez, but it was actually staged against his explicit instructions. But Madero still got to take credit, and both his power and prestige increased dramatically as soon as the city was captured. He now controlled a good-sized city on the American border that guaranteed unhindered access to supplies, weapons, ammunition, and money. He also now had access to banks both in Juarez and El Paso that would make funding his rebellion that much easier. He also now controlled telegraph offices that would allow the Maderistas, for the first time, to actually communicate with those out there fighting for them. It is estimated that in May of 1911, perhaps 60,000 men and women were under arms fighting for Madero, and Madero was now for the first time able to contact, quote-unquote, his armies. The capture of Juarez also led to a general withdrawal of other federal army units from the area, and long-contested towns like Agua Prieta and Casas Grandes fell into rebel hands. But most especially, though he had not been able to stop Orozco and his other officers from attacking, Madero was able to impress upon them that they must be lawful and restrained in victory. So the capture of Juarez did not lead to the sack of Juarez. Homes, property, citizens, they were all respected. The rebels policed the streets now, and municipal services continued. It was proof to the world that a revolutionary victory did not mean lawless anarchy. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Mexico, it was a similar story, with rebels capturing towns, and that not necessarily being the end of the world for the inhabitants of those towns. Down in Morelos, which, FYI, we're just going to be coming back to Morelos time and time again, Zapata had decided to call off that joint attack on Jujutla at the end of April, only to have another go at the city at the beginning of May, this time without it being like a terrible ambush designed to get him killed. He surrounded the heavily guarded city with his men, and he sent some boys into the town who could pass by the guards without causing suspicion. The boys carried dynamite camouflaged as toys, and the kids threw that dynamite at the guardhouses. This created a literal explosion of confusion. Zapata ordered his men in, and they took the city. Not quite a week later, Zapata led his forces, which were now numbering at least 4,000, in their most important campaign yet, and that was to capture the city of Cuautla. The federal garrison of this all-important city numbered maybe 400, but they were better trained and had better artillery. Zapata opened the attack on May the 13th, 1911, and though he endured heavy casualties, maybe 300 or more killed and wounded in the initial assault, Zapata had determined that he was going to capture the city. In the face of heavy artillery and machine gun fire, the Morelos rebels just kept attacking. By May the 15th, they had pushed into the city and were now fighting it out street by street. By May the 19th, nearly every federal soldier had been killed, but Zapata had lost 1,000 or more of his own men along the way. But by May the 20th, Zapata and his rebels held the city outright. It was a major personal victory for Zapata because it left him in control not just of Cuautla, but almost all of Morelos. We do not know what Zapata's next move would have been, though, because word soon came down that Francisco Madero, for whom they were all ostensibly fighting, had cut a deal to end the revolution. After the capture of Juarez, all of the regime's representatives in El Paso urged José Limantour to cut a deal, to pay whatever price Madero was demanding, because the longer they waited, the higher that price would be. And Limantour tended to agree, especially now that Morelos and Guerrero were all but rebel-occupied bases. It took a few days to convince the president that his goose was cooked once and for all. But on May the 17th, Diaz caved. He let it be known that he and Ramon Corral would resign as part of an agreement to end the rebellion. The terms that Madero finally secured were surprisingly light and narrow in scope. They did not even encompass all that had been agreed to in New York City. But the basic points were this. Diaz and Corral would resign by the end of the month. There would be indemnification against property damage and a general amnesty for all rebels under arms. Public opinion in the states would be satisfied, whatever that vague point is about. And then, at Madero's insistence, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Francisco León de la Vera, who had only just joined the cabinet, would be named interim president, and he would oversee a new national election. Madero did not want to move immediately to being president, because he did not want to make it look like he had seized power by force. Now, this was an admirable bit of public relations, and likely it came from honest intentions. But, as we will see next week, the 5 months after Madero won his revolution, but before he was sworn in as president of Mexico, were pretty critical months, and he just ensured that he would have no official power during this critical period. The final settlement, known to history as the Treaty of Ciudad Juarez, was signed on May the 21st, 1911. Ramon Corral resigned the vice presidency on May the 25th and soon departed for exile in France. President Diaz then followed, and on May the 31st boarded a ship that took him first to Spain, before he too moved on to exile in Paris, where he would spend the rest of his life. José Limantour soon followed both of them, taking a train to New York City and then a ship to France. After 35 years, the Porfiriato was over. But as he departed the country he had held together for so long, Diaz famously said, "Madero has unleashed the tiger. Let's see if he can control it." Now, for all of next week, I will be running around between Toronto and New York and Nashville and Atlanta, and so I will not have time to write a new episode. But to serve as a coda for the Porfiriato, I am going to publish a reading of a paper I wrote back in 2012 for a grad school class that I actually took on the Mexican Revolution. It analyzes how Porfirian politics eventually destroyed the Porfiriato. It's called Chickens Coming Home to Roost. So next week will be a little forensic obituary for the Porfiriato, and then in 2 weeks we will be back to pick up with not quite yet President Madero, as Mexico slips slowly back into chaos. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.10, Chickens Coming Home to Roost.
So as I mentioned at the end of last week's episode, I have been off on a book tour this week and could not write a new episode. So I thought that what follows would be a fun stand-in, because it fits in perfectly with the course of our narrative. We put Porfirio Diaz on a boat to France last week, and what follows is a paper that I wrote for a grad school class I took at Texas State University on the Mexican Revolution. The paper is dated December the 5th, 2012, so just about 6 months after I stopped doing the history of Rome and 10 months before I started revolutions. The paper is called Chickens Coming Home to Roost: How Porfirian Politics Helped Destroy the Porfiriato. Now, there are times where I quote from primary sources and secondary sources and various academic articles, and you will know when I am quoting because I'll preface it with quote and end it by saying unquote. There are also a number of names that get dropped that you should just let come and go and pick up who they are from the context. But other than that, just sit back and enjoy this final word on the Porfiriato. So, here we go. Chickens Coming Home to Roost: How Porfirian Politics Helped Destroy the Porfiriato, by Mike Duncan. On the eve of the Mexican Revolution, the dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz appeared stable, healthy, and strong. 35 years of sustained autocracy had cemented the authority and legitimacy of the regime. The modernization of the economy had flooded Mexico with the tangible, material benefits of capitalism. All serious political threats had either been co-opted or eliminated, and writing less than a year after Diaz's fall, Latin American scholar L.S. Rowe posed the question that has puzzled historians since the day Diaz boarded a ship to France in May of 1911. Quote, "Why is it that at the close of this period of development, when law and order seemed permanently assured throughout the Republic, when the government seemed more firmly established than ever before, there should burst forth a revolutionary movement?" Unquote. Though the explosion of revolutionary chaos that followed Don Porfirio's ouster was rooted in the deep fissures created by a combination of rapid industrialization and social repression, the actual collapse of Diaz's regime was the result of an unsustainable political system built on hypocrisy, corruption, and stagnation, finally buckling under the weight of its own contradictions. Ironically, the same political strategies that had kept Diaz in power for 30 years wound up guaranteeing that his regime's response to the Madero insurgency would be inadequate. 1. Hypocrisy. No contemporary observer could deny that President Porfirio Diaz of Mexico was a dictator. But although Diaz clearly stood at the head of an authoritarian regime, he was sensitive to the danger of scrapping the outward forms of democracy and embracing pure autocracy. So he maintained the liberal institutions prescribed by the Constitution of 1857. Papering over his authoritarianism with democratic rhetoric proved a useful political strategy for Diaz. But eventually, the flagrant hypocrisy began to erode the legitimacy of his administration. As Alan Knight writes, quote, "As long as constitutions remain, however neglected and abused, authoritarian regimes can hardly expect their subjects to maintain indefinitely a willing suspension of disbelief regarding matters political and constitutional." End quote. By 1910, Mexico's willingness to suspend its disbelief was finally exhausted. The most obvious manifestations of Porfirian political hypocrisy were the local, state, and national elections dutifully held each year. Despite the great display of democratic pageantry, only candidates pre-selected by Diaz were allowed to win. This open mockery of the Constitution was resented by politically astute citizens. But for the majority of his reign, Diaz was savvy enough with his choices to make the electoral impositions tolerable. If a preferred candidate began to generate too much opposition, as was the case with Carlos Ortiz in Sonora in 1882 and Jose Maria Garza Galan in Coahuila in 1893, Diaz would withdraw his support and back a more palatable candidate. So although democracy was dead in Mexico, Diaz was careful to take local sentiment into account when imposing political leaders. By the early 1900s, however, Diaz's electoral instincts began to desert him. Against all reason, he backed his chief of staff, Pablo Escandon, for the governorship of Morelos in 1909, sparking widespread agitation that eventually led to a revolutionary uprising. That same year, Diaz deposed Miguel Cardenas as governor of Coahuila, but replaced him with Praxedis de la Peña, provoking hostility among the local ruling elites. By supporting unpopular candidates in the latter years of his reign, Diaz tested the limits of his citizens' ability to stomach the political charade. It is one thing to endure fake elections if the candidate is palatable. It is quite another to endure fake elections if the candidate is intolerable. Abraham Gonzalez claimed that he did not join the revolution because he hated Diaz, but because he hated the men who governed Chihuahua. However, if there was any single institution that revealed the stark contradiction between the democratic rhetoric of the Porfiriato and its despotic reality, it was the jefes politicos. These unelected officials were the central government's representatives in local municipalities, and they acted as a combination political enforcer, chief of police, moneylender, and one-man judiciary. Often drawn from the families of the local hacendados, the jefes politicos were politically well-connected and given a wide degree of latitude in governing their districts. This unaccountable autonomy led to frequent complaints of sloth, corruption, and cheap despotism. In the early years of the Porfiriato, local citizens were able to exert some influence over who would be their jefe. But by the 1900s, the choice was made with little input from the people, leading to widespread resentment. It is telling how hated these quote-unquote miniature autocrats had become that in his final national address, as he was attempting to save his presidency, Diaz promised to reform the jefe system in order to, quote, correct abuses of petty officials, unquote. For more than 30 years, President Diaz managed to rule Mexico as an autocrat while pretending to be a Democrat. But though the decision to leave the Constitution of 1857 in place helped legitimize his regime initially, the daily aggravation of democratic rhetoric being contradicted by authoritarian practice soon began eroding rather than bolstering Diaz's legitimacy. As Alan Knight puts it, when the citizens are no longer willing to endure the electoral charade, quote, the constitutional chickens come home to roost, unquote. 2. Fossilization. The stark anti-democratic reality of the Porfiriato might not have been such an irritant had Diaz been willing to open the system to the wide pool of educated young men looking to play a role in government. But instead, as the president aged, so too did his administration. In 1910, Ignacio Mariscal, the outgoing Secretary of Foreign Relations, was 81 years old and had been at his post for 26 years. Manuel González Casio was 74 and had held various positions in the cabinet for 20 years. José Limantour had been Treasury Secretary for 17 years. The Secretary of Development was 67. The Secretary of Public Instruction was 62 and had been at his post for almost a decade. This pattern of entrenchment and old age repeated itself throughout the administration. State governors regularly served for at least a decade, and many stayed in office for more than 20 years. The Senate, as Francisco Bolnes wrote, quote, housed a collection of senile mummies in a state of lingering stupor, unquote. After battling his way to power in the 1870s, Diaz consolidated his rule by not only rewarding political allies with the spoils of victory, but also by offering positions to former enemies in exchange for their loyalty to the new regime. Choosing the carrot over the stick, men who had opposed Diaz's bid for power, like Joaquin Baranda, Manuel Dublon, and Romero Rubio, found themselves appointed to cabinet positions alongside staunch Diaz loyalists like Carlos Pacheco and Pedro Hinojosa. Diaz's willingness to use capable men, quote, wherever he found them, irrespective of what their past political opinions may have been, unquote, was one of the hallmarks of his early reign. But once the initial process of solidification was complete, Diaz continued to rely on the men of his own generation, rather than leaving the door open for new blood to enter the system. The upside of this strategy was that Diaz knew he could count on the personal loyalty of almost everyone in his administration. The downside, as John Mason Hart writes, was that, quote, by the 20th century, the Porfirian government was largely composed of an aged clique rendered increasingly obsolete by the creation and growth of new social and political groups that emerged as a result of overall economic growth, unquote. The problem Diaz faced was that the rapid economic development he prized had created a whole new generation of educated middle and upper-class men eager to gain political influence, but denied access to the levers of power. These men had taken advantage of the economic opportunities Porfirian capitalism presented,
but were disappointed to find those opportunities did not extend into the political arena. Hart writes, quote, "The regime politically excluded the newly affluent small merchants and industrialists, professionals and intelligentsia who were created by the growth of the economy before 1900, as well as provincial and local elites from representation or real power in the political process." Unquote. Thus, when Francisco Madero, the economically successful but politically stifled hacendado from Coahuila, began establishing political clubs with an eye on winning the presidency in 1910, the men who joined his coalition were not anarchist workers or oppressed peasants, but members of the disaffected middle and upper classes, who were, quote, "the beneficiaries, not the victims, of Porfirian economic progress," unquote. Abraham Gonzalez of Chihuahua was a Notre Dame-educated bank cashier whose promising career stalled for want of the right political connections. Jose Maria Maturana of Sonora was the scion of a family of prominent landowners who had been shut out of state politics by the Diaz-approved ruling triad of Luis Torres, Ramon Corral, and Rafael Isabel. A future vice president and revolutionary martyr, Jose Maria Pino Suarez, was a Yucatan journalist financed by disgruntled planters, angry at the monopolization of political power by the Molina and Montes families. Indeed, one of the enduring legacies of Madero's revolt was that it paved the way for political power to be redistributed, quote, "among relatively dispossessed segments of the nation's middle class," unquote. Had the president found a way to absorb these men into his ruling coalition, as he had once found a way to absorb his opponents after seizing power, the election of 1910 might never have been contested, and the Mexican Revolution might never have erupted. As Ramon Ruiz notes, quote, "somehow Diaz, who himself had rebelled against Juarez because of hunger for public office, had forgotten how dangerous it was to deny upward mobility to the young and gifted." End quote. With so few holding on to power for so long, it was almost inevitable that the critical mass of stifled ambition would eventually explode. 3. Disharmony. Though stifling the ambitions of would-be political leaders is dangerous, it is not necessarily fatal. If an entrenched regime is sufficiently unified, it will be able to disrupt any nascent revolt before it picks up steam. Unfortunately for Porfirio Diaz, his modus operandi was to keep his subordinates as disunited as possible. Far from being the monolithic force it is sometimes purported to be, the Diaz regime was actually a patchwork quilt of rival political groups who shared little in common beyond personal loyalty to Don Porfirio. The men who served Diaz were often bitter enemies locked in fierce competitions with one another for power, influence, and wealth. Rather than clamp down on the rampant infighting amongst his underlings, President Diaz encouraged their feuds as a way to check potential threats to his authority. For 3 decades, this strategy helped guarantee Diaz's personal security, but at the moment of revolutionary crisis, it played a major role in his undoing. The most important of these internal rifts divided the Científico clique in Mexico City from regional elites who valued provincial autonomy. On one side, Científico ministers like José Limantour and Ramon Corral believed that political stability and economic expansion, the vaunted order and progress of the Porfiriato, could only be achieved by a highly centralized government. On the other side, state governors like Teodoro de Gesa of Veracruz and Bernardo Reyes of Nuevo León continued to believe in the virtues of federalism. Somewhere in between these two political poles were provincial elites like Enrique Creel, who traveled in Científico circles, but who also guarded their regional prerogatives. The case of Creel offers a further insight into the rifts that divided the Diaz regime. The son of an American consul, Creel had married the daughter of Luis Terrazas, the richest and most powerful man in Chihuahua. Because of the prominent position he attained in the national government, the half-American Creel is often lumped in with the Científicos, but he never fully trusted his more nationalistic compatriots. By the 1900s, the Científicos began to favor European investment to prevent the United States from completely dominating Mexico, while Creel remained a zealous advocate of U.S. investment to the very end. So even the inner circle of the Diaz regime was defined by tension and division. Diaz was only too happy to play these factions off each other to ensure his own position remained inviolate. When the president began to worry about Limantour's growing influence in the run-up to the 1900 election, he tacitly approved a public smearing of the finance minister organized by Dehesa and Reyes. When the popularity of Bernardo Reyes began to set off alarm bells in the presidential palace, Diaz allowed the governor's Cientifico enemies to orchestrate a humiliating show trial in 1902 that blamed Reyes for the death of demonstrators in Monterrey. The bitterness ran so deep that as Diaz's regime was collapsing in May of 1911, Reyes placed the blame for the revolutionary chaos not on Francisco Madero, but on, quote, the criminal tyranny of a faction who in derision only is termed the Cientifico Party, end quote. All of these clashing interests, personal feuds, and bitter rivalries served Don Porfirio well for the majority of his reign. But when the winds of anti-re-electionism began to gather after 1908, the so-called Diaz regime proved to be less a totalitarian dictatorship and more a fragmented collection of petty backbiters ready to toss each other in front of the train at the first opportunity. When Madero embarked on his speaking tour in 1909, he was warmly received in Veracruz and protected from harassment by Governor Dehesa, perhaps in the hope that Madero would be able to curb Cientifico influence. Meanwhile, the Cientificos were so obsessed with defeating Bernardo Reyes that they all but ignored Madero until he had whipped up a genuine national following for himself. Reyes, for his part, refused to dissuade supporters from organizing opposition to the regime, which contributed mightily to the chaotic political atmosphere. In all of these cases, the men who composed the Diaz regime were so focused on undercutting each other that they missed the very real threat posed by Madero, until it was too late. 4. Succession. The shaky anti-democratic system of the late Porfiriato, defined by tenuous alliances internally and barely constrained ambitions externally, was rocked in early 1908 by President Diaz's sudden announcement that he was ready to step down and allow for truly democratic elections in 1910. Almost overnight, all those tenuous alliances began to break apart, and all those barely constrained ambitions began to break free. As Paul Garner notes, quote, while restrictions on the development of political institutions and parties helped to keep opposition under control, they deprived the regime of either an institutional means of succession or a means of channeling the growing demand for wider democratic participation, unquote. Once again, Diaz was caught pursuing a strategy that long guaranteed his political survival, but eventually proved a major part of his undoing. By the time Diaz gave his infamous Creelman interview, the problem of succession had been looming over Porfirian Mexico for almost 2 decades. The men who became known as the Cientificos first came together as Diaz sought a third re-election in 1892, in part because they, quote, paused to wonder what would happen when the linchpin of the system was removed, unquote. Among the liberal reforms they advocated in exchange for supporting Diaz's re-election was the creation of a vice presidency, which would help transform the national government from a shaky personalist venture into a stable regime with clear mechanisms of succession. But their efforts failed, and the Cientificos resigned themselves to the danger that lurks when, quote, there are no institutions but one man on whose life depends peace, productive work, and credit, unquote. The problem of succession continued to play a major role in national politics for the rest of Diaz's reign. Speculation about who was next in line for the presidency intensified after Diaz began hinting that he would not seek re-election in 1900, and then, after he did seek re-election in 1900, began hinting that he would not seek re-election in 1904. Though the name of Foreign Minister Ignacio Mariscal was floated, the candidates most often cited in the press as likely successors were José Limantour and Bernardo Reyes. Unfortunately for supporters of both men, however, the very fact that they were often cited in the press as likely successors was enough to convince Diaz he could not risk anointing either one as his political heir. The possibility they might overthrow him in the interim was too great. With this fear in mind, when he finally succumbed to calls for a vice presidency, Diaz picked as his running mate not the popular Reyes or the respected Limantour, but the relatively obscure former governor of Sonora and recently appointed Minister of the Interior, Ramon Corral. The selection of Corral would have profound consequences. Diaz himself admitted that his choice was driven by a desire to find an unpopular man who would be unable to threaten his position. But if there was a danger to putting a popular man into the vice presidency, there was also a danger to putting an unpopular man into the vice presidency. Corral's new position as heir presumptive, quote, stimulated public animosity, unquote, and further intensified divisiveness within the regime, as men who supported Diaz had no desire to see Corral succeed him. Ramon Ruiz called the selection of Corral nothing less than, quote, a cardinal miscalculation, unquote. As long as Diaz remained in place, the elevation of an unpopular vice president was merely an annoyance. But when the revelation that Diaz would not seek re-election in 1910 hit, the fact that Corral was in line to succeed him set off a wave of political agitation. Though Diaz hinting at retirement had by this point become a quadrennial tradition, with the president almost 80 years old, there was reason to believe he might be serious this time. Even after Diaz reversed course and announced that he would seek re-election after all, the president's advanced age ensured the question of succession remained on the table. With few believing Diaz was going to live through his next 6-year term, the battle over who would be his running mate in 1910 became a life-and-death political struggle. The Científico constituency in Mexico City lobbied hard to keep Corral in place, but outside of that circle, Diaz's choice of successor rankled men across the political spectrum. For both regime insiders like Bernardo Reyes and Teodoro de Geza, who despised the Científicos, and regime outsiders like Francisco Madero, who hoped Diaz's retirement would bring democracy back to Mexico, the prospect of a Corral presidency confirmed their worst fears about the future. By refusing to transfer power to a credible successor, like Reyes or Limantour, or even Enrique Creel, and instead focusing on the temporary expedient of ensuring his second-in-command would not be able to overthrow him, Diaz did much to invite the trouble that would soon be upon him. There are good reasons to believe that, quote, if Diaz had replaced Corral, Madero would never have called for revolution, unquote. The inescapable problem Diaz faced is that in a personalist dictatorship, the alliance network that binds the regime together runs through a single man. Transferring that alliance network to a successor without breaking it is a delicate task. By refusing to replace Corral as heir, Diaz failed that delicate task. Despite fawning profiles in the press, the vice president simply did not have enough political support to entrust him with the future of the regime. When Diaz was younger, his unwillingness to designate a credible successor was not an urgent problem. But now that the president's death was imminent, the lack of a credible successor paved the way for a power struggle to see who would really control the future of Mexico. 5. The Army. Even with all these flaws undermining the political structure of the Porfiriato, the collapse of the Diaz regime was by no means inevitable. His government was shaken by the contentious election of 1910, but when Madero called for armed revolution in November, there was no reason to believe his band of insurgents would actually be able to topple the regime. Just as the revolution was beginning, a government spokesman dismissed the notion that, quote, a handful of malcontents could upset or endanger the existence of the administration. To think that such a thing is possible at present is simply infantile, unquote. For the first few weeks of the revolt, nothing happened to challenge that assumption. But as the campaign dragged on, it became apparent that the federal army was not the omnipotent force it was supposed to be. Unfortunately for Diaz, his overriding imperative vis-a-vis the army had always been to neutralize it as a political threat. Now that he needed that army to defend his regime, the president found himself betrayed by the inefficiency and incompetence he himself had fostered. As with the upper rungs of the government, the upper rungs of the military were stocked with aging dinosaurs. 80-year-old colonels, 70-year-old captains, 60-year-old lieutenants, all long past their prime. These officers were veterans of the Reform Wars and the French Intervention, who, like Diaz himself, had never been professionally trained soldiers. Promotion in the Porfirian military was based on, quote, political agility rather than military ability, end quote. And the old war horses who composed the general staff were loath to make decisions without the direction of Don Porfirio, lest they risk the privileged social status their military commissions provided. This reliance on aging political allies to run the military did much to dampen the endemic coups that had plagued Mexico before Diaz came to power, but it also created a caste of senior commanders unable to think for themselves or act decisively in a crisis. Compounding this failure of leadership was the fact that loyalty to Diaz did not translate into loyalty to each other. Just as the president had encouraged rivalry among his civilian subordinates, he encouraged rivalry among his military subordinates. As the campaign against Madero's guerrilla army dragged on, clashes among senior officers hindered the federal army's ability to craft a unified response, while, out in the field, quote, officers squabbled amongst themselves and at times committed acts of rash insubordination, unquote. Staff officers, artillery technicians, and engineers looked down on infantry and cavalry officers and refused to coordinate maneuvers with them. As Paul Vanderwood notes, quote, Diaz had encouraged a kind of competition among his subordinates as a means of checking the ambition of any single individual. Such a policy might have helped preserve the peace of the Porfiriato, but it seriously detracted from efforts to stem Madero's movement, unquote. On one occasion, General Juan Hernandez, zone commander in Chihuahua, ordered a subordinate to pursue some Maderistas into the mountains. The subordinate refused and told General Hernandez that if Hernandez wanted the rebels pursued into the hills, that he better come down and do it himself. Further detracting from efforts to stem Madero's movement was the actual rank and file of the army. Though the common criticism of Diaz's troops is that, being mostly forced conscripts, they ran away or switched sides at the first opportunity, Vanderwood's investigation of the campaign of 1910-1911 led him to conclude that Diaz's forces actually performed well under the circumstances. The problem was not necessarily the quality of the troops, but the quantity. As part of his ongoing effort to neutralize the army as a potential threat, Diaz had allowed his officers to inflate troop numbers over the years and pocket excess appropriations as an unspoken bribe. On paper, the Federal Army in 1910 was 30,000 strong. In reality, there were only 14,000 men in uniform. This lack of troops mattered little when it came to combating the kinds of isolated brush fires the Porfirian military was used to seeing. But when multiple fires began breaking out all over Mexico, the army was spread too thin to put them all out. Finally, there is Diaz's counterproductive micromanagement during the armed conflict itself. Because he had built a system that prized subservience over efficiency, the president, quote, insisted on personally directing the campaign against the surging Maderistas, unquote. Not only did this create a logjam of orders and intelligence, but Diaz was rumored to be directing the campaign in Chihuahua, where terrain was playing a key role in the fighting, from a postal zone map. Hobbled by a toothache, unwilling to listen to his officers, quote, the attempt to direct every detail of the military operations from the president's palace was foredoomed to failure, unquote. The state of the Federal Army on the eve of the Mexican Revolution was a microcosm of all that was rotten about the Porfiriato. Its senior leadership was old and docile. Its officers were engaged in running feuds with one another that prevented them from working together. Its on-paper strength did not match its actual strength. It was commanded by a single general who was both physically sick and mentally out of touch. It was a system that had long guaranteed Diaz would not have to worry about the army rising up against him. It was also a system designed to fail the minute it faced a real military crisis. Conclusion. Rising to power after 50 years of chaos, it is a testament to the political skill of Porfirio Diaz that he was able to sustain his regime for so long. His decision to maintain the democratic forms of the Constitution provided a convenient alibi that helped deflect accusations he was a mere dictator. His reliance on old and trusted allies ensured that the men who governed Mexico were loyal to him and him alone. His deft ability to play factions and personalities off one another built a self-perpetuating system of checks and balances that prevented any one group from gaining too much power. His enigmatic treatment of the succession issue kept potential candidates on their toes, while not alienating their opposition. His reorganization of the military shut the army down as a launching pad for potential usurpers. Diaz emerged from anarchy to forge a stable regime that lasted 35 years. It was a remarkable achievement. But the seeds of Diaz's destruction were sown in the political strategies he used to forge that regime. The hypocrisy of his democratic rhetoric was as obvious as it was obnoxious. His dependence on old men serving de facto lifetime appointments embittered legions of capable men who were shut out of power. His encouragement of rivalries kept the regime internally divided. His unwillingness to settle the question of succession left the future dangerously uncertain. His weakening of the army left it unable to defeat a disorganized and frankly amateurish guerrilla insurgency. In the end, the political strategies Porfirio Diaz employed to keep himself in power for more than 3 decades turned out to be a double-edged sword, a fact Diaz did not realize until that sword was buried in his back. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.11, Not Quite Yet, President Madero. So thank you for indulging my reading of an old college paper. The book tour went great. We made a lot of new friends, had some laughs, sold some books, but I am not actually home yet, because when this episode publishes, I'll actually be down in a small house we rented in Auvergne. Now, mostly the point is to unwind and have a proper little vacation with the family, but the spot was strategically picked because it is near Lafayette's birthplace and boyhood stomping ground in Chavagnac. So, I'll be making a little pilgrimage out to the house where he was born, because now that the storm before the storm is in the rearview mirror a bit, it's time to move my full attention to our dear friend Lafayette. Well, not full attention, because the Revolutions podcast is not going to produce itself. So without further ado, let's get back to it. We left the narrative off in May of 1911, with Francisco Madero's revolution a success, and the key members of the Porfiriato sailing away to exile, most of them winding up in Paris. But just to wrap up one thing, remember how I've mentioned a number of times that the real thing that drove the revolution forward was not fear of President Diaz, so much as fear of President Ramon Corral. That disliked Científico vice president was still a relatively young man, and his ascension to power meant the continuation of autocratic tyranny into the foreseeable future. Well, check this out. Just a year after Corral arrived in Paris, he was stricken with cancer and he died. Old Don Porfirio actually outlived him. Diaz himself died in 1915. So, even if the regime had survived the revolution, there still would have been a major succession crisis when it came time to fill the vacancy that would have been left by the late and very little mourned Ramon Corral. Just one of those interesting little quirks of history that we never found out about because it happened in an alternate timeline. Okay, so remember that when Madero signed off on the Treaty of Ciudad Juarez, that he did not immediately assume the presidency. Sticking to his liberal democratic principles, he did not want to come to power by naked force alone. He really did want to be elected president. So, as stipulated in the agreement, the foreign minister, Francisco León de la Vera, became interim president, who would then preside over a new presidential election scheduled for October 1911. This meant that Madero now held no official position in government. He was merely a private citizen. Granted, he was a very influential private citizen, but he personally wielded no direct mechanism of state power. And everything that Mexico is going to have to deal with between now and October, Madero will have to manage through only persuasion and influence. And as Madero would discover, there were limits to how far mere persuasion and mere influence were going to get him. Besides, Madero was now stuck in the middle. On one side, there were the victorious rebels, radical Democrats and reformers, who now expected the spoils of war to be doled out and a new world to be born. And on the other side, there were a lot of conservatives and government functionaries who wanted to salvage their own positions and retain as much of the Porfiriato as possible. Both sides are going to be dissatisfied with Madero, who tried to please them both, and so, as so often happens, pleased neither. The selection of new members of the cabinet for the interim government was an early bone of contention that showed Madero very quickly retreating into respectable politics. Madero had a notion of what a presidential cabinet minister looked like and dressed like and what his resume ought to be, and he didn't really see it in the ranks of his revolutionary supporters. Madero had never really been comfortable with the ruffian set who had actually won the war for him. So when Madero and de la Barra conferred over who would serve in the interim government, only one guy was a full-blown early adopter Plan of San Luis rebel. His name was Manuel Borilla. The rest were either men who had hopped on the bandwagon at the last minute, or a couple were neutral leaders who had stood aloof from both sides, or beyond that, there were two who had actually served in the old regime. This was an aggravating early letdown for many Maderistas, most especially Pascual Orozco. If anyone could lay claim to being the man who had won the revolution for Madero, it was Orozco. All the skirmishes and battles he had fought since November, up to and including the capture of Juarez, which he had done over Madero's objections, Orozco now expected to be rewarded for his service. He expected nothing less than to be appointed Minister of War. Now, this is perhaps a bit of a stretch. 6 months ago, Orozco was a semi-literate muleteer. But even still, when he found out he had been passed over for the job, Orozco was furious and hurt. And though Minister of War was maybe asking a bit too much, it's hard to say that Madero really did right by Orozco. When all the jobs and offices had been doled out, Orozco was left holding Chief of the Rurales, the federal mounted police, in the state of Chihuahua. And that is all Madero thought Orozco worthy of? Chief of a couple of hundred mounted police in a single state, without even any real political power? Suffice it to say that the breach between Madero and the jilted Orozco has now opened up. Now, it's hard to say how much of the burying of Orozco was planned and purposeful. He had, after all, been awfully insubordinate, and how much was just the accidental byproduct of Madero now having to grapple with the tiger he had unleashed. And when Diaz chuckled about this tiger, he wasn't talking in the abstract. He was talking about something very specifically. The management of competing factions in every city and state, and then balancing those factions against the central power of the federal government, was a trick that Diaz had managed to pull off, and basically no other Mexican leader ever had. Now that Porfirian state governors and jefes politicos and mayors needed to be replaced, local political rivalries that had been dormant for a generation roared back to life. And it was basically up to Madero to try to pick winners and losers in every state, to decide who would be governor and who would not. Would it be former elites who had been kept out of politics during the Porfiriato, or new men who had just fought under the revolutionary flag and wanted a reward, or old Porfirians who wanted to keep their jobs? Abraham Gonzalez was obviously going to be made governor of Chihuahua, but as soon as the treaty ending the revolution was signed, the Chihuahua state legislature, mostly conservative Porfirians, asserted that the state legislature had the right to appoint the governor now that Diaz was out of the picture. It was not until mid-June that Gonzalez was actually accepted, and only then after a rogue Porfirian general was finally defeated in the field. In neighboring Coahuila, it was the same story. Madero wanted the governor to be Venustiano Carranza, who had been defeated in the rigged 1909 election, but the legislature balked, and it took heavy pressure to finally get them to approve Carranza. In Sinaloa, the sitting governor straight up refused to step aside, and it took a small but sharp 3-day running battle in the capital until he finally fled. And for every one that was picked for one of these jobs, there were 3 or more other candidates who were left out in the cold, and who were now just as bitter as they had been under the Porfiriato. So facing a tsunami of requests for guidance and demands for attention, Madero was initially able to do little more than just issue a blanket call for everyone in Mexico to please support the de la Barra interim government as the country prepared for new presidential elections. Then Madero hopped on a train and headed for Mexico City. Departing from the north on June the 3rd, 1911, Madero was swamped by huge crowds in every city he passed through. It took 4 days for the slow-moving victory procession to get to Mexico City, but on June the 7th, Madero was greeted by 100,000 people. Now, many of them were residents of the city, sure, but many more had descended on the capital from the countryside, and among those standing front and center and ready to greet Madero was Emiliano Zapata. We last left Zapata having just taken Cuautla, literally days before the Treaty of Ciudad Juarez was signed. But the victory of the rebels in Morelos was hardly an end to the conflict because the rebels were anything but united. Remember, the Figueroa brothers over in Guerrero still had designs on controlling all of south-central Mexico. And in a pretty brazen move, one of their officers lured old Gabriel Tapapa, that old weathered veteran who had been the first man in Morelos to declare himself in rebellion. Well, Tapapa was lured into a town under false pretenses. He was ambushed and shot. This was extremely provocative. Tapapa had been one of the early inner circle members of the Ayala Committee of Defense, but it did lead to increased solidarity amongst the disparate little armies in Morelos. After Tapapa was shot, Zapata joined forces with other leaders who had been fighting alongside him, but not necessarily under him, and they jointly moved into the capital of Cuernavaca, taking control of the city without firing a shot. The increasing solidarity of the Morelos rebels was important not just to secure their own lives from threats of mutual assassination, but also to protect themselves from the troubling hints of what was to come now that the revolution was over. The Figueroa brothers had more or less cast themselves as the defenders of the major hacendados, and they collectively used their influence across state lines to get a guy named Juan Carrion named the new governor of Morelos. Carrion was not a land and justice for the people kind of guy. He too was a socially conservative ally of the hacendados. So the rebel leaders in Cuernavaca pledged cooperation with each other, with Zapata continuing to be the man everyone turned to for the last word on things. And with the Grand Jefe, Madero, finally on his way to Mexico City, Zapata went down to meet him, to tell Madero that Morelos was not going to be satisfied with meet the new boss, same as the old boss shenanigans. So Zapata was there to meet Madero's train on June the 7th. The two men had never communicated directly with each other. Zapata carried his revolutionary commission by way of his dead comrade, Torres Burgos, and by the acclamation of his own people. But Madero willingly greeted Zapata as the revolutionary leader of Morelos, and he listened intently when Zapata explained why Morelos had risen up in the first place and what they now expected of their ostensible national leader. Madero implored Zapata to demobilize his little army now that the rebellion was over, but Zapata respectfully insisted that they would stand down when the reasons they had gone into revolt were addressed. So having spent exactly 0 time in the region south of Mexico City, Madero promised to make a brief tour through Guerrero and Morelos to grapple with the situation and talk more about what should be done on the issue of land and village rights. So on June the 12th, just a few days after landing in Mexico City, Madero traveled up to Morelos to go on this brief tour. He met again with Zapata and other, now hopefully former, rebel leaders. Zapata let Madero review his 4,000-man army, who all stood at attention and looked mighty impressive. I mean, it was a force just about as large as the one Madero had been leading in the north. Now, this was some nice welcome to Morelos pageantry, but it was also a warning. You can't just ignore us or our demands. Madero promised state money to help the villages make official purchases that would give them clear, modern title to their ancient claims. He also offered Zapata the job as head of the rurales in Morelos that would give him power to enforce the law rather than simply the whims of the hacendados. But Madero did communicate that Juan Carrion would remain governor and also insisted that Zapata demobilize his troops. Madero had decided that now that peace had been restored, that the standing federal army would be allowed to keep functioning as the legitimate army of the state, while his own irregular revolutionary forces would be the ones to stand down. And this, again, is Madero being caught in the middle. But as was becoming all too typical, he was erring on the side of favoring the old forces of order rather than the new forces of revolution. Zapata was still reluctant to demobilize, but ultimately was convinced of Madero's personal honesty and intentions, and so Zapata began to slowly, not in any great hurry mind you, tell his men to hand in their guns and go back to their villages. Returning to Mexico City, Madero's popularity among his own revolutionary supporters was waning. It looked like Madero was running into the arms of the same rich and powerful families who had been running Mexico for years, rather than elevating the men and women who had risked their lives to rebel against those very families. The presidential cabinet, the state governors, the call to demobilize the revolutionary forces rather than the federal forces. I mean, whose side was he on? Adding to this was Madero's inexplicable decision to let Bernardo Reyes back into the country. Reyes, remember, had accepted exile to Europe when his bid for the presidency became intolerable to Diaz back in 1909, and Reyes had remained in Europe ever since. But he had sailed back across the Atlantic when things started to go badly for Diaz in the spring of 1911. Not sure of his position, Reyes parked in Havana and reached out to Madero, who told him to remain in Havana until things were settled. But once things were settled, Reyes asked again for permission to return to Mexico, and Madero said okay. This is usually chalked up to naivete on Madero's part, and that's probably right. Reyes swore he had no political ambitions, that he just wanted to help put the country back together, which was, to be frank, a huge load of crap, and Madero should have known it. And just after Madero made his grand entrance into Mexico City, Reyes followed with an entrance of his own. He kept a low profile, but many of Madero's supporters could not believe Reyes had been allowed to return. If there was anyone who could instantly challenge Madero for national control of post-Porfiriato Mexico, it was Bernardo Reyes. Meanwhile, back up in Morelos, after Madero departed, Zapata put in a request with the new governor for 500 rifles to equip his forces through the proper channels, but the request was denied. Suspecting that the governor wanted to disarm anyone who might actually be in favor of land reform, Zapata just went ahead and requisitioned the rifles himself. This caused a stir through the ranks of the interim government and the respectable presses, who were now looking to consolidate as anti-revolutionary a post-revolutionary Mexico as possible. On June the 22nd, a newspaper in Mexico City proclaimed Zapata the modern Attila. Frustrated, but still putting some faith in Madero's ultimately good intentions, Zapata announced that he was done fighting for now. A few days later, he retired, he got married, and he went back to private life in his village. But many of the men he had led kept their arms and refused to fully demobilize. By the end of June, Madero was having all kinds of problems. His revolutionary supporters were getting very disenchanted with his weak hesitancy, while conservatives and hacendados continued to exert pressure, telling Madero that now that he had won, he needed to be responsible and not risk a full social or economic revolution. He needed to stick to his narrow democratic reforms. In this uncertain environment, Madero got going with preparations for the presidential election, which, as I said, are now scheduled for October 1911. He did not want to simply revive the anti-re-electionist party from 1910. Instead, he wanted to form a new post-revolutionary party called the Partido Constitucional Progresista. But the platform of this new party was essentially the platform of his 1910 campaign, with some additional elements from the Plan of San Luis thrown in. Most of the organizers and the Central Committee members of the new party were all the same, so why the change? And the suspicion is that Madero's old revolutionary ally, Francisco Vázquez Gómez, was angling to re-hitch himself to Madero as the vice presidential candidate, and the Maderos, Francisco and his brother Gustavo, did not want Vázquez Gómez to get the job. Vázquez Gómez had been a thorn in the side of the Maderos during the revolution. He had kept holding himself aloof from them, while also trying to be the key public spokesman for the revolution, and presumably an alternative figurehead if the Maderos went down. Vázquez Gómez was a conservative-leaning ex-Reyista who had never been particularly loyal to the Maderista inner circle. And with Madero campaigning hard on no re-election, he was still going to go with no re-election. The Maderos did not want 4 years to whiz by, just so Vasquez Gomez could take over as president. And for his part, it really seems like that's exactly what Vasquez Gomez wanted. He wanted to become the vice president, have 4 years of little Francisco Madero whiz by, and then President Vasquez Gomez could take over. So by forming a new party, rather than reviving the old party, Madero could drop Vasquez Gomez as his running mate. While these preparations were being made, Madero tried to stay on the move as much as possible, and visit as much of what was about to become his country as possible. And in mid-July, he was planning to go to Puebla, when friends in Puebla City told him that they had heard rumors a faction of Porfirian officers planned to assassinate him. So Madero sent a reliable agent up to Puebla to investigate, and after asking around, this guy came away convinced that this was an extremely credible threat, and he had a list of names of those involved. He recommended Madero call off the trip. But Madero did not want to call off the trip, so his agent did what he thought best to protect his boss. He preemptively arrested a bunch of probable assassins and tossed them in the clink. When Madero found out, though, he was furious. Here we are not 2 months removed from toppling an authoritarian dictatorship with no regard for the rule of law, and we've already adopted their tactics. So, Madero ordered his own probable assassins released from jail and ordered his loyal agent to be arrested. Mostly this was to prove to everyone that things really were different now. But again, Madero's supporters were baffled and flummoxed. This is not a game. You're locking up those trying to protect you and letting free those who mean to literally kill you. Get your head out of the clouds, man. Then, to make things worse, on July the 12th, the day before Madero was set to arrive in Puebla, a scuffle broke out between members of the revolutionary forces there and the federal army. It erupted into a fighting riot, and a bunch of people got killed. When Madero showed up, though, he scolded his supporters for their unruliness and declared his support for the federal troops. Frankly, Madero is at this point trying to please those who he could never really please, and very much upsetting those he could not afford to upset. After this little incident, Bernardo Reyes approached Madero in Mexico City and said, "Look, I meant what I said when I renounced all my political ambitions. But you see, there are a lot of fine patriotic Mexicans who want me to run for president. They're begging me to run, and golly gee whiz, I just don't feel like I can let them down." This line is lifted word for word from President Diaz's quadrennial tradition of being called to run for re-election despite his own great reluctance. Madero, being Madero, of course said, "Yes, Bernardo Reyes, you can run for president. This is a free and fair election after all, that's the point. I won't do anything to hinder your campaign, censor your pamphlets, or harass your supporters." If nothing else, Madero was a man of principle. All his enemies counted on it. Meanwhile, up in Morelos, Madero's principles and ultimately good intentions were not counting for much as the Hacendados reconsolidated their position. Villagers who could see the walls closing back in approached the now retired Emiliano Zapata and asked him for leadership and for guidance. Now, initially, Zapata was reluctant to jump back in the fray, but the new interim minister of the Interior pushed harder to demobilize the remaining companies of revolutionary troops, and Zapata signaled that he supported them remaining under arms to defend their interests. Madero interceded, and he invited Zapata to parley, but Zapata refused, instead sending his brother to speak for the family and for the people of Morelos. These negotiations continued through July, but the two sides could not come to an agreement. The government wanted total demobilization, which the Zapatistas would not agree to unless there was at least some guarantee stronger than Madero's word that the villages would ultimately get their land back. They suspected the government's intentions, and these suspicions were proven correct when, in the first week of August, a large force of regional police under Zapata's rival, Ambrosio Figueroa, massed in Jujutla. And even more ominous, a column of 1,000 federal troops were ordered to garrison Cuernavaca. This column was led by Brigadier General Victoriano Huerta. Huerta is pretty dang important, so let's bring Victoriano Huerta onto the board. Victoriano Huerta was born in Jalisco in 1850. His family was dirt poor, and though there was likely some mestizo in his family, Huerta always personally identified as fully indigenous. He was probably the first person in his family to learn how to read, thanks to tutoring from a local priest. And as has been the case for many poor young men over the long history of civilization, Huerta identified military service as his ticket out of poverty, and he joined the army as soon as he could. Attached to an influential general as a secretary, young Huerta won a recommendation to the National Military Academy in Mexico City, eventually graduating in 1877 with a double specialty in artillery and topography. This dumped him into the Mexican army as a young officer just as Porfirio Diaz was taking over. Huerta excelled during the Porfirian era. He survived all of Diaz's slow purges, and he thrived under the autocratic system. Huerta had little use for liberalism and democracy. He admired Diaz not in spite of the president's dictatorial tendencies, but because of them. Huerta absolutely believed Mexico needed a strong man to hold the country together. As he rose up the ranks, he bounced around Mexico, assigned to various campaigns of pacification against indigenous uprisings, particularly in Sonora and the Yucatan, or small-time political challenges to Diaz. By the turn of the century, Huerta was a general and a well-known part of the military wing of the Porfirian regime, and at just 50 years old, he was still a relatively young member of the officer corps. But Huerta's body was quite a bit older than 50 years old. He suffered routinely from bad health. He had terrible teeth and developed cataracts that left him practically blind in the daylight. To compensate for this, heavy drinking transitioned into full-blown alcoholism. And in 1907, Huerta was forced into retirement as a result of his failing and ravaged body, and he took up a teaching position in Mexico City. When the revolution came, Huerta applied for reinstatement to the army, though events overtook him, and his signal service to the cause was leading the escort that took Porfirio Diaz to Veracruz, and to the boat that would take the president away from Mexico forever. So Huerta is obviously among those in 1911 who wanted to keep as much of the Porfirian apparatus in place as possible, and though the general pledged his loyalty to the interim government, it's pretty clear that loyalty was contingent. Contingent on what? Contingent on Huerta spied an opportunity to rebel against it. His rank and experience, however, made him the perfect candidate for the job of pacifying Morelos, and so, in early August 1911, General Huerta led 1,000 men up into the mountains. The next 2 weeks were insanely jam-packed with activity, negotiations, and troop movements, as the crisis in Morelos threatened to re-explode back into open war between the interim government and the Zapatista rebels. The state elections, scheduled for August the 13th, were abruptly canceled, and President de la Vera declared martial law in Morelos. This led Francisco Madero to rush to Cuernavaca to negotiate a peace. Emiliano Zapata, now increasingly abandoning the retirement he had just settled into, said that there could be no demobilization until the land claims were guaranteed and all federal troops withdrew from the state. Madero agreed that the government was being way too provocative. And this here is a perfect example of how Madero's insistence on not yet being president was making things worse. Both he and Zapata were both merely private citizens at this point. Neither had any official authority to settle anything, and so it was left to men who did currently have official authority, like General Huerta, who maybe did not want to settle anything, to drive events. Madero departed Morelos on August the 16th, though, believing he had the terms of peace in hand. General Huerta waited 1 hour after Madero's train left the station, and then he ordered his column to advance on Cuautla. So Madero arrived in Mexico City and basically had to turn right around and race back to Morelos. Back in personal negotiations with Zapata, the two men agreed to terms that they believed would resolve the crisis. Madero's brother Raul would be the new head of the Morelos State Police, and he would lead 250 loyal men to garrison the state. Federal troops would immediately withdraw. Zapata would then tell his men to demobilize. And Zapata really did seem to trust Madero. He didn't really trust anyone else. And again, if only Madero had been president at this point, things might not have gotten out of hand. For his part, Zapata did indeed start demobilizing, but Huerta continued to advance. President de la Vera then got into it, and he ordered Huerta to hold for at least 48 hours as Zapata continued to demobilize. But then the governor of Morelos, the new governor, Carreon, sent a message to De la Barra that the rebels were violating the truce, which was somewhere between gross exaggeration and outright lie. Still in Cuautla, Madero was furious at these machinations and signed a personal statement absolving Zapata from charges of rebellion. He said the crisis was being pushed forward by the forces of order, not the forces of revolution. Madero then departed back to Mexico City, but on August the 23rd, Huerta's column restarted its march and was soon just 10 miles from Cuautla, with the city now but emptied of armed Zapatistas. With this crisis unfolding in Morelos, the presidential campaign of 1911 continued to chug along. At the end of August, the Partido Constitucional Progresista held a national convention of about 1,500 delegates to approve a platform and nominate presidential and vice presidential candidates. That Madero would be the presidential candidate was undisputed, and he was approved unanimously in the very first session. The platform was also pretty easy to knock out. As I said, it was mostly a rehash of the platform of 1910 plus the Plan of San Luis, electoral and political reform, the supremacy of the written constitution, freedom of the press and speech, free association, more equitable taxation, some education reform. None of this was particularly controversial. What was controversial was the vice presidential nominee. Vasquez Gomez was there and fighting for the spot. But by now, Madero had made it abundantly clear that his own choice was Yucatan journalist turned Maderista revolutionary Jose Maria Pino Suarez. After much debate and haggling, a vote was finally called, and Pino Suarez won by a comfortable majority. Vasquez Gomez by now was pissed, and wondering what steps he may have to take now that he had been cut out of the future government. Meanwhile, Bernardo Reyes had also been formally nominated for president and begun to campaign across Mexico. And whatever he had said about just wanting to rebuild the country, he clearly had no plans to go easy on Madero. Wherever he spoke, he railed against Madero as a bumbling disaster who couldn't possibly be trusted to govern the country. His partisans echoed those sentiments in their own speeches and pamphlets, and what appeared like it was going to be a fairly uncontested coronation for Madero was suddenly being very contested. Madero's supporters continued to be baffled by the chief's willingness to endure this abuse, and frankly, to invite the possibility that what had been won on the battlefield would be given away at the ballot box. But Madero insisted that they had to adhere to their own liberal and democratic principles, or the revolution would have been merely a violent power grab. Guided by this romantic, idealistic, and mystic belief in his own destiny, Madero went out on campaign, but he did nothing to stop Bernardo Reyes. But not everyone was so romantic and idealistic as Madero, and when Reyes was preparing to give a speech at the end of August, Maderista supporters surrounded Reyes and his entourage. They hurled epithets and abuse that soon turned to pushing and shoving. Reyes himself was not exactly accosted, but he was forced to quickly hustle away from the scene, and then he made much of the incident. Reyes's invective only deepened, and he now denounced Madero as a violent, hypocritical tyrant, on top of being a bumbling disaster. But the presidential campaign remained merely a war of words. But up in Morelos, the war was about to involve shooting. On August the 27th, 1911, Emiliano Zapata, still in Cuautla, issued a declaration addressed to the people of Morelos denouncing the government's aggressive actions. This declaration was circulated just as Ambrosio Figueroa advanced out of Jujutla, arresting Zapatista leaders and having them summarily shot as rebels. Down in Mexico City, the Minister of the Interior issued orders to capture Zapata, dead or alive. By the end of August, Cuautla was surrounded by enemy troops, even as Zapata was trying to get the government to stand down, and he sent a telegraph to interim President de la Barra saying, "My forces have demobilized. It's just me here with a few bodyguards. We are not in rebellion." But the interim president merely passed this intelligence on to General Huerta, who was like, "Awesome, let's advance on Cuautla," knowing that there would be no resistance. So Zapata and his few remaining armed followers slipped out of the city, headed towards the high mountainous border between Morelos and Guerrero. Huerta took Cuautla, and then he wheeled around and followed Zapata, cutting a swath of merciless destruction through the peasant countryside. Huerta sent confident messages to Mexico City saying, "I have pacified the state," but really, he was just driving the population into sympathetic solidarity with Zapata, who was now widely seen as the defender of the people and a victim of the government's aggression. After a month of this, Huerta announced on September the 26th that Morelos was totally pacified. But on that very same day, from his mountain headquarters, Zapata issued a list of demands that were signed by himself, his brother, and 12 other leaders. They said federal troops must be evacuated from the state, a general amnesty must be issued for all prisoners and declared rebels, there must be free and fair elections for governor, and water rights, timber rights, and village rights must all be recognized. All of these were rejected, and Zapata was officially back in rebellion. Meanwhile, that presidential campaign continued, and by now Bernardo Reyes and his crew decided on a new strategy. Despite their campaigning across the country, they found that Madero still had enormous support and was clearly the frontrunner. But they also recognized that he was less of a frontrunner now than he was a month ago, and he was less a frontrunner a month ago than he had been the month before that. With the election approaching on October the 1st, Madero would probably win. But a month after that, on November the 1st, maybe not. Time was on the side of the Reyistas, and both Reyes and Madero knew it. So Reyes started demanding that the election be postponed for a variety of pretexts. On September the 12th, Reyes formally made a request that Congress take up the issue, which they did. But after some debate, the Congress decided it was better to have the election now and get things settled than drag it out and possibly risk more violence, rebellion, and revolution. So the Congress came back and said, nope, the election will proceed on October the 1st. Knowing that he was going to lose, Reyes decided for theatrics. He made a great show of withdrawing from the race in protest, saying that it was a rigged farce, a coronation for Madero, nothing else. He told his supporters, however, to remain organized and vigilant. And to plot his next move, Reyes himself went to, you guessed it, San Antonio, which isn't ominous or anything. The presidential election of 1911 was held on October the 1st, and despite the bleating of Reyes, it was actually as open and fair and democratic an election as had likely ever been held in Mexico, though of course the Reyistas raised all kinds of noise about fraud and corruption and ballot stuffing. So despite the shine having come right off of him, Francisco Madero still won the election in a landslide. Now the October 1st election, though, was only for president, and that election would produce the electors who would go on to vote on October the 15th. There they would cast the formal vote to make Madero president. At that same time, they would also vote for vice president. So Vasquez Gomez was still running around and stumping for himself, and hard feelings were evident between him and Madero. In the 2 weeks between the votes, Madero met with Vasquez Gomez and tried to convince him to drop his candidacy and support Pino Suarez for the good of the unified country. But Vasquez Gomez emerged from this meeting and promptly announced that Madero had tried to bribe him, but that he was far too principled to make such backroom deals with a hypocritical weasel. So, on October the 15th, the electors met, Madero was formally elected president, and Pino Suarez easily won the vice presidency. Interim President De La Vera actually came in second, while Vasquez Gomez ran a distant third. So, Vasquez Gomez too stormed off, headed north, and wondering what kind of support he could find for further potential non-electoral paths to power. Maybe he could sound out some jilted ex-Maderistas who felt betrayed by the chief, like, let's say, Pascual Orozco. So Francisco Madero would soon be president of Mexico in his own right, thanks not to arms, but to an election. I mean, sure, the arms got him the election, but still, he had put his faith in himself, his principles, and the people of Mexico, and was rewarded. It was an almost unimaginable position he now found himself in. Madero had started campaigning for president nearly 2 years earlier, and it was an utterly quixotic campaign. Not even he thought he would ever win. Then he got thrown in jail, then he ran a bumbling revolution that looked like it was never going to win until it did, and now he was going to be president. But boy, are things in Mexico ever unstable. The tiger has been unleashed. Madero was scheduled to be inaugurated on December the 1st, 1911, but Zapata is now up in the Morelos Mountains in more or less open revolt against the government. Reyes was in San Antonio, clearly plotting to strike at the new regime. Vasquez Gomez was somewhere in Chihuahua taking conspiratorial meetings. So next week, we will see if Francisco Madero can control the tiger he has unleashed. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.12, No Peace. So as you may have noticed if you look at the runtime, this week's episode is shorter than usual. If you follow me on Twitter, you know that this is thanks to a series of disasters that befell my family as we attempted to leave Auvergne on Monday. Not only did we get blasted by a massive snowstorm, but our rental car broke down. It broke down in the middle of a blizzard. This left us stranded for 3 days in the little village of Mazay-Saint-Voix. Since I produced this show in real time, that pretty much crushed my ability to pull out a full episode this week, so here we are with a much shorter episode. But before we get going, I do want to say that the people of Mazay-Saint-Voix were wonderful to us, especially after we were more or less abandoned by our rental car company. So, for example, if you are ever in Mazay, please go to the Auberge du Soleil. The owners there took care of us with generous warmth, and, in the end, got one of their friends, just one of their friends, to drive us to Saint-Étienne to catch a train because we literally had no other means of transportation. So I won't bore you with all of the stressful details, but suffice it to say, we got screwed, and the Auberge du Soleil in Mazay-Saint-Voix was quite literally our shelter from the storm. Okay, so getting back to the Mexican Revolution, here in this truncated episode, we are going to address the situation Francisco Madero inherited when he finally became president of Mexico. Specifically, we are going to focus on the array of revolts and rebellions that continued to flare up across the country. Because as much as Madero was trying to put the revolution behind him and behind Mexico, the Mexican Revolution is nowhere near its end. We're barely even halfway through this series. The situation was in fact so seamlessly volatile that after Madero's election in October of 1911, it was decided the country could not wait for his scheduled inauguration on December the 1st. Instead, interim President de la Barra resigned on November the 6th, and Madero was officially sworn in. So, he was finally President Madero. But from the minute he took up his office, he dealt with a rash of insurrections and conspiratorial challenges to his rule. From random local uprisings led by ambitious bandits now styling themselves revolutionary caudillos, to reactionary coup plots hatched in the inner circles of the old Porfiriato, the Madero administration never enjoyed a moment's peace. Now, of course, the most famous and most important of these ongoing insurrections is the one led by Emiliano Zapata in Morelos. But I will be putting off our discussion of Zapata until next week because it requires more time and attention than I will be able to give it this week. But please just remember that Zapata has been driven into rebellion by the aggressive conduct of General Huerta and the Figueroa brothers, and will soon be issuing the famous, bordering on legendary, Plan of Ayala at the end of November 1911. We will talk all about that in detail next week. Now, in terms of physical proximity, the rebellion in Morelos was very close to the presidential palace in Mexico City. But even closer were disgruntled former Porfirians. After Madero's election, credible evidence was passed along to American Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson that a plot was being hatched among conservative army officers to prevent Madero from ever taking office, even if that meant assassinating him. Subsequent investigations led to the arrest of 2 generals who confessed to everything at the end of December, which led to the subsequent discovery of a huge explosives cache, proving that this was no pack of paranoid rumors. In fact, the plan may have been executed had General Huerta not been fired from his job for driving Morelos back into insurrectionary chaos. Again, we'll talk about that next week. But though Madero did not want to confront this very dire and very persistent threat of a reactionary military coup, he really did seem to want to put his head in the sand about it. That threat is not going to go away. And U.S. Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson, a conservative Republican who thought Madero was quite literally a lunatic and represented the thin end of the wedge of anarcho-communism in North America, is going to be far less interested in passing along evidence of such coups in the future. In fact, he might even signal that the United States would not look unkindly on such a coup. At the end of 1911, though, these kinds of barracks plots were not considered by the Maderistas to be the chief threat to Madero, because, just like President Diaz, they focused their attention on the threat posed by Bernardo Reyes. Reyes, remember, had withdrawn from the presidential race in a theatrical huff, declaring it corrupt and rigged. He went up to San Antonio and seemed to make very little effort to hide the fact that he was now organizing a counter-revolution to overthrow Madero, who Reyes denounced as an incompetent, treacherous hypocrite. But unlike many of his supporters and advisors, Madero himself was apparently quite serene about the threat posed by Reyes, and confidently asserted that Reyes would not get anywhere with his counter-revolution. And unlike his serene disbelief about the threat of a military coup, Madero was proven 100% correct about Reyes. The hype of Bernardo Reyes never ever lived up to his actual performance, as would be shown again over the course of November and December 1911. For one thing, as I just said, Reyes was not being very subtle about what he was up to. So, again, following a bit in the footsteps of President Diaz, President Madero demanded the United States take action. Except this time, instead of dragging their feet, the Americans took action. The Taft administration's official policy had always been that everyone needed to adhere to America's neutrality laws. Foreign nationals were not allowed to use the United States as a staging ground for revolution in their home countries. Now, of course, Madero had gotten a 6-month free pass and he was just able to act freely, but I need to make a couple of points about this. First, he moved around enough and had enough support, especially among the Tejano population, that it was legitimately difficult to keep track of him. And then also, despite President Diaz's huffing and puffing, it took a long time for his agents to produce the kind of legal proof that was going to move the very lawyerly and by-the-book President Taft. Meanwhile, the Maderistas, having just staged a revolution from Texas themselves, knew exactly what to look for, and they were able to put together a pile of evidence that Reyes was gathering arms and men for an invasion of Mexico. Probably prodded further along by a desire to not let Mexico redescend into civil war, the American authorities actually acted quickly. Reyes and his entourage were arrested in late November 1911, and the army was ordered to the border to prevent illegal crossings in either direction. Released on bail, Reyes concluded it would only be a matter of time before he was arrested again. With his plan for an invasion going nowhere, Reyes, practically all by himself, crossed the border back into Mexico near Eagle Pass on December the 4th. But the thing is, this whole time, Reyes has been deluding himself. He may have once been the popular governor of Nuevo León, and the best possible candidate to inherit the Porfiriato, but there was no widespread popular clamoring to go back to the Porfiriato now that it was over. Reyes was trying to pitch counter-revolution to a population in northern Mexico that is just not interested. And the one place where he might have been able to garner personal support, which was his old home base in Nuevo León, was now under the military command of General Trevino. Remember General Trevino, the old guy who had been recalled by Diaz to take over the 3rd Military District of Mexico, specifically to prevent Reyes from being able to raise a military insurrection there? Well, Trevino did his job very well, and was continuing to do his job very well. Reyes had no friends in high places. He had no friends in the military. Certainly, he had no friends with guns. There was simply no possibility of a Reyista uprising in Nuevo León. The state was on lockdown. For 2 weeks after his escape across the border, though, Bernardo Reyes was off the grid, sending both American and Mexican officials hunting down rumors that put him anywhere from Mexico City to New York City. In reality, he was up in the rugged northern country moving south and trying to build an army. But the people were not into it. As Reyes himself later complained, whenever he arrived in some town, men did not flock to his banner. They ran to the nearest telegraph office to report to the government on his whereabouts.
So after a couple of weeks of this, going nowhere with absolutely no one, Reyes gave up. He quit. On Christmas Day 1911, he turned himself in to a local garrison. Once he was in custody, he asked the government for blanket amnesty for himself and anyone who had supported him, which, is not that many people. But Madero was not interested. He had magnanimously let Reyes return to Mexico, and Reyes had thanked him by trying to overthrow him. So any low-level supporters who had been caught up in the Reyes scheme were pardoned, but Reyes himself was going to be tried for sedition and treason, and so he was subsequently transferred to an army brig in Mexico City to await trial. And there, Reyes would sit, once again proving that he simply did not have what it took to live up to his hype. But even though he now sat in jail after running an even more pathetic revolution than Madero had originally run, we are not done with Bernardo Reyes quite yet. Now, one of Reyes's big problems is that he was trying to run a popular counter-revolution in an area that had just been the theater of a popular revolution. But just because Reyes was making the wrong anti-Madero pitch, that doesn't mean there was not a pitch to be made. As we discussed last time, after quote-unquote his victory, Madero very quickly pivoted away from the ruffians who had actually won the war for him, and he tried to graduate into respectable politics. This left many of those who had joined him feeling abandoned and betrayed. If they had any real political bent at all, they were also grousing about Madero's conservative turn, and they wanted the points of the Plan of San Luis more forthrightly asserted. But plenty of them were all but apolitical, adventurous sorts who groused not about high ideals, but about being shafted out of the spoils of war. They wanted power, they wanted offices, the just rewards for the risks that they had taken, the just rewards for the war that they had won. These types of jilted ex-rebels and ex-Maderistas all across central and northern Mexico were cultivated not by Reyes, but by the Vasquez Gomez brothers. Last time, we saw Francisco Vasquez Gomez maneuvered out of the vice presidency following a very public and acrimonious break with Madero. Well, Francisco has a brother named Emilio, who, even though we haven't talked about him yet, had been tapped to be the Minister of the Interior in the interim government. Well, Emilio Vasquez Gomez had been forced out of that office just around the same time Madero was forcing Francisco Vasquez Gomez off his presidential ticket. So both brothers now had bitter axes to grind, and in the next stage, Francisco would actually take a back seat to his younger brother Emilio, who stepped up to lead the family attack on Madero. Making a base for themselves in Texas, just like Reyes was doing, Emilio Vasquez Gomez wrote a report that he sent to all the state governors of Mexico denouncing Madero for not having gone far enough in implementing the Plan of San Luis. In effect, Madero had betrayed his own revolution. Vasquez Gomez was now portraying himself as the real leader of the revolutionary movement, saying he was more Maderista than Madero himself. So, like Reyes, Vasquez Gomez denounced the recent election as a farce and declared the result illegitimate. He said that if asked, he might consider serving as provisional president to see new, free and fair elections held. The circular, though, did not have much impact on the state governors. After all, most of them had just become state governors thanks to Madero's approval. I mean, why bite the hand that feeds you? But out among the rustic northern ex-rebels said, it became generally known that Vasquez Gomez was offering to make himself the figurehead of a movement that might still be worth supporting. I mean, Madero had gone off to Mexico City and was now not even returning their phone calls. I mean, what the heck is up with that? But just to get this out of the way right now, Emilio Vasquez Gomez, whatever he's setting himself up to be, was never going to create some Vasquista rebel army. He and his brother were simply not charismatic enough or well-connected enough or trusted enough to be anything more than a name vaguely connected to vague anti-Madero sentiment. But there was a guy among that disaffected, jilted northern ex-rebel set who was charismatic enough and well-connected enough and trusted enough to be more than just a name, and that was Pascual Orozco. Orozco was at this moment being recruited, flattered, and cultivated by every single enemy Francisco Madero ever had. Everyone recognized how important Orozco had been to the original revolution. Everyone knew that he was pissed at Madero. The Vasquistas had been trying to recruit him to the cause
knowing that he could prove hugely decisive. But Orozco mostly resisted their appeals. Not that he didn't appreciate their efforts or remain angry at his treatment by Madero. After being appointed governor of Chihuahua, Abraham Gonzalez had then run in an open election later in 1911 to secure a true democratic mandate, and a group of anti-Madero interests, including some Vasquistas, tried to put Orozco forward as a rival candidate for the governorship. But a judge ruled him ineligible because he was not yet 30 years old, which was just another obnoxious slight. I mean, I'm old enough to win the war for you, but now I'm too young to serve in government? Then, after Madero won his election, the new president tapped his old faithful friend Abraham Gonzalez to serve as Minister of the Interior, and Orozco once again held out some hope he would be named governor of Chihuahua when Gonzalez left for Mexico City. But Gonzalez merely took a leave of absence from his office without resigning, and the caretaker governorship went to some dude no one had ever heard of. And so a smoldering Orozco continued to be courted by Madero's enemies. In late January and early February 1912, the dissatisfaction among Madero's former soldiers finally broke into open revolt in the north. A close revolutionary comrade of Orozco's named Braulio Hernandez, a former college professor and journalist turned rebel officer, decided that he had had enough of Madero embracing their old enemies and crapping on his old friends. Hernandez issued a manifesto in the first week of February demanding Madero resign the presidency, and at least ostensibly, announced his support for Emilio Vasquez Gomez to become provisional president. And though this was technically an anti-Maderista revolt, Alan Knight points out that it is much better described as a neo-Maderista revolt. This is not a counter-revolution. This was a continuation of the revolution. The chief has betrayed the cause. Hernandez lobbied his old comrade Orozco to join the rebellion, but as late as the end of February 1912, Orozco was still defending the Maderista government from rebellion, even as Hernandez secured the defection of garrisons in Chihuahua City and Casas Grandes, and then occupied Juarez. But at some crucial moment between the last week of February and the first week of March, Orozco changed his mind. When federal forces attempt to reassert control of Juarez on March the 3rd, Orozco rode out at the head of a rebel army to repel them. But crucially, Orozco had failed in his own attempt to coax a critical ally over to the renewed rebellion, because leading those federal forces attempting to retake Juarez was Orozco's former lieutenant, Pancho Villa, who had concluded that his fortunes were better served by defending Madero than attacking him. And boy, was Villa ever right. With instincts that remind me of no one so much as Toussaint Louverture, Villa chose wisely and was now on his way to becoming the man of the North. But that story is going to wait until next week, because, friends, I have no more time this week. So we'll pick this all back up again next time when our regularly scheduled programming resumes. We will see Pascual Orozco and Emiliano Zapata trying to keep the Mexican Revolution going, and men like Bernardo Reyes and General Huerta trying to kill the Mexican Revolution dead. And Francisco Madero, as is his tragic lot in life, will continue to be stuck right in the middle. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.13, The Plan of Ayala. We begin this week back in Morelos to expand on the story we started last week about the many rebellions Francisco Madero faced when he finally became president of Mexico on November the 6th, 1911. The most persistent of these rebellions was in Morelos, and it was now being led by Emiliano Zapata. And though Madero himself, and every historian since, correctly laid the blame for this continued rebellion in Morelos on the reactionary army officers like General Huerta, who seemed to be pursuing their own agendas, it's also clear that President Madero bungled bringing Zapata in from the cold now that he finally had executive authority. A similar story was playing out in the north, where Madero also badly bungled his relationship with Pascual Orozco, and so, as we saw last week, drove the most effective Maderista general of them all back into rebellion. For some reason, Madero's indomitable faith was now being placed not with his old friends, but with his old enemies. It was a huge reason Mexico refused to stabilize in 1912, and it was a huge reason Madero's life is a tragedy rather than a triumph. So to jump back into Morelos, remember that in the period in 1911 when Madero was not quite yet president, the federal troops, led by General Victoriano Huerta, were aggressively hounding the Morelos revolutionaries until they were forced back into, well, revolution. Despite Madero and Zapata coming to an agreement, and Zapata demobilizing his forces, mostly, Huerta aggressively advanced anyway, and Zapata was forced to flee with a small entourage into the mountainous borderlands. From this new headquarters, Zapata restarted his revolutionary movement. Now, aside from Huerta's conduct, one of Zapata's main beefs was that in October of 1911, the governorship of Morelos was handed to Ambrosio Figueroa. The ambitious Figueroa brothers had already tried to kill Zapata a couple of times now, and they continued to treat Morelos as something of a family colony, their first acquisition in what they figured would be a triumphant post-revolutionary career running south-central Mexico, and then, hopefully, all of Mexico. They had cut deals with the powerful hacendados to protect their interests, and they were in satisfactory alliance, if not outright agreement, with General Huerta. And combined, the Figueroa's authority over the local police, combined with General Huerta's authority over the federal army troops, created a powerful anti-Zapatista coalition. So by the time the election came around in October of 1911, it looked like Zapata and his few remaining allies were boxed in and had nowhere to go. But remember our old Revolutions podcast adage, that yesterday's civilian becomes tomorrow's insurgent thanks to today's atrocity. And this is Morelos in a nutshell. General Huerta continued to rampage around trying to capture Zapata and break the last vestiges of rebellion, and instead he breathed new life into that rebellion. And Zapata himself was not feeling boxed in at all. In fact, he was playing a little bit of calculated rope-a-dope. He and his still fairly small crew backed away and retreated as Huerta continued to come after them. They moved southeast, they crossed the state lines, and were now in the neighboring state of Puebla. Huerta, sensing blood in the water, kept charging, apparently never considering that he was not chasing prey so much as being lured into a trap. And once Huerta crossed the state border, Zapata and his men executed a perfect end run. With guides familiar with every nook and trail in the region, Zapata and his more than expert fellow revolutionary horsemen rode more than 200 miles through basically goat trails until they reappeared suddenly deep inside of Morelos, not far from Cuautla and way, way, way in Huerta's rear. And they did not stop there. Zapata and his men continued to push north, and unlike Bernardo Reyes, whose ill-fated rebellion we talked about last week, as Zapata and his men rode, they gained new recruits. From a small band of maybe a couple of dozen, they were soon back up to 1,500. By the last week of October, just after Madero won his election but just before he was inaugurated, Zapata and his army were camped in villages less than 20 miles from Mexico City. This was a huge personal embarrassment for General Huerta, who just a week or two earlier had been sending confident messages that Morelos was totally pacified. For his failure to actually totally pacify Morelos, General Huerta was stripped of his command and replaced. And that, my friends, is the last time we will meet General Huerta. I'm just kidding, that's ironic foreshadowing. Now, really, after Madero became president, that should have been the end of the rebellion in Morelos. Even Madero himself believed that now that the election was over, that the rebellion would also be over. He had, after all, engaged in personal negotiations with Zapata for months, and only been foiled by the fact that because he wasn't president yet, he wasn't able to force the settlement that he himself had agreed to. And Madero said as much after the election. In response to the Zapatistas being so close to the capital at the end of October, Madero issued a long statement that said, in effect, "This is no big deal. I'm about to be sworn in as president, and there won't be any reason for them to be in rebellion anymore." And that all seemed true. On November the 1st, Governor Figueroa, almost certainly in consultation with Madero, issued blanket pardons to all rebels who handed in their guns within 2 weeks. Then a few days later, Madero was sworn into office, and he immediately sent a trusted agent up to Ayala to negotiate with Zapata directly. These face-to-face talks with Zapata only seemed to confirm the goodwill and understanding from the previous summer remained in place. The deal struck by Madero's agent was that the federal troops would evacuate Morelos, agrarian reform, if not outright agrarian justice, would get rolling, the Figueroa faction, who had just tried to take over Morelos, would be removed, and Zapata-approved native sons would take over the state government. And then finally, the last 6 months of violent insurrection by the Zapatistas would also be reclassified as a legitimate protest to an illegitimate regime. Okay, so far so good. But as these talks were going on, the new general of the 1,000-man federal column, whose name I won't trouble you with, decided on his own initiative to make sure Zapata did not get up to any funny business. He advanced his troops on Ayala and commenced a wide encirclement. Zapata instantly detected treachery. Now, Madero's agent swore that this was all a misunderstanding, and he tried to race back to Mexico City for further assurances from the president, but even he was now blocked from leaving Ayala. It was not until the next day he was able to slip through the federal lines and get back to talk to Madero to confirm that this was not some kind of trap. But President Madero now adopted a very different tone. Apparently he was becoming acutely aware of the responsibilities and weight of his new office, and Madero had decided the time had come to be authoritative, if not authoritarian. His only official response to Zapata was that Zapata needed to surrender unconditionally. Only then could Madero, now as President of Mexico, pardon Zapata and begin talks. Admission of subservience to the official sovereign government had to precede everything. Now, in a vacuum, this is an understandable position to take, but in the actual circumstances, this is a very weird hill to die on. Madero is insisting on an abstract principle, but doing nothing to address concrete reality. And even when his agent got back, the agent was not allowed to pass through the lines again, so Zapata only got this official notice. If there were auxiliary verbal assurances the president meant to pass along to Zapata, they never got through. So, when Zapata surveyed the federal troops surrounding him while reading Madero's note that he expected nothing less than unconditional surrender, the reality of treachery and betrayal set in. Madero was the one man Zapata had decided he could trust, and now he was being knifed in the back. So Zapata broke off negotiations and once again slipped out of town with his closest allies. They headed south, back up into the mountains. A few weeks later, Zapata issued what has become one of the most famous revolutionary proclamations of them all, the Plan of Ayala. If the Plan of San Luis was a stirring call for political revolution, the Plan of Ayala was a stirring call for social revolution. Signed and promulgated on November the 28th, 1911, it was about to become the sacred text of the agrarian revolutionaries and would continue to be a sacred text of agrarian revolutionaries everywhere, right up to the present day. The Plan of Ayala came in 15 points. The first and longest was a denunciation of Madero and his treacherous treatment of his old friends. It called for Mexicans everywhere to continue the revolution Madero had abandoned. And then it moved on to say that to lead this rebellion, the Plan of Ayala specifically called on Pascual Orozco. But if he declined, then Zapata would take overall command of a renewed national revolution. And what was the point of this revolution? Not mere political reform, but land and justice. Points 6, 7, and 8 are the heart of the Plan of Ayala, and so I'm just going to read them in full right now. Point 6. As an additional part of the plan, we give notice that regarding the fields, timber, and water which the landlords, cientificos, or bosses have usurped, the pueblos or citizens who have the titles corresponding to those properties will immediately enter into possession of that real estate of which they have been despoiled by the bad faith of our oppressors, and maintain at any cost with arms in hand the mentioned possession, and the usurpers who consider themselves with a right to them will deduce it before the special tribunals which will be established on the triumph of the revolution. Point 7. In virtue of the fact that the immense majority of Mexican pueblos and citizens are owners of no more than the land they walk on, suffering the horrors of poverty without being able to improve their social condition in any way or to dedicate themselves to industry or agriculture, because lands, timber, and water are monopolized in a few hands, for this cause there will be expropriated the third part of those monopolies from the powerful proprietors of them, with prior indemnization in order that the pueblos and citizens of Mexico may obtain ejidos, colonies, and foundations for pueblos, or fields for sowing or laboring, and the Mexicans' lack of prosperity and well-being may improve in all and for all. Point 8. Regarding the landlords, cientificos, or bosses who oppose the present plan directly or indirectly, their goods will be nationalized, and the 2/3 part which otherwise would belong to them will go for indemnizations of war, pensions for widows and orphans of the victims who succumb in the struggle for the present plan. And the rest of the plan of Ayala was mostly about how to arrange the government after revolutionary victory. But in total, the plan was an uncompromising statement of social revolution and is rightly famous as one of the most famous revolutionary proclamations of all time. Now, by this point, Madero was also digging his heels in and offering only half-hearted attempts at further negotiation. All he could now promise Zapata was safe passage to exile if the rebel leader laid down his arms. Zapata did not even consider this, especially since just a few weeks earlier another independent rebel chief in neighboring Puebla had accepted just such an offer, only to be shot, quote-unquote, while trying to escape, which had a long and distinguished history in the Porfiriato as a euphemism for summary execution. To gauge Zapata's new feelings about Madero, I will turn now to a long quote taken from an interview with some government commissioners that Zapata gave, and is republished in John Womack's excellent biography of Zapata. Zapata said, "I've been Senor Madero's most faithful partisan. I've given infinite proofs of it. But I'm not any more. Madero has betrayed me as well as my army, the people of Morelos, and the whole nation. Most of his original supporters are in jail or persecuted." Then he went on to say, "Nobody trusts him any longer because he's violated all his promises. He's the most fickle, vacillating man I've ever known." When the commissioners asked him what message he would like to give to the president, Zapata said, "Tell him this for me, to take off for Havana, because if not, he can count the days as they go by, and in a month I'll be in Mexico City with 20,000 men, and have the pleasure of going up to the presidential palace and dragging him out of there and hanging him from one of the highest trees in the park." So this is the permanent divorce between Zapata and Madero. Zapata, as we will see, can be frustratingly rigid and uncompromised, but Madero bungled this badly. He took the wrong approach, he prioritized the wrong issues, he trusted the wrong people. Emiliano Zapata, and then also Pascual Orozco, were the two most formidable leaders of Madero's own revolution at the beginning of 1911, and he has now alienated them both. The situation in south-central Mexico over the winter of 1911-1912 was precarious. Revolts inspired by the plan of Ayala got going in Puebla, in Mexico State, in Guerrero, in Oaxaca, and then of course in Morelos. And this was all very embarrassing for Madero, who of course is also dealing with all that other stuff we talked about last week. Things became unstable enough that Ambrosio Figueroa actually resigned as governor of Morelos in mid-January because things in his home state were falling apart and the Figueroas needed to reconcentrate on securing their home base. In Morelos, though, there remained in the state about 1,000 regular army troops, but there were also now upwards of 5,000 deputized rurales, federal police officers, tasked with maintaining order and hunting down rebels. But as is so often the case, these guys were confined to the towns and the cities and exerted almost no control whatsoever in the rural areas. But it's not like Zapata was king of the peasants now. The rebels he led were a highly decentralized group, and though this is right around the time that the word Zapatista is really starting to gain traction, it was still very much a loose alliance of independent leaders, each commanding a couple of hundred men, rather than some highly organized structure. Now, of these independent leaders, there is one I want to bring attention to, and that is Genoveva de la O. De la O, and that's just the letter O, de la O, was born in 1876 in Morelos, so he's about the same age as Zapata, and also had only ever known life under the Porfiriato. He came from a poor sharecropping family, but also like Zapata, De La O had joined early in the defense of his village's rights and prerogatives against encroaching haciendas. He was well known enough that when the plan of San Luis dropped in November of 1910, De La O was an early leader of a rebel group that was allied with the Ayalan faction. De La O proved to be one of the most tenacious and aggressive of the rebels in Morelos. He conducted campaigns against federal forces that forced them to basically cede whatever territory he happened to be holding, like, oh, don't even bother going over there, that's where De La O is. He was amongst that small group ever ready to hop back into revolt. And after the Plan of Ayala revolution began, De La O got even more ambitious and aggressive. Probably hoping to take advantage of government instability after the resignation of Governor Figueroa, De La O launched an offensive that aimed at capturing nothing less than the state capital of Cuernavaca. For one solid week at the end of January and beginning of February 1912, De La O's little army kept up a constant attack that went on practically around the clock. But the rebels never managed to actually push their way into the city. Partly to end the fighting, but also partly to take vengeance on the rebels, federal forces identified the nearby village of Santa Maria as De La O's principal base of operations, and they sent up a column and they burned the village to the ground. De La O was outraged by the destruction of this village, and then he found out that one of his young daughters had died in the fire. He was furious with grief that the Federals had so blatantly violated the rules of war. Now, De La O kept up the fight for as long as he could, but finally a lack of ammunition forced him to pull back. The destruction of Santa Maria was the beginning of a new brutal phase in the conflict in Morelos, because right at this same moment, February of 1912, President Madero appointed a new general to take over the campaign. It was an infamous choice, General Juvencio Robles. Robles was old enough to have fought in the last stages of the Patriotic War against the French way back in the 1860s, but he had really learned his trade fighting the Yaqui tribes in Sonora when the federal government started surveying and selling off land that had been the Yaquis since the beginning of time. And the Yaqui had been in more or less permanent revolt ever since, and Robles embraced the more sadistic methods of suppression. Remember that during the Porfiriato there was the old adage, right? Pan o palo, bread or stick. Well, Robles was all stick and no bread. He arrived in Morelos in the first week of February 1912 and immediately started rounding up family members of the rebel chiefs. For Zapata, that meant his sister, his mother-in-law, and 2 sisters-in-law. All of them were now hostages. Then Robles ordered the executions of a bunch of captured peasant insurgents. Not leaders, just villagers, the types who were usually amnestied or pardoned. Not anymore. Robles' message was clear: if you get caught, I am going to kill you, not just your boss. And then he introduced a new tactic that had recently been pioneered by various imperial forces in their colonial wars. The British in South Africa, the Americans in the Philippines, and the Spanish in Cuba. And that was concentration camps. The idea was to take a village that seemed to be a hotbed of rebel activity. You would round up the inhabitants, relocate them into patrolled and possibly fenced camps near a larger city, and then destroy the village itself. Once you had concentrated all the civilians, at least allegedly, anytime you went on patrol, anyone you met could be treated as a combatant, and you could shoot them on sight. Now, most of the villagers resettled in these concentration camps, though, were women, children, and old folks, as the men of fighting age tended to flee up into the hills. So, rather than cowing Morelos and beating its people into submission with these punitive and destructive tactics, the ranks of the Zapatistas actually swelled. Now, a lot of Maderistas in Morelos, that is, people still allied with the president, were very queasy about all of this, and they sent back messages to Mexico City saying, I don't think this is such a good idea. But Madero let it all go on, partly because he was more worried about the situation in the north, where Pascual Orozco had finally decided to publicly break with his erstwhile chief in March of 1912. So, for the moment, we are going to leave Morelos and head back north. Okay, so as we established last week, Orozco's bitterness, combined with the overtures of anti-Madero elements in the north, like the Vasquez-Gomez brothers, and he went back into open revolt in the first week of March 1912. His first action, which served as his official notice that he was now back in revolt, was chasing off a small army of 500 cavalry, led by Orozco's former lieutenant, who did not follow him into rebellion, Pancho Villa. On March the 6th, Orozco then released a public statement denouncing Madero. But this declaration offered practically nothing in the way of a political or social platform. This is not the plan of Ayala. It was just attacks on Madero, mostly reminding everybody that Madero had abandoned the people who put him into power. The statement also made some pretty far-out and, frankly, untrue accusations. Orozco claimed that Madero's revolution had all been organized and financed by the Americans, and that Madero was now planning to sell Mexico to the Yankees, which is not even close to true. He also made much of the fact that Gustavo Madero had submitted a bill to the government for 700,000 pesos to reimburse him for money he had ponied up for the Maderista Revolution, while Gustavo was instantly reimbursed, while all other claims, IOUs and debts incurred by other rebel leaders on behalf of Madero, still went unpaid. But that was about all Orozco had to justify going back into rebellion. Anger and resentment at the chief, which sure will move some people out there, but isn't exactly the stuff large-scale popular insurrections are made of. Folks are going to need a bit more than that. They're going to need land, they're going to need justice, they're going to need something. But the real problem here is that the guys backing Orozco, the guys who had flattered him back into rebellion, were actually conservative hacendados trying to undermine Madero's limited social and political reforms. Whether he knew it or whether he even cared, Orozco was now turning into a reactionary. But at least at first, things continued to go well for Orozco. By the time he sided with this new rebellion, they actually controlled most of Chihuahua, including its most important cities. They were not just confined to the rural hinterlands. And then Orozco won a grim personal victory. With civil war in the north finally erupting, the Minister of War, a guy named Jose Gonzalez Salas, resigned the cabinet and took back up his mantle as a brigadier general to lead the federal campaign. Gonzalez Salas was the guy who had gotten the Minister of War job Orozco believed should have been his. That was the beginning of the breach between him and Madero. So it was enormously satisfying for Orozco that in the first big battle at Rialno on March the 23rd, Orozco and the rebels routed the federal troops. Gonzalez Salas was so ashamed of this defeat that he committed suicide 2 days later. And the suicide of Salas was a tragic twist of fate. Needing an experienced officer to take over, lots of conservative military voices in Mexico City urged President Madero to recall General Huerta. Madero, fatefully, agreed. Huerta was recalled to service and put in charge of the Army of the North. Despite the rebels' ascendancy, though, or perhaps because of it, there was very little unity amongst its leadership. Supposedly, this rebellion was connected to the Vasquez-Gomez brothers, and officially at least, rebel generals like Orozco were ready to recognize Emilio Vasquez-Gomez as provisional president of Mexico. But these new rebels had even less of a connection to the Vasquez-Gomez brothers than they had had to Madero, and Orozco, for his part, never seemed to have had any intention whatsoever to ever play second fiddle to anyone ever again. Nor, frankly, should he have. Orozco had a name, a resume, and connections that made him the real leader of this rebellion. So, on May the 5th, 1912, Emilio Vasquez-Gomez re-entered Juarez from his headquarters in Texas, and he was ready for everyone to proclaim him provisional president. Orozco told him to go back to Texas, and if he ever set foot in Mexico again, that he would be arrested and thrown in jail. Emilio looked around, sized up his chances, and he fled back to Texas. And that right there is the end of whatever Vasquista branding may have been attached to this rebellion. It is also the end of the Vasquez-Gomez phase of our story. Now, they would keep trying to organize themselves as the legitimate anti-Madero rebels, and Emilio would in fact be arrested in July for violating American neutrality laws, but they never really generated any support, and national events quickly rushed past them and left them in the dust. Both Francisco and Emilio Vasquez-Gomez would remain in exile, only returning to Mexico later once the revolution was over. And though they did not fulfill their dreams of becoming presidents of Mexico, they did live long enough to die peacefully instead of violently, which is the fate of practically every other person we are talking about in this series. The minute he took control of the rebellion, though, Orozco's fortunes changed. He was never going to be able to match what the federal government was now pouring into Chihuahua under General Huerta, in terms of men and money and guns. And it did not help that plenty of old Maderista rebels, like Pancho Villa, were like, no, man, it's fine, give Madero a chance. And a lot of common people felt the same way, and they in fact signed up for federal service rather than rebel service. And Huerta was far more effective up here than he had been in Morelos. At a second battle of Rialno on May the 23rd, Orozco's forces were routed and scattered. So Huerta's reputation is beginning to be rehabilitated. He's able to claim these victories and cover himself in some glory. But one dude who would not share in this glory was Pancho Villa. Everyone knew Pancho Villa was a talented officer, but also a dangerous and unpredictable man. So upon his arrival in the north, Huerta attempted to coax Villa into subservience by making him an honorary brigadier general, but Villa continued to mostly be his own man and just kind of do his own thing. He was a bandit turned officer who might switch sides at any moment. So, in June of 1912, Huerta found out that Villa had requisitioned a horse for himself from a local farmer, which Huerta seized on as the perfect excuse to get rid of Pancho Villa. Huerta accused Villa of outright theft, and a heated argument broke out between the two men that may or may not have ended with Villa punching Huerta. Accused now of theft and insubordination, Villa was swiftly railroaded through a court-martial that ended up with a sentence of death. But it just so happened that a couple of Madero's brothers were in camp. They knew Villa very well from the good old days and were like, oh my god, geez, we can't let Huerta kill him, he's good. So they sent frantic telegraphs to their brother to get a stay of execution, which they secured and then raced back to Huerta. This stay of execution literally came at the last minute. There is in fact a famous photograph of Villa standing in front of the firing squad about to be shot. The execution was stayed, but Villa was not set free. Instead, he was incarcerated. But it was while in prison that he first met one of Zapata's closest allies, learned about the Plan of Ayala, and got some further tutoring in reading, writing, and revolutionary politics. Back on the battlefields of Chihuahua, the summer of 1912 was just one disaster after another for Orozco. The federal forces advanced up from the south, and Orozco had to keep retreating north. Soon he was pinned against the border with the United States. Huerta retook Chihuahua City on July the 8th, and then by mid-August, Juarez was captured. Orozco was left with a very small force and practically no hope of winning. In early September 1912, he lost his last little base, and by now wounded, he fled across the border into the United States. His rebellion had turned out to be a complete failure, and he was now in exile. But unlike the Vasquez-Gomez brothers, Orozco would be back. After a brief sojourn in Los Angeles, he will wind up making a very strange political bedfellow, and return to our story later, representing a very different part of the Mexican Revolution. Meanwhile, back down in Morelos, General Robles was still pursuing his course of brutality, but the rebels got a reprieve, because with so many resources now being directed to Chihuahua, Robles was forced to work with a limited budget and no real hope of being reinforced, at least not for the time being. The rebels, meanwhile, went into a holding pattern. With Orozco in revolt, they believed it would only be a matter of time before Madero was overthrown, and then they could exert pressure on the new government, hopefully install a more revolutionary government. So though the Zapatistas attacked and raided around in the spring and summer of 1912, things were relatively quiet. The rebels frankly needed to conserve ammunition, and then when the rainy season came along, everyone had to return home to take care of the planting, which proceeded more or less normally, because everyone in Morelos, whether a conservative or a radical, a peasant or hacendado, needed the agricultural produce of Morelos to survive. And so as May turned to June 1912, things almost felt normal. Now this gave the interim governor of Morelos a chance to start lobbying President Madero to ditch General Robles, who was doing far more harm than good. And with the state approaching something resembling peace, martial law was set aside, and the regular functioning of the Constitution was brought back. A bunch of reformist Maderista types, but not Zapatista types, were then elected into a brief legislative session in the summer of 1912 that got the ball rolling on many of the land questions that needed to be answered. Now, none of them had any interest in embracing the kind of large-scale redistribution the Plan of Ayala called for, but they did introduce a new 10% tax on haciendas to raise the resources necessary to begin to start addressing the lines between hacienda and village. Now, at the same time, a new governor's race also got going, and Patricio Leyva threw his hat back into the ring. Leyva, remember, had once enjoyed the support of all the political and social opposition in Morelos, but the family name had taken a major hit when they refused to pick up the revolutionary banner in 1910. But Leyba was sympathetic to the plight of the villagers, and had at least two things going for him that most people seemed to want. He was not just in the pocket of the Hacendados, and he was a native son of Morelos. With things continuing to trend towards reform and peace, Madero finally heeded the calls to replace General Robles, and he appointed a new general. This would be the fourth new general in less than a year. This guy's name is General Felipe Angeles. Angeles was as ambitious as any officer in the army, but he had a diametrically opposed worldview to men like Huerta and Robles, who thought that the answer to social unrest was to beat that social unrest into the ground and then shoot it in the back of the head. Angeles came to Morelos intending to strategically play good cop to Robles and Huerta's bad cop. The first thing he did was free the various family members who had been taken hostage. He told them to go home and be at peace. Then he ended the cruel practice of the concentration camps. Now, he could not undo the damage that had been done, but he could prevent more damage from being done. Then he intentionally restricted the scope and movement of his troops. Where the standing assumption under General Robles was that everyone was a rebel and this was a war practically against the whole population of the state, Angeles refused to allow firefights or skirmishes to grow into larger affairs that would make no distinction between rebel and civilian. Basically, he wanted to reduce the violent footprint of the army. And this seemed to work wonders. Both Zapata and De La O later commented that it was at this point, when summer turned to fall in 1912, that the plan of Ayala revolution looked most likely to fail. Men were less willing to return to the rebel camps from their villages. They got less active support from the villages. Then they found out that Orozco's rebellion in the north had completely failed. Had not larger national events overtaken them, it is very possible that the Zapatistas would have dwindled away into nothing and been little more than a historical footnote. Now, speaking of historical footnotes, that's another A-plus transition sentence from yours truly, there is one more little rebellion we need to talk about before we move on. A rebellion that will, like all the others, appear to fizzle away for a lack of real sustained support by the end of 1912. And this is the rebellion of General Felix Diaz. Felix was the nephew of old Don Porfirio. A general in the Mexican army, Felix Diaz had somehow been allowed to stay at his post in Veracruz after the revolution. Which is like, Madero, come on, man, trust me. It's okay to not have literal family members of your mortal enemies running key military garrisons. You can fire some of these guys after you've won a revolution. But there, Felix Diaz was still commanding the garrison in Veracruz. Having been in contact off and on with fellow officers like Huerta and Bernardo Reyes, Diaz concluded that if he took the lead and led a rebellion, that most of the army would follow him. But he had even less of a platform to run on than Orozco and the Vasquez Gomez brothers did. Diaz was rising up merely in defense of Mexico's honor, which had been besmirched by the usurper Madero. So Diaz led his men into revolt and took control of Veracruz in the second week of October 1912, and then he waited for the rest of the army to join him. But the rest of the army did not join him. Diaz had not planned this very carefully, and there had never been some organized conspiracy of officers ready to join him. He just sort of went out and did it. So without anyone joining him, Diaz and his guys started looking around and saying, geez, this is not working out, especially because the Navy is also refusing to join us, and they have now instituted a blockade of Veracruz, and so we can't even escape. With absolutely no hope of winning, Diaz's isolated garrison put up no resistance when another army, one loyal to the Madero administration, came and retook the city over October the 22nd and October the 23rd. Diaz himself was arrested, and in a lightning round of court-martial and sentencing that took just a matter of days, he was slated for execution along with 26 other officers on October the 26th. But inside society circles in Mexico City, the railroading of Felix to the firing squad was shocking, especially as Bernardo Reyes and a bunch of Orozco's generals just sort of sat in jail. So cooler heads prevailed, and Diaz's sentence was reduced to imprisonment. But as compassionate as all of this was, the stockades were now getting awfully full of men very hostile to Madero who hungered to overthrow the regime. And every once in a while, I think, treason is treason, and you maybe need to kill a couple of these people so they don't come back. But still, we're now approaching the end of 1912, and despite dozens of violent eruptions and a couple of huge sustained revolts, Madero is still president, and none of these insurrections ever gained wider traction. Even the Zapatistas were at this moment struggling to sustain their revolution. So despite what the various rebel leaders wanted to believe, it turns out there was no real popular clamoring to overthrow Madero. The people of Mexico seemed willing to let Madero have his shot. Certainly it is one thing to rebel against 30 years of authoritarian tyranny, but this was just a couple of months of a new democratic government. I mean, Madero had just been elected in a popular landslide, so you can't now come around and say, hey, let's rise up and rebel against him. Now, Madero is kind of a disaster of a politician, and a lot of the rebellions against him were frankly his own fault. A better leader could have easily kept Orozco in the fold. A better leader would have had no trouble cutting a deal with Zapata to stand down and then carry out some agrarian reforms to keep Zapata's finger away from the trigger. But even with Madero being this frustratingly obtuse in his dealings, the rebellions of Orozco and Zapata at that moment at the end of 1912 did not threaten his regime. What did threaten his regime, though, was the perception among a lot of people in the officer corps and beyond that these revolts were proof Madero could not govern Mexico effectively. Men like Huerta and Robles and Felix Diaz and Bernardo Reyes fervently believed in the myth-making of the Porfiriato that only a strong hand could control Mexico, that only through strong executive force would Mexico ever be stable. The officer corps of the army was staying loyal to the Maderista government for the moment, but most of them were conservative holdovers from the previous regime. And it did not help matters that the American ambassador in Mexico City, Henry Lane Wilson, absolutely believed these same stories, and he breathlessly reported in dispatches to his bosses in Washington, D.C., and to the press that President Madero was simply unable to deliver on the promise of stability. And without stability, there could be no progress. So much was order and progress assumed to be two sides of the same coin. So next week, Francisco Madero will finally face the truly fatal challenge to his regime. It was not a popular uprising. It was a staged coup. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 9.14, The 10 Tragic Days. So we left off last time at the end of October 1912, just as Francisco Madero was celebrating his first anniversary as President of Mexico. That year had been defined by a steady stream of challenges to his fledgling administration, from Bernardo Reyes to Pascual Orozco to Felix Diaz to Emiliano Zapata and everyone in between, conservative or radical, out in the open or hidden behind secret conspiracies. Everyone seemed to believe that with just a little push, Madero could be toppled. Yet, Madero still stood. For as unpopular as his enemy said he was, it had proven nigh impossible to raise a popular revolt against him. Not that people were tripping over themselves to say, oh, Madero is the greatest leader in history. He left a lot to be desired, and the promise of the Plan of San Luis had yet to be truly fulfilled. So it was not so much, oh, look at all the good work he's done, so much as, well, look at all the good work he'll probably do if given a chance. And certainly, this is better than the bad old days of the Porfiriato with its corrupt state government and the petty tyranny of the jefes politicos. So 1912 closed out on a high note for the Maderistas. Despite all those rebellions, most of Mexico was mostly stable most of the time. The army had pretty much stayed loyal, the state governments were in the hands of either Maderista allies or men willing to resign themselves to Maderista administration. Business and industry that had been crippled first by the lingering recession after the crash of 1907 and then the big nationwide upheavals of 1910 and 1911 was bouncing back. Preliminary land surveys and assessments of who should rightly own what property had commenced. These efforts were predictably too radical for the conservatives and too conservative for the radicals, but it wasn't nothing. And then, on one tiny front, Madero was quite pleased by the end of the year. In the United States presidential election of November 1912, the Republicans had split their votes between President Taft and Theodore Roosevelt. This allowed Woodrow Wilson and the Democrats to capture the presidency. Madero not only hoped for a slightly more sympathetic administration in the White House, but the loss of Taft meant that the U.S. ambassador to Mexico, Henry Lane Wilson, would soon be recalled. Now, President-elect Woodrow Wilson would not take office until March of 1913, but come that spring, Madero could look forward to dealing with an ambassador who was not quite so nakedly opposed to his administration. But Madero did not make it to the spring of 1913, and United States Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson was a big reason why. Henry Lane Wilson had been at his post since March of 1910 after previous diplomatic stints in Chile and Belgium. He had been an open admirer of Porfirio Diaz and the wonderful things Diaz had done for Mexico. Certainly, Wilson had no problem with the wise and benevolent steps President Diaz had taken to ensure that the ignorant anarchist rabble did not ever seize control of the country. So Wilson watched with light-hearted scoffing at the attempt by this mystical lunatic Madero to unseat Don Porfirio in the election of 1910, and then when the Maderista Revolution got going, Wilson regularly reported back to his bosses that this rebellion would be quashed any day now, and then any day now after that, and then any day now after that. The defeat, resignation, and departure of Porfirio Diaz in May of 1911 was shocking to Wilson. It was as shocking to him as it was to Diaz himself. Now, to be fair to the good ambassador, once Madero did take office, he struck a conciliatory and optimistic note. He was genuinely pleased that Madero seemed to be keeping intact much of the Porfirian apparatus and not undertaking a thoroughgoing purge of the government. But this did not last long. Soon, Ambassador Wilson's reports back to Washington, D.C. were filled with exaggerated criticisms, the wildest of rumors, and personal attacks on now President Madero. The primary note Wilson kept pounding on was that Madero was so wildly unpopular that Mexico would never be stable as long as he was president. And he would later write of Madero, even after all was said and done, that Madero was a man of, quote, disordered intellect, who, quote, developed all the characteristics of that dangerous form of lunacy, which the best example in ancient times is a Nero, unquote. It's a little harsh. Now, Wilson's hostile attitude towards Madero had been out in the open for a while. After Pascual Orozco went into rebellion in March of 1912, Wilson sent back breathless reports that the whole country was being consumed by civil war and Madero was on the brink of being overthrown. And then, when Orozco was defeated, Wilson painted Felix Diaz's revolt in Veracruz as a near fait accompli, and that Madero would be resigning any day now. But then no one followed Felix Diaz, and Don Porfirio's nephew was thrown into prison. But Wilson did not give up. In late 1912, President Madero's agents uncovered a plot to free the recently incarcerated Felix from his jail cell in Veracruz. When the plot was uncovered, Madero's enemies fed stories to friendly newspapers that the whole conspiracy was actually made up by the Maderistas, that they were going to use a fictitious jailbreak plot as a cover to treacherously execute Diaz. Which, I mean, talk about ironic, but we'll get into all of that. Now, this version of the story was then picked up by the U.S. consul in Veracruz, who fed it back to the State Department, who then instructed a more than eager Ambassador Wilson to go have a chat with Madero, and say that the United States would not be happy if Madero engaged in such a concocted and underhanded murder plot. Now, we don't have Madero's exact reply to this, but he was incensed at the ambassador's condescension that he was being lectured about not doing something that he was never actually going to do. Then, Madero went back to counting the days until Wilson was removed. But there was a critical little consequence to this incident. Madero decided to move Diaz from Veracruz to Mexico City, so that they could keep a closer eye on him. Now, despite what Ambassador Wilson and the newspaper said, the plot to free Felix Diaz from jail was very real. And when the general was moved to Mexico City, the plotting took on a newer and larger dimension, because also still in prison in Mexico City was old Bernardo Reyes, who had been stewing in captivity for a full year since his own attempt at revolt had failed back in December of 1911. Both Reyes and Diaz had seen their attempts at popular counter-revolution fail spectacularly, but they were still as hungry as ever to topple Madero. maybe if they combined their efforts, they could succeed in their shared goal. Now, they may not have had many popular supporters on the outside, but they had more than a few powerful supporters on the inside, and the most important of these friends was General Manuel Mondragon. Mondragon was a rock-ribbed Porfirian and now a staunch partisan of Felix Diaz. Mondragon was especially eager to get something going because he was suspected of corruption, self-dealing, and outright theft of government money and was probably on his way to jail himself. Mondragon put himself at the center of a conspiracy to combine the counter-revolutionaries into a single group capable of executing a lightning coup, since, obviously, rallying the people to support them had been an obvious bust. Now, Diaz and Reyes were in different prisons, but it was fairly easy to undertake multilateral plotting if the central conspirators just so happened to be rich, high-ranking generals. Now, one guy that the conspirators were not able to get on board, though, was General Victoriano Huerta. Huerta was back in the capital glowing from the success of his suppression of the Orozco rebellion up in the north. But even though he hated Madero, and Madero did not really approve of Huerta, Huerta declined to join the coup, the prime theory being that he now thought highly enough of himself that he was not interested in playing a supporting role for either Reyes or Diaz. And then also, every other revolt has failed. What are the chances yours is going to succeed? So for the moment, General Huerta was out. Within a short time, though, the skeleton of a fairly simple plan had been drawn up. Mondragon figured he could rely on about 1,000 mutinous cadets and junior officers in Mexico City, most of whom came from the conservative elite families of the old Porfiriato and who were eager to restore Mexico's honor. Some of them would spring Reyes and Diaz from jail, while another contingent would go to capture the National Palace, which was the seat of the executive branch in Mexico City, though not the president's primary residence. Once the National Palace was secure, they would all convene there and make it a headquarters for the coup. Reyes would address the nation, self-declare himself provisional president, and demand that the usurper Madero resign from office. The whole thing shouldn't take more than a couple hours. If they struck fast enough and hard enough, the shock alone would force Madero to resign. The administration was not caught entirely flat-footed, though. Rumors and some circumstantial evidence started to bubble up to the surface, and the various comings and goings around the imprisoned Reyes and Diaz were being monitored. It was enough that Gustavo Madero, still his brother's right-hand man, canceled a planned goodwill trip to Japan to promote the New Mexico. Not New Mexico, but the New Mexico. Suspecting some units in the city had been primed for mutiny, those units were transferred out of the city. But even though the authorities were onto them, perhaps because the authorities were onto them, Reyes and Diaz and Mondragon decided that the coup should go ahead on schedule. And the schedule said that on the morning of February the 9th, 1913, the old order would be restored. On that fateful morning, everything started out according to the plan. A company of mutineers arrived at the National Palace at dawn. They disarmed the guards and captured the building. Meanwhile, General Mondragon led a second force to spring the leaders of the plot from jail. They found Bernardo Reyes awake, dressed, and ready to go meet what he had always felt was his destiny. Felix Diaz, on the other hand, was caught in the middle of his morning shave, and he had to finish up with a bunch of nervous, now rebels getting antsy waiting for him. The wait wasn't that big of a deal, though, because by that point, the plan was already in shambles, even though none of them knew it. When that little group had taken the National Palace before dawn, it had just so happened that a certain General VR, an old, experienced veteran who had chosen to support the Madero government, was walking to his offices. He saw some cadets dragging a large machine gun towards the National Palace and said to himself, that doesn't look right. He quickly rang the alarm and mustered some loyal troops, and with the help of Gustavo Madero, they all rushed down to the National Palace, surprised the young mutineers, and retook the building. Then General VR ordered the building fortified, machine guns in the windows, riflemen on the roof. So when Reyes, Diaz, and Mondragon led the rest of the men towards the palace at about 7:30 in the morning, they thought they were about to be welcomed with open arms, but boy, was it ever not open arms that were waiting for them. Now, in classic old History of Rome style, I have two accounts of what happened next. The first is that they sent in one of their fellow conspirators to go in through a side door and make sure the coast was clear. And when that guy did not come running back bearing any bad news, they assumed it was all good. So in this version, when Reyes goes trotting up to the front door, he is going to be shocked by the order to halt. The other version is that they were in fact alerted in advance that the National Palace was not secure. But Reyes and General Villar were old friends and comrades, and Reyes decided there was no way Villar would side with Madero over him. So in this version, when Reyes gets the order to halt, he's like, yeah, but you're not really going to open fire on me. Whichever version is true, Reyes proceeded to mount a horse and lead a small column of men towards the front door of the National Palace. He is described as trotting up there as if he was on parade. He ignored an order to halt. Maybe he was confused, maybe he was overconfident, but he did not stop trotting. Then General Villar gave the order to fire, and Reyes' little column was blasted by machine gun and rifle fire. Reyes himself was blown off his horse. His body was among the first to crash on the street. A heavy firefight ensued over the next few minutes, with the exposed column cut down almost to a man, and their comrades further back taking cover and returning fire as best they could. Under a sustained and surprising attack, Diaz and Mondragon ordered their men, boys really, to retreat back to the Ciudadela, the fortified citadel about 1.5 miles away. They left behind them 200 dead comrades, plus another 200 dead civilians who just so happened to be there and were caught up in the crossfire. Among those dead was, of course, Bernardo Reyes. It's a rather ignoble end for a man who for close to 20 years had believed, as so many others had as well, that he was destined to become president of Mexico. Reyes likely believed that he was on his destined path right up until the very second his body was ripped apart by bullets. History has a sense of humor, though, and Reyes, whose career has always been defined by backing down under pressure, died in the middle of a very out-of-character, reckless charge forward. So, sayonara, Bernardo Reyes. So now we have bodies on the ground, blood in the streets, the cries of the wounded are mingling with the smoke and the smell of gunpowder. All of it marked the beginning of what is called by history the 10 tragic days. Madero was at the presidential residence when he got word that an uprising had broken out at about 11 a.m. He immediately mounted his horse and rode into the city with only a light escort. And you can say what you want about the guy, but he was not a coward. When he hit the central city, cheering crowds flocked to him and declared their support. So even at this ultimately late hour, it's not like Madero is playing the part of one of those hated French kings that the Parisian mobs always seem so eager to decapitate. With sporadic but active fighting still ongoing, he and his party were forced to take cover in a photography studio near the soon-to-be-completed National Theater. It was at this point that they were joined by old General Huerta, who appeared out of nowhere. He presented himself to Madero and offered his services should the need arise. Now, it remains a point of contention between historical partisans whether Huerta was already at this point a co-conspirator, or whether his appearance was a mere coincidence. But when Madero found out that General Villar had been wounded in the initial firefight, basically his collarbone had been turned into mincemeat and was no longer able to direct a counterattack, Madero turned to Huerta to lead the army in the capital. While Huerta went to take command of the forces at the National Palace, Madero scrambled to bring in reinforcements. He ordered a certain General Blanquet to bring 1,500 men to the capital from their garrison, which was only about 40 miles away. But it would take Blanquet a week to get his men loaded and moving, because though we argue about what Huerta's position in all of this was, Blanquet was totally in cahoots with the conspirators. After sending this order, Madero then hopped on a train and personally went up to Cuernavaca to confer with General Angeles, who we met last week. Angeles remained loyal to Madero, and the next day he led either 1,000 or 2,000 men to the capital, depending on which book you happen to be reading. The general historical assumption is that Madero planned to replace Huerta with Angeles, but this plan was stymied because Angeles's recent promotion to general had not yet been confirmed by the Congress, and so he was still massively outranked by Huerta. So protocol took precedence even in this dire emergency, and so Huerta remained in charge in the capital. The whole next day, day 2 of the 10 tragic days, passed without much action. In the end, the conspirators had managed to gather about 1,500 men to their banner, and they were all holed up together at that citadel, the armory. Huerta made no concerted attempt to dislodge them, and they made no attempt to break out. But the next day, February the 11th, the two sides commenced an artillery duel between batteries at the National Palace and at the Citadel, which, as I said, were about 1.5 miles away from each other. And as with much of the 10 tragic days, this duel is the subject of much controversy and debate. Shells started raining down all over the place, blowing up and killing lots of random civilians. This is in fact one of the core tragedies of the 10 tragic days. But it sure seemed like shells were raining down everywhere except their intended targets. And the controversy is, of course, over how much of this artillery duel was a complete sham. Huerta and Diaz had more in common personally and politically than either of them had with Madero, that's for sure. And given what's about to happen, the idea that they were already at least in tacit cahoots is very plausible. So there remains a strong belief out there that they were intentionally shelling the civilian population rather than each other to create a level of untenable chaotic bloodshed that they could then use to force Madero to resign. Ready and willing to help pin all the bloodshed on Madero was U.S. Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson. Wilson concluded as soon as the bullets started flying that this was all further proof that Madero could not stabilize Mexico. The only way to restore order and end further bloodshed was for Madero to resign. So, rather than report back to his superiors in Washington, D.C. that a small barracks revolt had broken out against a legitimate democratic government that was recognized as legitimate by the United States, Wilson said, "We're all going down in flames here, thanks to Madero being a selfish, incompetent lunatic." Wilson insisted that U.S. policy must be using all of their power and leverage to force Madero to resign. Wilson was not alone in his assessment, though. He conferred with his fellow ambassadors representing the United Kingdom, Germany, and Spain, and they too tended to agree that Madero was to blame for all this. Wilson did not bother conferring with anyone else, though, because what's the point? The British, Germans, and Spanish are the only powers that really matter. So he ignored the fact that other European powers, like Austria, thought, hey, maybe this isn't Madero's fault. He also ignored the fact that every ambassador from a Latin American country uniformly concluded that this is definitely not Madero's fault. Ignoring all of that, Wilson called the ambassadors of the UK, Germany, and Spain for a meeting at his residence on the night of February the 15th. According to the Spanish ambassador, during this meeting, Wilson, quote, told them for the 100th time that Madero was crazy, a fool, a lunatic, who could and should be declared incompetent to sit in the presidential office. Though the others were a bit queasy about the boundaries they might be overstepping by getting directly involved in what was clearly a domestic conflict, the four ambassadors ultimately agreed that the Spanish ambassador should go tell Madero he ought to resign. They couched this in patriotic terms, saying, "Your people are dying and only your resignation can save them." Madero was outraged at the very suggestion. His attitude was basically, I'm the president, democratically elected, and you, as a foreign ambassador, have no right to tell me what to do, so get out of my office. And it's not like the whole country was rising up. Hell, not even Mexico City was rising up. There were no barricades, no angry mobs parading through the streets. This was a little over 1,000 mutineers, who, in due course, would be defeated and convicted of treason. It was nothing more than that. The plan to pressure Madero into resigning by saddling him with responsibility for the dead was going nowhere. So, to get the job done, it was going to take something more direct. And the Cuban ambassador is quoted as saying, and this is a quote, "The revolution was no longer in the Ciudadela, but in the spirit of Mr. Wilson. Madero did not have to fear Felix Diaz, but the representative of President Taft." And while this may be true, the representative of President Taft was not the only one Madero had to fear, because he definitely also had to fear General Victoriano Huerta. On Sunday, February the 16th, Huerta and Diaz agreed to an armistice so that everyone could bury their dead. Hundreds, if not thousands, had died so far in the week of fighting and shelling, far more civilians than belligerents. The city had been totally paralyzed, food was running low, and everyone was basically living under siege conditions. It had been a long, long time since Mexico City had seen violence like this. They had been the safe and comfortable center of the Porfiriato. Even the revolution had played out in the newspapers, not out in the streets. During the lull in the fighting, though, both sides did in fact clear up their dead, but also the two quote-unquote opponents, Huerta and Diaz, got going with final plans to end the conflict, not by one defeating the other, but by teaming up to defeat Madero together. Now, people still debate the particulars of Huerta's timeline of treason, but the armistice of February 16th is the last day you can credibly claim he was not actively working with Diaz to overthrow Madero. As the sun set on February the 16th, Huerta sent a communique to Wilson, alerting the ambassador of his intention to resolve the situation. And as Wilson then reported to his superiors, Huerta has sent his messenger to say I may expect some action which will remove Madero from power at any moment, and that plans are fully matured. On February the 18th, 1911, Victoriano Huerta staged a coup. He first invited Gustavo Madero to an early lunch at a restaurant, excused himself to go take a phone call, whereupon soldiers loyal to Huerta rushed into the room and took Gustavo prisoner. Meanwhile, over at the National Palace, soldiers swarmed the building at about 2 p.m. and took all the key government officials prisoner, including the entire cabinet. Madero himself and Vice President Pino Suarez were captured after the men guarding them were shot dead. Then the president, vice president, and the cabinet were held in close custody in the National Palace, unsure of what was happening and who was ultimately giving the orders. Gustavo was not so lucky. The details of his fate come to us third hand by way of the Cuban ambassador, but Gustavo was taken to the citadel and handed over to a company of soldiers who hated the Madero's guts. These guys got a hold of Gustavo, they beat him, tortured him, shot him dead at point-blank range, and then emptied their clips into the body. His body, by the way, was never recovered. It was either dumped in an unmarked grave or incinerated in a fireplace. Now, Henry Lane Wilson did not know the details of the plan in advance, but he knew when it was going to happen and had given his approval. He knew when it was going to happen because though the coup did not actually take place until about 2 in the afternoon, the ambassador had already cabled home at noon that the Madero government had fallen. And he now stepped more forthrightly into the picture. Wilson first of all agreed to act as Huerta's liaison with the rest of the diplomatic corps to get them to accept the change in government. Then, when Huerta and Diaz started arguing over who exactly was in charge of the new government, Wilson invited the two men to the United States Embassy at about 9 o'clock that night to work through their differences. Huerta was asserting his claim to executive authority because he had actually carried out the coup, while Diaz protested and said, hey, wait a minute, I'm the one who went into revolt in the first place. But Huerta said, well, without me, you'd be dead by now, so I should be president. An almost all-night session produced what has been dubbed the infamous Pact of the Embassy. In this pact, Huerta would indeed become president of Mexico, for the moment. New elections would then be called by the end of the year, and in those elections, Huerta agreed to support Diaz's candidacy for president. As a consolation prize for being denied immediate power, the members of the interim cabinet would be largely selected by Diaz. This Pact of the Embassy concluded, Wilson emerged from his offices positively brimming with pride at what a good job he had done. Now, all that was left to do was dispose of the old government that he had just helped overthrow. The next day, Francisco Madero did what he swore he would not do. He signed a letter of resignation. So did Pino Suarez as vice president, and almost the entire rest of the cabinet. They signed these resignations at gunpoint, though for Madero at least, this was more about saving his family than himself. He had already deduced that Gustavo was dead, and that he would likely not make it out of this alive. But his wife and mother and children were all there in Mexico City too. So before signing, he managed to secure a promise of safe passage out of Mexico for himself and for Pino Suarez and their families under a diplomatic escort. And in theory, these resignation letters were supposed to be held in trust by friendly Cuban and Chilean ambassadors until the exiles were safely away. But instead, they were taken straight to Huerta, who took them straight to the Congress for ratification. And they were immediately ratified. Legally, the government had not been deposed, it had resigned, voluntarily, at gunpoint. But not everyone was forced to resign. At the embassy meeting, Wilson, Diaz, and Huerta had worked out the constitutional niceties of this very unconstitutional regime change. So unlike everyone else, the foreign minister would not be asked to resign. Then, when Madero and Pino Suarez did resign, the order of succession would make the foreign minister president. So, on February 20th, that guy was sworn into office. He immediately named Huerta his Minister of the Interior, and then he signed his letter of resignation. By order of succession, Huerta now legally ascended to the presidency, and General Victoriano Huerta was now President of Mexico. So with the government now legally overthrown, the question became, what do we do with Madero? And to a much lesser extent, his vice president, Pino Suarez. At the Pact of the Embassy meeting, Ambassador Wilson had been very insistent that Huerta and Diaz let the cabinet go free unharmed. That was a sticking point for the United States. He insisted on no such thing for Francisco Madero. So then Huerta straight up asked him, well, what should I do with Madero? Should I exile him or toss him in an asylum? And this is when suddenly Wilson was like, oh geez, it's not really my place to say. That's really none of my business as an ambassador. All Wilson said to Huerta about Madero was, you do what you think is best to secure peace in the country. So Huerta said, okay, exile it is then. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more. Now to get to wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more, some charades had to play out. Huerta announced the newly prescribed exiles would be taken by train from Mexico City to Veracruz, and from there put on a boat to Havana. Yes, that's right, the boat to Havana is making a reappearance in the show. But Madero and Pino Suarez are not going to get on a boat to Havana. On February the 21st, at the appointed hour, their families and the ambassadors from Cuba and Chile went to the train station to await their arrival, but the two men never appeared. Then they were told that Huerta had gotten intelligence that a likely jailbreak would be attempted in Veracruz, so the transfer to the coast would have to wait. There is some suspicion out there that they were actually supposed to be executed en route to Veracruz, but the unshakable presence of the two ambassadors forced Huerta to call the trip off. By now, the families of the two men were begging Ambassador Wilson to give the men asylum in the U.S. Embassy, but Wilson never answered. Wilson's very hands-off approach to the fate of Madero was taken by everyone, now and then, as tacit approval for their murder. And you know what? It was. At about 11 p.m. on the night of February the 21st, Francisco Madero and Jose Maria Pino Suarez were picked up in two cars from the National Palace and driven to the nearby federal penitentiary. We know this because newspaper reporters were camped out in front expecting them to be moved. The small armed motorcade, led by Major Francisco Cardenas, sped off, forcing the newspapermen to race after them on foot. But the motorcade did not go through the front gate of the prison. Instead, it pulled up to a secluded side door. With reporters in earshot, but not eyeshot, gunfire rang out, then more gunfire. When the reporters arrived on the scene, they found Madero and Pino Suarez dead on the ground, their bodies riddled with bullets. The cars they had come in were riddled with bullets. Major Cardenas told them some Maderistas had just botched a rescue attempt, that the ex-president and ex-vice president had been oh so sadly caught in the crossfire. See? Look at all the bullets in the cars. Now this was a story designed to be a story, not a story designed to be believed. What really happened was that Madero and Pino Suarez were driven to a side door, they were ordered out of the car, they were shot in the back, and then their bodies in the cars they had come in were riddled with more bullets to make it look like a firefight. Francisco Madero was 39 years old. He had done the impossible. He had overthrown the Porfiriato. He had introduced democracy to Mexico. He had been president of Mexico for just about 15 months. And for his trouble, he was now dead. No one believed that Madero and Pino Suarez had not been executed in cold blood. Even Henry Lane Wilson was not that naive. But even so, he cabled back to Washington a report that concluded, quote, I am disposed to accept the government's version of the affair and consider it a closed incident. And so, a cover story that nobody believed became the official story. Wilson remained pleased with himself for having played a central role in ending the revolutionary crisis that had gripped Mexico for 2 years. A strong hand was back on the tiller. Order and progress were about to be restored. But I might ask of Ambassador Wilson, if that's true, then how come I'm not quite halfway through a retrospective series on the events of the Mexican Revolution? How come this isn't the final episode? Could it possibly be that the counter-revolutionary overthrow of Madero was going to invite chaos, not order? Could it possibly be that the cold-blooded assassination of Madero was going to drive many who had set aside their rifles to pick them back up again? In the midst of the final ordeal at the National Palace, Pino Suarez managed to write a friend, quote, "Will they have the stupidity to kill us? You know they would gain nothing, for we would be greater in death than we are today in life." As it turns out, they were that stupid. And so, next week, because Francisco Madero is dead, the Mexican Revolution will come roaring back to life.